Chapter 1 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 1. The Wearing Problems. With few exceptions, the incidents recorded in these pages take place in one of the largest cities of the United States of America and of that portion called the Middle West. A city once conservative and provincial and rather proud of these qualities, but now outgrown them and linked by lightning limited trains to other teeming centers of the modern world. A city overtaken in recent years by the plague which has swept our country from the Atlantic to the Pacific: prosperity. Before its advent, the Goodriches and Gores, the Warings, the Prestons, and the Atterburys lived leisurely lives in a sleepy quarter of shade trees and spacious yards and muddy macadam streets, now passed away forever. Existence was decorous, marriage an irrevocable step. Wives were wives, and the authorized version of the Bible was true from cover to cover. So Dr. Gilman preached, and so they believed. Sunday was then a day essentially different from other days. You could tell it without looking at the calendar. The sun knew it and changed the quality of his light. The very animals, dogs and cats and horses knew it. And most of all, the children knew it, by Sunday school, by Dr. Gilman's sermon, by a dizzy afternoon connected in some of the mines with ceramics and a lack of exercise, by a cold tea, and by church bells. You were not allowed to forget it one instant. The city suddenly became full of churches, as though they had magically been let down from heaven during Saturday night. They must have been there on weekdays, but few persons ever thought of them. Among the many church bells that rang on those bygone Sundays was that of St. John's, of which Dr. Gilman, of beloved memory, was rector. Dr. Gilman was a saint, and if you had had the good luck to be baptized, or confirmed, or married, or buried by him, you were probably fortunate in an earthly as well as heavenly sense. One has to be careful not to deal exclusively in superlatives. And yet it is not an exaggeration to say that St. John's was the most beautiful and churchly edifice in the city, thanks chiefly to several gentlemen of sense and one gentleman, at least, of taste, Mr. Horace Bentley. The vicissitudes of civil war interrupted its building, but when in 1868 it stood completed, its stone unsoiled as yet by factory smoke, its spire delicately pointing to untainted skies, its rose window glowing above the porch, citizens on Tower Street often stopped to gaze at it diagonally across the vacant lot set in order by Mr. Thurston Gore, with the intent that the view might be unobstructed. Little did the Goodriches and Gores, the Warings and Prestons and Atterburys and other prominent people foresee the havoc that prosperity and smoke were to play with their residential plans. One by one, sooty commerce drove them out westward, conservative though they were, from the paradise they had created. Blacker and blacker grew the Gothic facade of St. John's. Thurston Gore departed, but leased his corner first for a goodly sum, his ancestors being from Connecticut. Leased also the vacant lot he had beautified, where stores arose and hid the spire from Tower Street. Cable cars moved serenely up the long hill where a panting third horse had been necessary. Cable cars resounded in Burton Street, between the new factory and the church where Dr. Gilman still preached of peace and the delights of the New Jerusalem. And before you could draw your breath, the cable cars had become electric. Gray hairs began to appear in the heads of the people Dr. Gilman had married in the 60s, and their children were going east to college. In the first decade of the 20th century, Asa Waring still clung to the imposing early Victorian mansion in Hamilton Street. It presented an uncompromising and rather scornful front to the sister mansions with which it had hitherto been on intimate terms, now fast degenerating into shabby gentility, seeking covertly to catch the eye of boarders, but as yet refraining from open solicitation. Their lawns were growing a little ragged, their stone steps and copings revealing cracks. Asa Waring looked with a stern distaste upon certain aspects of modern life, and though he possessed the means to follow his friends and erstwhile neighbors into the newer paradise 5 miles westward, he had successfully resisted for several years a formidable campaign to uproot him. His 3 married daughters lived in that clean and verdant district surrounding the park, spelled with a capital P, while Evelyn and Rex spent most of their time in the West End or at the country clubs. Even Mrs. Waring, who resembled a Roman matron with her wavy white hair parted in the middle and her gentle yet classic features, sighed secretly at times at the unyielding attitude of her husband, although admiring him for it. The grandchildren drew her. On the occasion of Sunday dinner, when they surrounded her, her heart was filled to overflowing. The autumn sunlight, reddened somewhat by the slight haze of smoke, poured in at the high windows of the dining room, glinted on the silver, and was split into bewildering colors by the prisms of the chandelier. Many precious extra leaves were inserted under the white tablecloth, and Mrs. Waring's eyes were often dimmed with happiness as she glanced along the ranks on either side until they rested on the man with whom she had chosen to pass her life. Her admiration for him had gradually grown into hero worship. His anger, sometimes aroused, had a terrible moral quality that never failed to thrill her, and the loyal Legion button on his black frock coat seemed to her an epitome of his character. He sat for the most part silent, his remarkable penetrating eyes lighting under his grizzled brows, smiling at her, at the children, at the grandchildren, and sometimes he would go to the corner table where the 4 littlest sat and fetched one back to perch on his knee and pull at his white military mustache. It was the children's day. Uproar greeted the huge white cylinder of ice cream borne by Katie, the senior of the elderly maids. Uproar greeted the cake, and finally there was a rush for the chocolates, little tablets wrapped in tinfoil and tied with red and blue ribbon. After that, the pandemonium left the dining room to spread itself over the spacious house from the basement to the great playroom in the attic, where the dolls and blocks and hobby horses of the parental generation stoically awaited the new. Sometimes a visitor was admitted to this sacramental feast. The dearest old gentleman in the world, with a great high-bridged nose, a slight stoop, a kindling look, and snow-white hair, though the top of his head was bald. He sat on Mrs. Waring's right and was treated with the greatest deference by the elders, and with none at all by the children who besieged him. The bigger ones knew that he had what is called a history, that he had been rich once, with a great mansion of his own, but now he lived on Dalton Street, almost in the slums, and worked among the poor. His name was Mr. Bentley. He was not there on the particular Sunday when this story opens, otherwise the conversation about to be recorded would not have taken place, for St. John's Church was not often mentioned in Mr. Bentley's presence. "Well, grandmother," said Phil Goodrich, who was the favorite son-in-law, "how was the new rector today?"
"Mr. Hodder is a remarkable young man, Phil,"
Mrs. Waring declared,
"and delivered such a good sermon. I couldn't help wishing that you and Rex and Evelyn and George had been in church."
"Phil couldn't go," explained the unmarried and sunburned Evelyn. "He had a match on of 18 holes with me." Mrs. Waring sighed.
"I can't think what's gotten into the younger people these days that they seem so indifferent to religion. Your father's a vestryman, Phil, and I believe it has always been his hope that you would succeed him. I'm afraid Rex won't succeed his father,"
she added with a touch of regret and a glance of pride at her husband.
"You never go to church, Rex. Phil does."
"I got enough church at boarding school to last me a lifetime, Mother," her son replied. He was slightly older than Evelyn and just out of college. "Besides, any heathen can get on the vestry. It's a financial board and they're due to put Phil on someday. They're always putting Phil on boards." His mother looked a little distressed.
"Rex, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about the church."
"I'm sorry, Mother," he said with quick penitence. Mr. Langmaid's a vestryman, you know, and they've only got him there because he's the best corporation lawyer in the city. He isn't exactly what you'd call orthodox. He never goes." "We are indebted to Mr. Langmaid for Mr. Hodder." This was one of Mr. Waring's rare remarks. Eleanor Goodrich caught her husband's eye and smiled. "I wonder why it is," she said, "that we are so lukewarm about church these days. I don't mean you, Lucy, or Lauriston," she added to her sister, Mrs. Gray. "You're both exemplary." Lucy bowed ironically. "But most people of our ages with whom we associate, Martha Preston, for instance, we were all brought up like the children of Jonathan Edwards. Do you remember that awful round and round feeling on Sunday afternoons, Sally, and only the wobbly Noah's Ark elephant to play with, right in this house? Instead of that, there was a bump in the wall without, and shrieks of laughter. I'll never forget the first time it occurred to me, when I was reading Darwin, that if the Ark were as big as Barnum's Circus and the Natural History Museum put together, it couldn't have held 1,000th of the species on Earth. It was quite a blow."
"I don't know what we're coming to,"
exclaimed Mrs. Waring gently. "I didn't mean to be flippant, Mother," Eleanor said penitently. Part 1. Part 1. Part 1. Part 2. And if you had had the good luck to be baptized, or confirmed, or married, or buried by him,
to become a landscape architect.
"Oh, George," said his wife, "you were brought up a Unitarian and went to Harvard." "Never mind, Professor," said Phil Goodrich in a quizzical, affectionate tone. "Take the floor and tell us what it isn't." George Bridges smiled. He was a striking contrast in type to his square-cut and more vigorous brother-in-law. Very thin, with slightly protruding eyes, the color of the faded blue glaze of ancient pottery, and yet humorous. "I've had my chance, at any rate. Sally made me go last Sunday and hear Mr. Hodder."
"I can't see why you didn't like him, George," Lucy cried. "I think he's splendid."
"Oh, I like him," said Mr. Bridges. "That's just it!" exclaimed Eleanor. "I like him. I think he's sincere, and that first Sunday he came, when I saw him get up in the pulpit and wave that long arm of his, all I could think of was a modern Savonarola. He looks one. And then, when he began to preach, it was maddening. I felt all the time that he could say something helpful if only he would. But he didn't. It was all about the sufficiency of grace, whatever that may be. He didn't explain it. He didn't give me one notion of how to cope a little better with the frightful complexities of the modern lives we live, or how to stop quarreling with Phil when he stays at the office and is late for dinner."
"Eleanor, I think you're unjust to him,"
said Lucy amid the laughter of the men of the family.
"Most people in St. John's think he's a remarkable preacher."
"So were many of the Greek sophists," George Bridges observed. "Now, if it were only dear old Dr. Gilman," Eleanor continued, "I could sink back into a comfortable indifference. But every Sunday this new man stirs me up, not by what he says, but by what he is. I hoped we'd get a rector with modern ideas, who would be able to tell me what to teach my children. Little Phil and Harriet come back from Sunday school with all sorts of questions, and I feel like a hypocrite. At any rate, if Mr. Hodder hasn't done anything else, he's made me want to know." "What do you mean by a man of modern ideas, Eleanor?" inquired Mr. Bridges with evident relish. Eleanor put down her coffee cup, looked at him helplessly, and smiled. "Somebody who will present Christianity to me in such a manner that it will appeal to my reason and enable me to assimilate it into my life." "Good for you, Nell," said her husband approvingly. "Come now, Professor, you sit up in the University Club all Sunday morning and discuss recondite philosophy with other learned agnostics. Tell us what is the matter with Mr. Hodder's theology. That is, if it will not shock Grandmother too much."
"I'm afraid I've got used to being shocked, Phil," said Mrs. Waring with her quiet smile.
"It's unfair."
Mr. Bridges protested, "to ask a prejudiced pagan like me to pronounce judgment on an honest parson who is laboring according to his lights."
Go on, George. You shan't get out of it that way.
"Well," said George, "the trouble is, from the theological point of view, that your parson is preaching what August Sabatier would call a diminished and mitigated orthodoxy."
Great heavens, cried Phil. What's that?
"It's neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, nor good red herring," the professor declared. "If Mr. Hodder were cornered, he couldn't maintain that he, as a priest, has full power to forgive sins. And yet he won't assert that he hasn't. The medieval conception of the church before Luther's day was consistent, at any rate, if once you grant the premises upon which it was based."
"What premises?"
"That the Almighty had given it a charter, like an insurance company, of a monopoly of salvation on this portion of the universe, and agreed to keep his hands off. Under this conception, the sale of indulgences, masses for the soul, and temporal power are perfectly logical, inevitable. Kings and princes derive their governments from the church. But if we once begin to doubt the validity of this charter, as the reformers did, the whole system flies to pieces like sticking a pin into a soap bubble. That is the reason why, to change the figure, the so-called Protestant world has been gradually sliding downhill ever since the Reformation. The great majority of men are not willing to turn good or renounce the material and sensual rewards under their hands without some definite and concrete guarantee that, if they do so, they are going to be rewarded hereafter. They demand some sort of infallibility. And when we let go of the infallibility of the church, we begin to slide toward what looks like a bottomless pit. And we clutched at the infallibility of the Bible, and now that has begun to roll. What I mean by a mitigated orthodoxy is this. I am far from accusing Mr. Hodder of insincerity, but he preaches as if every word of the Bible were literally true and had been dictated by God to the men who held the pen. As if he, as a priest, held some supernatural power that could definitely be traced through what is known as the apostolic succession back to Peter."
"Do you mean to say, George," asked Mrs. Waring, with a note of pain in her voice, "that the apostolic succession cannot be historically proved?"
"My dear mother," said George, "I hope you will hold me innocent of beginning this discussion. As a harmless professor of history in our renowned university, of which we think so much that we do not send our sons to it, I have been compelled by the children whom you have brought up to sit in judgment on the theology of your rector."
"They will leave us nothing,"
she sighed. "Nothing, perhaps, that was invented by man to appeal to man's superstitions and weakness. Of the remainder, who can say?"
"What," asked Mrs. Waring, "do they say about the apostolic succession?"
"Mother is as bad as the rest of us," said Eleanor. "Isn't she, grandfather?" "If I had a house to rent," said Mr. Bridges, when the laughter had subsided, "I shouldn't advertise 5 bathrooms when there were only 2, or electricity when there was only gas. I should be afraid my tenants might find it out and lose a certain amount of confidence in me. But the Orthodox churches are running just such a risk today, and if any person who contemplates entering these churches doesn't examine the premises first, he refrains at his own cost. The situation in the early Christian church is now a matter of history, and he who runs may read. The first churches, like those of Corinth and Ephesus and Rome, were democracies. No such thing as a priestly line to carry on a hierarchy, an ecclesiastical dynasty, was dreamed of. It may be gathered from the Gospels that such an idea was so far from the mind of Christ that his mission was to set it out just such another hierarchy, which then existed in Israel. The apostles were no more bishops than was John the Baptist, but preachers who traveled from place to place, like Paul. The congregations, at Rome and elsewhere,
elected their own presbytery, episcopi, or overseers. It is, to say the least, doubtful, and it certainly cannot be proved historically, that Peter ever was in Rome." "The professor ought to have a pulpit of his own," said Phil. And then Evelyn, who had been eating quantities of hothouse grapes, spoke up. "So far as I can see, the dilemma in which our generation finds itself is this. We want to know what there is in Christianity that we can lay hold of. We should like to believe, but as George says, all our education contradicts the doctrines that are most insisted upon. We don't know where to turn. We have the choice of going to people like George, who know a great deal and don't believe anything, or to clergymen like Mr. Hodder, who demand that we shall violate the reason in us which has been so carefully trained." "Upon my word, I think you've put it rather well, Evelyn," said Eleanor admiringly. "In spite of personalities," added Mr. Bridges. "I don't see the use of fussing about it," proclaimed Lawrenston Gray, who was the richest and sprucest of the three son-in-laws. "Why can't we just leave well enough alone?" "Because it isn't well enough," Eleanor replied. "I want the real thing or nothing. I go to church once a month to please Mother. It doesn't do me any good, and I don't see what good it does you and Lucy to go every Sunday. You never think of it when you're out at dinners and dances during the week. And besides," she added, with the arrogance of modern youth, "you and Lucy are both intellectually lazy." "I like that from you, Evelyn," her sister flared up. "You never read anything except the sporting columns and the annual rules of tennis and golf and polo." "Must everything be reduced to terms?" Mrs. Waring gently lamented. "Why can't we, just as Laurie suggests, just continue to trust?" "They are the more fortunate, perhaps, who can, Mother," George Bridges answered, with more of feeling in his voice than he was wont to show. "Unhappily, truth does not come that way. If Roger Bacon and Galileo and Newton and Darwin and Harvey and the others had just trusted, the world's knowledge would still remain as stationary as it was during the 1,000-odd years that the church hierarchy was supreme. When theology was history, philosophy, and science all rolled into one. If God had not meant man to know something of his origin different from the account in Genesis, he would not have given us Darwin and his successors. Practically every great discovery since the revival we owe to men who, by their own very desire for truth, were forced into opposition to the tremendous power of the church, which always insisted that people should just trust and take the mixture of cosmogony and Greek philosophy, tradition and fable, paganism, Judaic sacerdotalism, and temporal power wrongly called spiritual, dealt out by this same church as the last word on science, philosophy, history, metaphysics, and government." "Stop!" cried Eleanor. "You make me dizzy." "Nearly all the pioneers to whom we owe our age of comparative enlightenment were heretics," George persisted. "And if they could have been headed off, or burned, most of us would still be living in mud caves at the foot of the cliff on which the nobleman's castle stood. And kings would still be kings by divine decree, scientists, if there were any, workers in the black art, and every phenomenon we failed to understand a miracle." "I choose the United States of America," ejaculated Evelyn. "I gather, George," said Phil Goodrich, "that you don't believe in miracles." "Miracles are becoming suspiciously fewer and fewer. Once an eclipse of the sun was enough to throw men on their knees because they thought it supernatural. If they were logical, they'd kneel today because it has been found natural. Only the inexplicable phenomena are miracles, and after a while, if the theologians will only allow us to finish the job, there won't be any inexplicable phenomena. Mystery, as I believe William James put it, may be called the more to be known." "In taking that attitude, George, aren't you limiting the power of God?" said Mrs. Waring. "How does it limit the power of God, Mother?" her son-in-law asked. "To discover that he chooses to work by laws. The most suicidal tendency in religious bodies today is their medieval insistence on what they are pleased to call the supernatural. Which is the more marvelous, that God can stop the earth and make the sun appear to stand still, or that he can construct a universe of untold millions of suns and planets and satellites, each moving in its own orbit according to a law, a universe wherein every atom is true to a sovereign conception. And yet, this marvel of marvels that makes God in the 20th century infinitely greater than in the 16th would never have been discovered if the champions of theology had had their way. Mrs. Waring smiled a little. "You're too strong for me, George," she said. "But you mustn't expect an old woman to change." "Mother dear," cried Eleanor, rising and laying her hand on Mrs. Waring's cheek, "we don't want you to change. It's ourselves we wish to change. We wish for a religious faith like yours, only the same teaching which gave it to you is powerless for us. That's our trouble. We have only to look at you," she added, a little wistfully, "to be sure there is something vital in Christianity, if we could only get at it. Something that does not depend upon what we have been led to believe is indispensable. George and men like him can only show the weakness in the old supports. I don't mean that they aren't doing the world a service in revealing errors, but
They cannot reconstruct.
But that is the clergyman's business," declared Mr. Bridges. "But he must first acknowledge that the old supports are worthless." "Well," said Phil, "I like your rector in spite of his anthropomorphism. Perhaps, as George would say, because of it. There is something manly about him that appeals to me." "There!" cried Eleanor triumphantly. "I've always said Mr. Hodder had a spiritual personality. You feel there is a truth shut up inside him
Which he cannot communicate.
I'll tell you who impresses me in that way more strongly than anyone else is Mr. Bentley. And he doesn't come to church anymore."
Mr. Bentley, said her mother, is a saint. Your father tried to get him to dinner today, but he had promised those working girls of his, who live on the upper floors of his house, to dine with them.
One of them told me so. Of course, he'll never speak of his kindnesses. Mr. Bentley doesn't bother his head about theology, said Sally. He just lives.
"There's Eldon Parr," suggested George Bridges, mentioning the name of the city's famous financier. "I'm told he relieved Mr. Bentley of his property some 25 years ago. If Mr. Hodder should begin to preach the modern heresy which you desire, Mr. Parr might object. He's very orthodox, I'm told."
And Mr. Parr, remarked the modern Evelyn, sententiously, pays the bills at St. John's, doesn't he, Father?
"I fear he pays a large proportion of them," Mr. Waring admitted, in a serious tone.
In these days, said Evelyn, the man who pays the bills is entitled to have his religion as he likes it.
"No matter how he got the money to pay them," added Phil. "That just suggests another little hitch in the modern church which will have to be straightened out," said George Bridges. "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess." "Why, George, you of all people quoting the Bible!" Eleanor exclaimed. "And quoting it aptly, too," said Phil Goodrich.
I'm afraid if we began on the scribes and the Pharisees, we shouldn't stop with Mr. Parr,"
Asa Waring observed, with a touch of sadness.
In spite of all they say he has done,
I can't help feeling sorry for him, said Mrs. Waring. He must be so lonely in that huge palace of his beside the park, his wife dead, and Preston running around the world.
Allison no comfort.
The idea of a girl leaving her father as she did and going off to New York to become
A landscape architect.
"But Mother," Evelyn pleaded, "I can't see why a woman shouldn't lead her own life. She has only one, like a man, and generally she doesn't get that." Mrs. Waring rose.
I don't know what we're coming to. I was taught that a woman's place was with her husband and children, or if she had none, with her family. I tried to teach you so, my dear."
"Well," said Evelyn, "I'm here yet. I haven't Allison's excuse." "Cheer up, Mother. The world's no worse than it was."
"I don't know about that," answered Mrs. Waring.
"Listen!" ejaculated Eleanor. Mrs. Waring's face brightened. Sounds of mad revelry came down from the floor above. End of chapter 1.
Section 2 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Section 2. Mr. LANGMAID'S Mission. Looking back over an extraordinary career, it is interesting to attempt to fix the time when a name becomes a talisman and passes current for power. This is particularly difficult in the case of Eldon Parr. Like many notable men before him, nobody but Mr. Parr himself suspected his future greatness, and he kept the secret. But if we are to search what is now ancient history for a turning point, perhaps we should find it in the sudden acquisition by him of the property of Mr. Bentley. The transaction was a simple one. Those were the days when gentlemen, as matters of courtesy, put their names on other gentlemen's notes, and modern financiers, while they might be sorry for Mr. Bentley, would probably be unanimous in the opinion that he was foolish to write on the back of Thomas Garrett's. Mr. Parr was then, as now, a businessman, and could scarcely be expected to introduce philanthropy into finance. Such had been Mr. Bentley's unfortunate practice, and it had so happened a few years before, for the accommodation of some young men of his acquaintance, that he had invested rather generously in Grantham mining stock at 25 cents a share, and had promptly forgotten the transaction. To cut a long story short, in addition to Mr. Bentley's house and other effects, Mr. Parr became the owner of the Grantham stock, which not long after went to $100. The reader may do the figuring. There was some talk at this time, but many things had happened since. For example, Mr. Parr had given away great sums in charity, and it may likewise be added that in his favor that Mr. Bentley was glad to be rid of his fortune. He had said so. He deeded his pew back to St. John's, and protesting to his friends that he was not unhappy, he disappeared from the sight of all save a few. The rising waters of prosperity closed over him. But Eliza Preston, now Mrs. Parr, was one of those who were never to behold him again, in this world at least. She was another conspicuous triumph in that career we are depicting. Gradual indeed had been the ascent from the sweeping out of a store to the marrying of a Preston, but none of these less sure inevitable. For many years after this event, Eldon Parr lived modestly in what was known as a stone front house in Ransom Street, set well above the sidewalk, with a long flight of yellow stone steps leading to it, steps scrubbed with sapolio twice a week by a Negro in rubber boots. There was a stable with a tarred roof at the rear, to be discerned beyond the conventional side lawn that was broken by the bay window of the dining room. There, in that house, 2 children were born. There, within those inartistic walls, Eliza Preston lived a life that will remain a closed book forever. What she did, though, what she thought, what she dreamed, if anything, will never be revealed. She did not, at least, have neurasthenia, and for all the world knew, she may have loved her exemplary and successful husband, with whom her life was as regular as the Strasbourg clock. She breakfasted at 8 and dined at 7. She heard the children's lessons and read them Bible stories, and at 10:30 every Sunday morning, rain or shine, walked with them and her husband to the cars on Tower Street to attend service at St. John's. For Mr. Parr had scruples in those days about using the carriage on the Sabbath. She did not live, alas, to enjoy for long the Medicean magnificence of the mansion facing the park, to be a companion moon in a greater orbit. Eldon Park's grief was real, and the beautiful English window in the south transept of the church bears witness to it. And yet it cannot be said that he sought solace in religion, so apparently steeped in it had he always been. It was destiny that he should take his place on the vestry, destiny indeed that he should ultimately become the vestry as well as the first layman of the diocese, unobtrusively as he had accomplished everything else in life, in spite of Prestons and Warings, Atterburys, Goodridges, and Gores, and he was wont to leave his weighty business affairs to shift for themselves while he attended the diocesan and general conventions of his church. He gave judiciously, as becomes one who holds a fortune in trust, yet generously, as always permitting others to help, until St. John's was a very gem of finished beauty. As the Rothschilds and the Fugera made money for grateful kings and popes, so in a democratic age Eldon Parr became the benefactor of an adulatory public. The university, the library, the hospitals, and the parks of his chosen city bear witness. For 40 years, Dr. Gilman had been the rector of St. John's. One Sunday morning, he preached his not unfamiliar sermon on the text, "For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face." And when the next Sunday dawned, he was in his grave in Winterbourne Cemetery, sincerely mourned within the parish and without. In the nature of mortal things, his death was to be expected. No less real was the crisis to be faced at the vestry meeting that followed. The problem was tersely set forth by Eldon Parr, his frock coat tightly buttoned about his chest, his glasses in his hand. "Gentlemen," he said, "we have to fulfill a grave responsibility to the parish, to the city, and to God. The matter of choosing a rector today. When clergymen are meddling with all sorts of affairs which do not concern them, it is not so simple as it was 20 years ago. We have at St. John's always been orthodox and dignified, and I take it to be the sense of the vestry that we remain so. I conceive it our duty to find a man who is neither too old nor too young, who will preach the faith as we received it, who is not sensational, and who does not mistake socialism for Christianity." By force of habit, undoubtedly, Mr. Parr glanced at Nelson Langmaid as he sat down. Innumerable had the meeting of financial boards at which Mr. Parr had glanced at Mr. Langmaid, who had never failed to respond. He was that sine qua non of modern affairs, a corporation lawyer, although he resembled a big and genial professor of Scandinavian extraction. He wore round tortoiseshell spectacles. He had a high dome-like forehead and an ample light brown beard, which he stroked from time to time. It is probable that he did not believe in the immortality of the soul. His eyes twinkled as he rose. "I don't pretend to be versed in theology, gentlemen, as you know," he said, and the entire vestry, even Mr. Parr, smiled. For vestries, in spite of black coats and gravity of demeanor, which first citizens are apt to possess, are human after all. Mr. Parr has stated, I believe, the requirements, and I agree with him that it is not an easy order to fill. You want a parson who will stick to his last, who will not try experiments, who is not too high or not too low, or too broad or too narrow, who has intellect without too much initiative, who can deliver a good sermon to those who can appreciate one, and yet will not get the church uncomfortably full of strangers and run you out of your pews. In short, you want a level-headed clergyman about 35 years old who will mind his own business." The smiles on the faces of the vestry deepened. The ability to put a matter thus humorously was part of Nelson Langmaid's power with men and juries. "I venture to add another qualification," he continued, "and that is virility. We don't want a bandbox rector. Well, I happen to have in mind a young man who errs somewhat on the other side, and who looks a little like a cliff profile I once saw on Lake George of George Washington, or an Indian chief, who stands about 6'2". He's a bachelor, if that's a drawback, but I'm not at all sure he can be induced to leave his present parish, where he has been for 10 years. I am announced Wallace Plimpton, with his hands in his pockets, provided the right man tackles him. Nelson Langmaid's most notable achievement, before he accomplished the greater one of getting a new rector for St. John's, had been to construct the watertight box whereby the Consolidated Tractions Company had become a law-proof possibility. But this was an esoteric reputation. The greater fame had been Eldon Parr's. Men's minds had been dazzled by the breadth of the conception of scooping all the streetcar lines of the city, long and short, into one big basket, as it were. And when the stock had been listed in New York, butcher and baker, clerk and proprietor, widow and maid brought out their hoardings. The great project was discussed in clubs, cafes, and department stores, and by citizens hanging on the straps of the very cars that were to be consolidated. Golden word! Very little appeared about Nelson Langmaid, who was philosophically content, but to Mr. Parr, who was known to dislike publicity, were devoted pages in the Sunday newspapers, with photographs of the imposing front of his house in Park Street, his altar and window at St. John's, the Parr Building, and even his private car, Antonia. Later on, another kind of publicity had come. The wind had whistled for a time, but it turned out to be only a squall. The Consolidated Tractions Company had made the voyage for which she had been constructed, and thus had fulfilled her usefulness, and the cleverest of the rats who had mistaken her for a permanent home scurried ashore before she was broken up. All of which is merely in the nature of a commentary on Mr. Langmaid's genius. His reputation for judgment, which by some is deemed the highest of human qualities, was unimpaired, and a man who in his time had selected presidents of banks and trust companies could certainly be trusted to choose a parson, particularly if the chief requirements were not of a spiritual nature. A week later he boarded an eastbound limited train armed with plenary power. His destination was the hill town where he had spent the first 15 years of his life, amid the most striking of New England landscapes, and the sight of the steep yet delicately pastoral slopes never failed to thrill him as the train toiled up the wide valleys to Bremerton. The vision of these had remained with him during the years of his toil in the growing western city, and embodied from the first homesick days an ideal to which he hoped some time permanently return. But he never had. His family had shown a perversity of fate in preferring the sea, and he had perforce been content with a visit of a month or so every summer, accompanied usually by his daughter Helen. On such occasions he stayed with his sister, Mrs. Whiteley. The Whiteley mills were significant of the new Bremerton, now neither village nor city, but partaking of the characteristics of both. French-Canadian might be heard on the main square as well as Yankee, and that revolutionary vehicle, the automobile, had inspired there a great brick edifice with a banner called the Bremerton House. Enterprising Italians had monopolized the corners with fruit stores, and plate glass and asphalt were in evidence. But the hills looked down unchanged, and in the cool, maple-shaded streets, though dotted with modern residences, were the same demure colonial houses he had known in boyhood. He was met at the station by his sister, a large, matronly woman who invariably set the world whizzing backwards for Langmaid. So completely did she typify the contentment, the point of view of an age gone by. For life presented no more complicated problems to the middle-aged Mrs. Whiteley than it had to Alice Langmaid. "I know what you've come for, Nelson," she said reproachfully when she greeted him at the station. "Dr. Gilman's dead, and you want our Mr. Hodder. I feel it in my bones. Well, you can't get him. He's had ever so many calls, but he won't leave Bremerton." She knew perfectly well, however, that Nelson would get him, although her brother characteristically did not at once acknowledge his mission. Alice Whiteley had vivid memories of a childhood when he had never failed to get what he wanted, a trait of which, although it had before now caused her much discomfort, she was secretly inordinately proud. She was, therefore, later in the day, not greatly surprised to find herself supplying her brother with argument. Much as they admired and loved Mr. Hodder, they had always realized that he could not remain buried in Bremerton. His talents demanded a wider field. "Talents!" exclaimed Langman. "I didn't know he had any." "Oh, Nelson, how can you say such a thing when you came to get him?" exclaimed his sister. "I recommended it because I thought he had none," Langmaid declared. He'll be a bishop some day. Everybody says so, said Mrs. Whiteley indignantly. Well, that reassures me, said her brother. I can't see why they sent you. You hardly ever go to church, she cried. I don't mind telling you, Nelson, that the confidence men place in you is absurd. You've said that before, he replied. I agree with you. I'm not going on my judgment, but on yours and Gerald's, because I know that you wouldn't put up with anything that wasn't strictly all wool orthodox. I think you're irreverent, said his sister, and it's a shame that the canons permit such persons to sit in the vestry. Gerald asked Nelson Langman of his brother-in-law that night, after his sister and the girls had gone to bed, Are you sure that this young man's orthodox? He's been here over 10 years, ever since he left the seminary, and he's never done or said anything radical yet, replied the mill owner of Bremerton. If you don't want him, we'd be delighted to have him stay. We're not forcing him on you, you know. What the deuce has got into you? You've talked to him for 2 hours, and you've sat looking at him at the dinner table for another 2. I thought you were a judge of men. Nelson Langmaid sat silent. I'm only urging Hodder to go for his own good, Mrs. Whiteley continued. I can take you to dozens of people tomorrow morning who worship him. People of all sorts, the cashier in the bank, the men in the mills, the hotel clerk, my private stenographer. He's built up the little church from nothing at all, and you may write the bishop if you wish. How has he built up the church? Langmaid demanded. How? How does any clergyman build up a church? I don't know, Langman confessed. It strikes me as quite a tour de force in these days. Does he manage to arouse enthusiasm for Orthodox Christianity? Well, said Gerald Whiteley, I think the service appeals. We've made it as beautiful as possible, and then Mr. Hodder goes to see these people and sits up with them, and they tell him their troubles. He's reformed 1 or 2 rather bad cases. I suppose it's the man's personality. Ah, Langman exclaimed, now you're talking. I can't see what you're driving at, confessed the brother-in-law. You're too deep for me, Nelson. If the truth be told, Langman himself did not quite see. On behalf of the vestry, he offered next day to Mr. Hodder the rectorship of St. John's, and that offer was taken under consideration. But there was in the lawyer's mind no doubt of the acceptance, which, in the course of a fortnight after he had returned to the West, followed. By no means a negligible element in Nelson Langmaid's professional success had been his possession of what may be called a sixth sense, and more than once on his missions of trust he had listened to its auditory promptings. At times he thought he recognized these in his conversation with the Reverend John Hodder at Bremerton, especially in that last interview in the pleasant little study of the rectory overlooking Bremerton Lake. But the promptings were faint, and Langmaid out of his medium. He was not choosing the head of a trust company. He himself felt the pull of the young clergyman's personality, and instinctively strove to resist it, and was more than ever struck by Mr. Hodder's resemblance to the cliff sculpture of which he had spoken at the vestry meeting. He was rough-hewn indeed, with gray-green eyes and hair the color of golden sand. It would not stay brushed. It was the hair that hinted most strongly of individualism that was by no means orthodox. Langmaid felt an incongruity, but he was fascinated, and he had discovered on the rector's shelves evidences of the taste for classic authors that he himself possessed. Thus fate played with him, and the 2 men ranged from Euripides to Horace, from Horace to Dante and Gibbon. And when Hodder got up to fetch this or that edition, he seemed to tower over the lawyer, who was a big man himself. Then they discussed business, Langmaid describing the parish, the people, the peculiar situation in St. John's caused by Dr. Gilman's death, while Hodder listened. He was not talkative, he made no promises, his reserve on occasion was even a little disconcerting, and it appealed to the lawyer from Hodder as a man, but somehow not as a clergyman. Nor did the rector volunteer any evidences of the soundness of his theological or political principle. He gave Langmaid the impression, though without apparent egotism, that by accepting the call he would be conferring a favor on St. John's. and this was when he spoke with real feeling of the ties that bound him to Bremerton. Langmaid felt a certain deprecation of the fact that he was not a communicant. For the rest, if Mr. Hodder were disposed to take himself and his profession seriously, he was by no means lacking in appreciation of Langmaid's humor. The tempering of the lawyer's elation as he returned homeward to report to Mr. Parr the vestry may best be expressed by his own exclamation, which he made to himself. I wonder what that fellow would do if he ever got started. A parson was, after all, a parson, and he had done his best. A high, oozing note of the brakes, and the heavy train came to a stop. Hodder looked out of the window of the sleeper to read the sign Marcion against the yellow brick of the station set down in the prairie mud, and flanked by a long row of dun-colored freight cars backed up to a factory. The factory is flimsy, somewhat resembling a vast greenhouse with its multitudinous windows, and bore the name of a firm whose offices were in the city to which he was bound. "Almost in now, sir," the Negro porter volunteered. "You can see the smoke yonder." Hodder's mood found a figure in this portentous sign whereby the city's presence was betrayed to travelers from afar. The huge pall seemed an emblem of the weight of the city's sorrows, or again a cloud of her own making which shut her in from the sight of heaven. Absorbed in the mad contest for life, for money and pleasure and power, she felt no need to lift her eyes beyond the level of her material endeavors. He, John Hodder, was to live under that cloud, to labor under it. The mission on which he was bound, like the prophets of old, was somehow to gain the ears of this self-absorbed population, to strike the fear of the eternal into their souls, to convince them that there was something above and beyond that smoke which they ignored to their own peril. Yet the task, at this nearer view, took on proportions overwhelming. So dense was that curtain at which he gazed. And today the very skies above it were leaden, as though nature herself had turned atheist. In spite of his own soul, doubts assailed him of his ability to cope with this problem of the modern Nineveh, at the very moment when he was about to realize his matured ambition of a great city parish. Leaning back on the cushioned seat, as the train started again, he reviewed the years at Bremerton, his first and only parish. Hitherto, to his surprise, since he had been prepared for trials, he had found the religious life a primrose path. Clouds had indeed rested on Bremerton's crests, but beneficent clouds, always scattered by the sun, and there, amid the dazzling snows, he had on occasion walked with God. His success, modest though it were, had been too simple. He had loved the people and they him, and the pang of homesickness he now experienced was the intensest sorrow he had known since he had been among them. Yes, Bremerton had been for him, he realized now that he had left it, as near an approach to Arcadia as this life permits, and the very mountains by which it was encircled had seemed effectively to shut out those monster problems which had set the modern world outside to seething. Gerald Whiteley's 1,000 operatives had never struck. The New York newspapers, the magazines that discussed with vivid animus the corporation political problems in other states, had found Bremerton interested but unmoved, and Mrs. Whiteley, who was a trustee of the library, wasted her energy in deploring the recent volumes on economics, sociology, philosophy, and religion that were placed on the shelves. If Bremerton read them, and a portion of Bremerton did, no difference was apparent in the attendance at Hodder's church. The Women's Club discussed them strenuously, but made no attempt to put their doctrines into practice. Hodder himself had but glanced at a few of them, and to do him justice, this abstention had not had its roots in cowardice. His life was full, his religion worked, and the conditions with which these books dealt simply did not exist for him. The fact that there were other churches in the town less successful than his own, one or two indeed virtually starving, he had found it simple to account for in that their denominations had abandoned the true conception of the church and were logically degenerating into atrophy. What better proof of the barrenness of these modern philosophical and religious books did he need than the spectacle of other ministers who tarried a while on starvation salaries, reading them and preaching from them? He, John Hodder, had held fast to the essential efficacy of the Word of God, as propounded in the past ages by the Fathers. It is only fair to add that he did so without pride or bigotry, and with a sense of thankfulness at the simplicity of the solution, ancient in truth, which apparently by special grace had been vouchsafed in him. And to it he attributed the flourishing condition in which he had left the Church of the Ascension at Bremerton. "We'll never get another rector like you," Alice Whiteley had exclaimed, with tears in her eyes, as she bade him good-bye. And he had rebuked her. Others had spoken in a similar strain, and it is a certain tribute to his character to record that the underlying hint had been lost on Hodder. His efficacy, he insisted, lay in the Word. Hodder looked at his watch, only to be reminded poignantly of the chief cause of his heaviness of spirit, for it represented concretely the affections of those whom he had left behind, brought before him vividly the purple haze of the Bremerton Valley and the garden party in the ample Whiteley grounds, which was their tribute to him. And he beheld, moving from the sunlight to shadow, the figure of Rachel Ogden. She might have been with him now, speeding by his side into the larger life. In his loneliness he seemed to be gazing into reproachful eyes. Nothing had passed between them. It was he who had held back, a fact that in the retrospect caused him some amazement. For if wifehood were to be regarded as a profession, Rachel Ogden had every qualification, and Mrs. Whiteley's skillful suggestions had on occasion almost brought him to believe in the reality of the mirage. Never quite. Orthodox though he were, there had been times when his humor had borne him upwards towards higher truths, and he had once remarked that promising to love forever was like promising to become the President of the United States. One might achieve it, but it was independent of the will. Hodder's ideals, if he had only known, transcended the rubric. His feeling for Rachel Ogden had not been lacking in tenderness, and yet he had recoiled from marriage merely for the sake of getting a wife, albeit one with easy qualification. He shrank instinctively from the humdrum and sought the heights, stormy though these might prove. As yet he had not analyzed this craving. This he did know, for he had long ago torn from his demon the draperies of disguise, that women were his great temptation. Ordination had not destroyed it, and even during those peaceful years at Bremerton he had been forced to maintain a watchful guard. He had a power over women, and they over him, that threatened to lead him constantly into wayside paths. And often he wondered what those who listened to him from the pulpit would think if they guessed that at times he struggled with suggestion even now. Yet, with his hatred of compromises, he had scorned marriage. The yoke of Augustine, the cauldron of unholy loves. Even now, as he sat in the train, his mind took its own flight backwards into that remoter past that was still a part of him. To secret acts of his college days, the thought of which made him shudder, yes, and to riots and revels. In youth his had been one of those boiling, contagious spirits that carry with them irresistibly tamer companions. He had been a leader in intermittent raids into forbidden spheres, a leader also in certain more decorous pursuits, if athletics may be so counted. Yet he had been capable of long periods of self-control for a cause. Through it all, a spark had miraculously been kept alive. Popularity followed him from the small New England college to the Harvard Law School. He had been soberer there, marked as a pleader, and at last the day arrived when he was summoned by a great New York lawyer to discuss his future. Sunday intervened. Obeying a wayward impulse, he had gone to one of the metropolitan churches to hear a preacher renowned for his influence over men. There is, indeed, much that is stirring to the imagination in the spectacle of a mass of human beings thronging into a great church, pouring up the aisles, crowding the galleries, joining with full voices in the hymns. What drew him? He himself was singing words familiar since childhood, and suddenly they were fraught with a startling meaning. Fill me, radiancy divine, scatter all my unbelief. Visions of the Crusades rose before him, of a friar arousing France, of a maid of Orleans, of masses of soiled, war-worn, sin-worn humanity groping towards the light. Even after all these ages, the belief, the hope would not down. Outside, a dismal February rain was falling, a rain to wet the soul. The reek of damp clothes pervaded the gallery where he sat surrounded by clerks and shopgirls, and he pictured to himself the dreary rooms from which they had emerged, drawn by the mysterious fire on that altar. Was it a will-o'-the-wisp? Below in the pews were the rich. Did they too need warmth? Then came the sermon. I will arise and go to my Father. After the service, far into the afternoon, he had walked the wet streets heedless of his direction. In an exultation that he had felt before, but never in such intensity, it seemed to him as though he had always wished to preach, and marveled that the perception had not come to him sooner. If the man to whom he had listened could pour the light into the dark corners of other men's souls, he, John Hodder, felt the same hot spark despite the dark corners of his own. At dusk he came to himself, hungry, tired, and wet, in what proved to be the outskirts of Harlem. He could see the place now, the lonely wooden houses, the ramshackle saloon, the ugly yellow gleam from the street lamps in a line along the glistening pavement. Beside him, a towering hill of granite with a real estate sign, "This lot for sale," and he had stood staring at it, thinking of the rock that would have to be cut away before a man could build there, and so read his own parable. How much rock would have to be cut away? How much patient chipping before the edifice of which he had been dreaming could be reared? Could he ever do it? Once removed, he would be building on rock. But could he remove it to help revive a faith, a dying faith, in a material age? That indeed were a mission for any man. He found his way to an elevated train, and as it swept along stared unseeing at the people who pushed and jostled him. Still under the spell, he reached his room and wrote to the lawyer thanking him, but saying that he had reconsidered coming to New York. It was not until he had posted the letter and was on his way back to Cambridge that he fully realized he had made the decision of his life. Misgivings, many of them, had come in the months that followed. Misgivings and struggles, mocking queries. Would it last? There was the incredulity and amazement of nearest friends, who tried to dissuade him from so extraordinary a proceeding. Nobody, they said, ever became a parson in these days. Nobody, at least, with his ability. He was throwing himself away. Ethics had taken the place of religion. Intelligent men didn't go to church. And within him went on an endless debate. Public opinion made some allowance for frailties in other professions. In the ministry, none. He would be committing himself to be good for the rest of his life, and that seemed too vast an undertaking for any human. The chief horror that haunted him was not failure, for oddly enough, he never seriously distrusted his power. It was disaster. Would God give him the strength to fight his demon? If he were to gain the heights only to stumble in the sight of all men, to stumble and fall. Seeming echoes of that hideous mockery of it rang in his ears. Where is the God that this man proclaimed? He saw the newspaper headlines, listening in imagination to cynical comments, beheld his name trailed to the soiled places of the city, the shuttlecock of men and women. To him that overcometh, to him I will give of the hidden manna, and I will give him a white stone, and upon the stone a new name written, which no one knoweth but he that receiveth it. Might he ever win that new name? Eat of the hidden manna of a hidden power? Become the possessor of the morning star? Unless there be in the background a mother, no portrait of a man is complete. She explains him, is his complement. Through good mothers are men conceived of God, and with God they sit, forever yearning, forever reaching out, helpless except for Him. With Him they have put a man into the world. Thus into the supreme canvas came the Virgin. John Hodder's mother was a widow, and to her, in the white gabled house which had sheltered stern ancestors, he traveled in the June following his experience. Standing under the fanlight of the elm-shaded doorway, she seemed a vision of the peace wherein are mingled the joy and sorrow, faith and tears. A tall, quiet woman who had learned the lesson of mothers, how to wait and how to pray, how to be silent with a clamoring heart. She had lived to see him established at Bremerton, to be with him there a while. He awoke from these memories to gaze down through the crisscross of trestle that twisted turbid waters of the river far below. Beyond was the city. The train skirted for a while the hideous soot-colored warehouses that faced the water, plunged into a lane between humming factories and clothes-draped tenements, and at last glided into semi-darkness under the high, reverberating roof of the Union Station. End of Section 2. Fred R. Brawner, Corpus Christi, Texas, March 5th, 2023.
Section 3 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Section 3. The Primrose Path. Nelson Langmaid's extraordinary judgment appeared once more to be vindicated. There had been, indeed, a critical, anxious moment, emphasized by the agitation of bright feminine plumes and the shifting of masculine backs into the corners of the pews. None got so far as to define to themselves why there should be an apparent incompatibility between wretchedness and orthodoxy. But there was some who hoped and more who feared. Luther had been orthodox once. Savonarola also, in appearance, neither was more canonical than the new rector. His congregation, for the most part, were not analytical, but they felt a certain anomaly in fertility proclaiming tradition. It took them several Sundays to get accustomed to it. To those who had been used for more than a quarter of a century to seeing old Dr. Gilman's gentle face under the familiar and faded dove of the sounding board, to the deliberation of his walk and the hesitation of his manner, the first impression of the Reverend John Hodder was somewhat startling. They felt there should be a leisurely element in religion. He moved across the channel with incredible swiftness, his white surplice flowing like the draperies of a moving Victory, wasted no time with the pulpit lights, announced his text in a strong and penetrating, but by no means unpleasing voice, and began to speak with the certainty of authority. Here, in an age when a new rector had ceased to be an all-absorbing topic in social life, was a new and somewhat exhilarating experience. And it may be privately confessed that there were some who sat in St. John's during those first weeks of his incumbency who would indignantly have repudiated the accusation that they were not good churchmen and churchwomen, and who nevertheless had queer sensations in listening to ancient doctrines set forth with Emersonian conviction. Some were courageous enough to ask themselves, in the light of this forceful presentation, whether they really did believe them as firmly as they supposed they had. Dear old Dr. Gilman had been milder, much milder as the years gained upon him, and latterly, when he had preached, his voice had sounded like the unavailing protest of one left far behind, who called out faintly with unheeded warnings. They had loved him, but the modern world was a busy world, and Dr. Gilman did not understand it. This man was different. Here was what the church taught, he said, and they might slight it at their peril. It is one thing to believe oneself orthodox, and quite another to have that orthodoxy so definitely defined as to be compelled, whether or no, to look it squarely in the face and own or disown it. Some, indeed, like Gordon Atterbury, stood the test, responded to the clarion call for which they had been longing. But little Everett Constable, who also sat on the vestry, was a trifle uncomfortable in being reminded that absence from the communion table was perilous, although he would have been the last to deny the efficacy of the sacrament. The new rector was plainly not a man who might be accused of policy in pandering to the taste of a wealthy and conservative flock. But if, in the series of sermons which lasted from his advent until well after Christmas, he had deliberately consulted their prejudices, he could not have done better. It is true that he went beyond the majority of them, but into a region which they regarded as preeminently safe, a region the soil of which was traditional. To wit, St. Paul had left to the world a consistent theology. Historical research was ignored rather than condemned, and it might reasonably have been gathered from these discourses that the main proofs of Christ's divinity lay in his virgin birth, his miracles, and in the fact that his body had risen from the grave, had been seen by many, and even touched. Hence unbelief had no excuse. By divine commission there were bishops, priests, and deacons in the new hierarchy, and it was through the apostolic succession that he, the rector, derived his sacerdotal powers. There were, no doubt, many obscure passages in the Scripture, but men's minds were finite. A Catholic acceptance was imperative, and the evils of the present day, a sufficiently sweeping statement, were wholly due to deplorable lapses from such acceptance. The apostolic teaching must be preserved, since it transcended all modern wanderings after truth. Hell, though not definitely defined in terms of flames, was no less a state of torture, future, by implication, of which fire was but a faint symbol. And he gave them clearly to understand that an unbaptized person ran no inconsiderable risk. He did not declare unqualifiedly that the Church alone had the power to save, but such was the inference. It was entirely fitting, no doubt, with the felicitations of certain of the older parishioners of his initial sermon were over, that Mr. Hodder should be carried westward to lunch with the first layman of the diocese. But Mr. Parr, as became a person of his responsibility, had been more moderate in his comment, for he had seen, in his day, many men whose promise had been unfulfilled. Tightly buttoned, silk-hatted, upright, he sat in the corner of his limousine, the tasseled speaking tube in his hand, from time to time cautioning his chauffeur. "Carefully," he cried. "I've told you not to drive so fast in this part of town." "I've never got used to automobiles," he remarked to Hodder, "and I formerly went to church in the streetcars, but the distances have grown so great, and I have occasionally been annoyed in them." Hodder was not given to trite acquiescence. His homely composure belied the alertness of his faculties. He was striving to adapt himself to the sudden broadening and quickening of the stream of his life, and he felt a certain excitement, although he did not betray it in the presence of the financier. Much as he resented the thought, it was impossible for him not to realize that the man's pleasure and displeasure were important, for since his arrival he had delicate reminders of this from many sources. Recurrently it had caused him a vague uneasiness, hinted at a problem new to him. He was jealous of the dignity of the Church, and he seemed already to have detected in Mr. Parr's manner a subtle note of patronage. Nor could Hodder's years of provincialism permit him to forget that this man with whom he was about to enter into personal relations was a capitalist of national importance. The neighborhood they traversed was characteristic of our rapidly expanding American cities. There were rows of dwelling houses, once ultra respectable, now slatternly, and lawns gone gray. Some of these houses had been remodeled into third-rate shops or thrown together to make manufacturing establishments. Saloons occupied all the favorable corners. Flaming posters on vacant lots announced pictorially dubious attractions at the theaters. It was a wonderful Indian summer day, the sunlight soft and melting, and the smoke which continually harassed this district had lifted a little, as though in deference to the Sabbath. Hodder read the sign on a lamppost, Dalton Street. The name clung in his memory. "We thought, some 20 years ago, of moving the church westward," said Mr. Parr, "but finally agreed to remain where we were." The rector had a conviction on this point, and did not hesitate to state it without waiting to be enlightened as to the banker's views. "It would seem to me a wise decision," he said, looking out of the window, and wholly absorbed in the contemplation of the evidences of misery and vice, with this poverty at the very doors of the church. Something in his voice impelled Eldon Parr to shoot a glance at his profile. "Poverty is inevitable, Mr. Hodder," he declared. "The weak always sink." Hodder's reply, whatever it might have been, was prevented by the sudden and unceremonious flight of both occupants toward the ceiling of the limousine, caused by a deep pit in the asphalt. "What are you doing, Grattan?" Mr. Parr called sharply through the tube. Presently the lawns began to grow brighter, the houses more cheerful, and the shops were left behind. They crossed the third great traverse artery of the city. Not so long ago Mr. Parr remarked a quagmire, now lined by hotels and stores with alluring displays in plate glass windows, and entered a wide boulevard that stretched westward straight to the great park. This boulevard the financier recalled as a country road of clay. It was bordered by a vivid strip of green. A row of tall and graceful lamp-posts, like sentinels, marked its course, while the dwellings, set far back on either side, were for the most part large and pretentious, betraying in their many tentative styles of architecture the reaching out of commercial nation after beauty. Some indeed were simple of line and restful to the trained eye. They came to the wide entrance of the park, so wisely preserved as a breathing place for future generations. A slight haze had gathered over the rolling forest to the westward, and this haze was not smoke. Here, in this enchanting region, the autumn sunlight was undiluted gold, the lawns emerald, and the red gravel around the statesman's statue glistening. The automobile quickly swung into a street that skirted the park, if street it might be called, for it was more like a generous private driveway, flanked on the right by fences of ornamental ironwork, and high shrubbery that concealed the foreyards of dominating private residences which might, without great exaggeration, have been called palaces. "That's Ferguson's house," volunteered Mr. Parr, indicating a marble edifice with countless windows. "Here's one of your vestrymen, you know. Ferguson's department store." The banker's eyes twinkled a little for the first time. "You'll probably find it convenient. Most people do. Clever businessman, Ferguson." But the rector was finding difficulty in tabulating his impressions. They turned in between two posts of a gateway toward a huge house of rough granite, and Hodder wondered whether, in the swift onward roll of things, the time would come when this too would have been deemed ephemeral. With its massive walls and heavy red-tiled roof that sloped steeply to many points, it seemed firmly planted for ages to come. It was surrounded, yet not hemmed in, by trees of considerable age. His host explained that these had belonged to the original farm of which all this Park Street property had made a part. They alighted under a porte-cochere with a glass roof. "I'm sorry," said Mr. Parr, as the doors swung open and he led the way into the house. "I'm sorry I can't give you a more cheerful welcome, but my son and daughter, for their own reasons, see fit to live elsewhere." Hutter's quick ear detected in the tone another cadence, and he glanced at Eldon Parr with a new interest. Presently they stood face to face across a table reduced to its smallest proportions in the tempered light of a vast dining room, an apartment that seemed to symbolize the fortress-like properties of wealth. The odd thought struck the clergyman that this man had made his own Tower of London, had built with his own hands the prison in which he was to end his days. The carved oaken ceiling, lofty though it was, had the effect of pressing downward. The heavy furniture matched the heavy walls, and even the silent, quick-moving servants had a watchful air. Mr. Parr bowed his head, while Hutter asked grace. They sat down. The constraint which had characterized their conversation continued, yet there was a subtle change in the attitude of the clergyman. The financier felt this, though it could not be said that Hutter appeared more at his ease. His previous silences had been by no means awkward. Eldon Parr liked self-contained men, but his perceptions were as keen as Nelson Langmaid's, and, like Langmaid, he had gradually become conscious of a certain baffling personality in the new rector of St. John's. From time to time he was aware of the gray-green eyes curiously fixed on him, and at a loss to account for their expression. He had no thought of reading it an element of pity, yet pity was nevertheless in the rector's heart, and its advent was emancipating him from the limitations of provincial inexperience. Suddenly the financier launched forth on a series of shrewd and searching questions about Bremerton, its church, its people, its industries and social conditions, all of which Hutter answered to his apparent satisfaction. Coffee was brought. Hutter pushed back his chair, crossed his knees, and sat perfectly still regarding his host, his body suggesting a repose that did not interfere with his perceptive faculties. "You don't smoke, Mr. Hutter?" The rector smiled and shook his head. Mr. Parr selected a diminutive yellow cigar and held it up. "This," he said, "has been the extent of my indulgence for 20 years. They are made for me in Cuba." Hutter smiled again, but said nothing. "I have a letter from your former bishop, speaking of you in the highest terms," he observed. "The bishop is very kind." Mr. Parr cleared his throat. "I'm considerably older than you," he went on, "and I have the future of St. John's very much at heart, Mr. Hutter. I trust you will remember this and make allowances for it as I talk to you. I need not remind you that you have a great responsibility on your shoulders for so young a man, and that St. John's is the oldest parish in the diocese." "I think I realize it, Mr. Parr," said Hutter gravely. "It was only the opportunity of a larger work here that induced me to leave Bremerton." "Exactly," agreed the banker. "The parish, I believe, is in good running order. I do not think you will see the necessity for many changes. But we sadly needed an executive head, and if I may say so, Mr. Hutter, you strike me as a man of that type, who might have made a success in a business career." The rector smiled again. "I am sure you could pay me no higher compliment," he answered. For an instant Eldon Parr, as he stared at the clergyman, tightened his lips that seemed peculiarly formed for compression. Then they relaxed into what resembled a smile. If it were one, the other returned it. "Seriously," Mr. Parr declared, "it does me good in these days to hear from a young man such sound doctrine as you preach. I am not one of those who believe in making concessions to agnostics and atheists. You were entirely right, in my opinion, when you said that we who belong to the church, and of course you meant all orthodox Christians, should stand by our faith as delivered by the saints. Of course," he added, smiling, "I should not insist upon the sublaparisan view of election which I was taught in the Presbyterian church as a boy." Hutter laughed, but did not interrupt. "On the other hand," Mr. Parr continued, I have little patience with clergymen who would make religion attractive. What does it amount to? Luring people into the churches of one pretext or another, sugar-coating the pill? Salvation is a more serious matter. Let the churches stick to their own. We have a St. John's, a God-fearing, conservative congregation which does not believe in taking liberties with sound and established doctrine. And I may confess to you, Mr. Hodder, that we were naturally not a little anxious about Dr. Gilman's successor, that we should not get, in spite of every precaution, a man tinged with the new and dangerous ideas so prevalent, I regret to say, among the clergy. I need scarcely add that our anxieties have been set at rest. That, said Mr. Hodder, must be taken as a compliment to the dean of the theological seminary from which I graduated. The financier stared again, but he decided that Mr. Hodder had not meant to imply that he, Mr. Parr, was attempting to supersede the dean. The answer had been modest. I take it for granted that you and I and all sensible men are happily agreed that the church should remain where she is. Let the people come to her. She should be, if I may so express it, the sheet anchor of society, our bulwark against socialism, in spite of socialists who call themselves ministers of God. The church has lost ground. Why? Because she has given ground. The sanctity of private property is being menaced. Demagogues are crying out from the housetops and inciting people against the men who have made this country what it is, who have risked their fortunes and their careers for the present prosperity. We have no longer any right, it seems, to employ whom we will in our factories and our railroads. We are not allowed to regulate our rates, although the risks were all ours. Even the women are meddling. They are not satisfied to stay in the homes, where they belong. You agree with me? As to the women, said the rector, I have acknowledged that I have never had any experience with the militant type of which you speak. I pray God you may never have, exclaimed Mr. Parr, with more feeling than he had yet shown. Women's suffrage, and what is called feminism in general, have never penetrated to Bremerton. Indeed, I must confess to have been wholly out of touch with the problems to which you refer, although of course I have been aware of their existence. You will meet them here, said the banker significantly. Yes, the rector replied thoughtfully, I can see that. I know that the problems here will be more complicated, more modern, more difficult, as I thoroughly agree with you that their ultimate solution is dependent on Christianity. If I did not believe, in spite of the evident fact which you point out of the Church's lost ground, that her future will be greater than her past, I should not be a clergyman. The quiet but firm note of faith was not lost on the financier, and yet was not he quite sure what was to be made of it. He had a faint and fleeting sense of disquiet which registered and was gone. I hope so, he said vaguely, referring perhaps to the resuscitation of which the rector spoke. He drummed on the table. I'll go so far as to say that I, too, think that the structure can be repaired, and I believe it is the duty of the men of influence, all men of influence, to assist. I don't say that men of influence are not factors in the church today, but I do say that they are not using the intelligence in this task which they bring to bear, for instance, on their business. Perhaps the clergy might help, Hodder suggested, and added more seriously, I think that many of them are honestly trying to do so. No doubt of it. Why is it, Mr. Parr continued reflectively, that ministers as a whole are by no means the men they were? You will pardon my frankness. When I was a boy, the minister was looked up to as an intellectual and moral force to be reckoned with. I have heard it assigned, as one reason, that in the last 30 years other careers have opened up, careers that have proved much more attractive to young men of ability. Business careers? Inquired the rector. Precisely. In other words, said Hodder, with his curious smile, the ministry gets the men who can't succeed at anything else. Well, that's putting it rather strong, answered Mr. Parr, actually reddening a little. But come now, most young men would rather be a railroad president than a bishop, wouldn't they? Most young men would, agreed Hodder, quickly. But they are not the young men who ought to be bishops. You'll admit that. The financier, be it recorded to his credit, did not lack appreciation of this thrust, and for the first time he laughed with something resembling heartiness. This laughter, in which Hodder joined, seemed suddenly to put them on a new footing, a little surprising to both. "Come," said the fancier, rising, "I'm sure you like pictures, and Langmaid tells me that you have a fancy for first editions. Would you care to go to the gallery?" "By all means," the rector assented. Their footsteps, as they crossed the hardwood floors, echoed in the empty house. After pausing to contemplate a millet on the stair landing, they came at last to the huge silent gallery, where the soft but adequate light fell upon many masterpieces, ancient and modern. And it was here, while gazing at the Corot's and Bonheur's, Lawrence's, Romney's, Copleys, and Hale's, that Hodder's senses of their owner's isolation grew almost overpowering. Once, glancing over his shoulder at Mr. Parr, he surprised in his eyes an expression almost of pain. "These pictures must give you pleasure," he said. "Oh," replied the banker in a queer voice, "I'm always glad where any one appreciates them. I never come in here alone." Hodder did not reply. They passed along to an upstairs sitting room, which must, Hodder thought, be delicately over the dining room. Between its windows was a case containing priceless curios. "My wife liked this room," Mr. Parr explained as he opened the case. While they had inspected it, the rector stood for a moment gazing out at a formal garden in the back of the house. The stalks of late flowers lay withering, but here and there the leaves were still vivid, and clusters of crimson berries gleamed in the autumn sunshine. A pergola ran down the middle, and through denuded grape vines he caught a glimpse, at the far end, of sculptured figures and curving marble benches surrounding a pool. "What a wonderful spot!" he exclaimed. "My daughter Allison designed it." "She must have great talent," said the rector. "She's gone to New York and become a landscape architect," said his host with a perceptible dryness. "Women in these days are apt to be everything except what the Lord intended them to be." They went downstairs, and Hodder took his leave, although he felt an odd reluctance to go. Mr. Parr rang the bell. "I'll send you down in the motor," he said. "I'd like the exercise of walking," said the rector. "I begin to miss it already in the city." "You look as if you had taken a great deal of it," Mr. Parr declared, following him to the door. "I hope you'll drop in often. Even if I'm not here, the gallery and the library are at your disposal." Their eyes met. "You're very good," Hodder replied, and went down the steps and through the open doorway. Lost in reflection, he walked eastward with long and rapid strides, striving to reduce to order in his mind the impressions the visit had given him, only to find them too complex, too complicated by unlooked-for emotions. Before its occurrence, he had, in spite of an inherent common sense, felt a little uneasiness over the prospective meeting with the financier, and Nelson Langmaid had hinted good-naturedly that it was his, Hodder's, business to get on good terms with Mr. Parr. Otherwise, the rectorship of St. John's might not prove a bed of roses. Although the lawyer had spoken with delicacy, he had once more misjudged his man, the result being to put Hodder on his guard. He had been more determined not to cater to the banker. The outcome of it had been that the rector left him with a sense of having crossed barriers forbidden to other men, and not understanding how he had crossed them. Whether this incipient intimacy were ominous or preposterous, whether there were involved in it a germ engendered by a radical difference of temperament, capable of developing into future conflict, he could not now decide. If Eldon Parr were Procustus, he, Hodder, had fitted the bed, and, to say the least, this was extraordinary, if not a little disquieting. Now and again his thoughts reverted to the garden, and to the woman who had made it. Why had she deserted? At length, after he had been walking for nearly an hour, he halted and looked about him. He was within a few blocks of the church, a little to one side of Tower Street, the main east and west highway of the city, in the midst of that district in which Mr. Parr had made the remark that poverty was inevitable. Slovenly and depressing at noonday, It seemed now frankly to have flung off its mask. Dusk was gathering, and with it a smoke-stained fog that lent a sickly tinge to the lights. Women slunk by him. The saloons, apparently closed, and many houses with veiled windows betrayed secret and sinister gleams. In the midst of a block rose a tall, pretentious, though cheaply constructed building with the words "Hotel Albert" in flaming electric letters above an archway. Once more his eye read "Dalton Street" on a lamp. Potter resumed his walk more slowly, and in a few minutes reached his rooms in the parish house. End of chapter 3. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 4 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 4. Some Riddles of the 20th Century. Although he found the complications of a modern city parish somewhat bewildering, the new rector entered into his duties that winter with apostolic zeal. He was aware of limitations and anomalies, but his faith was boundless, his energy the subject of good-natured comment by his vestry and parishioners, whose pressing invitations to dinner he was often compelled to refuse. There was in John Hodder something indefinable that inflamed curiosity and left it unsatisfied. His excuse for attending these dinners, which indeed were relaxing and enjoyable, he found in the obvious duty of getting to know the most important members of his congregation. But invariably he came away from them with an inner sense of having been baffled in this object. With a few exceptions, these modern people seem to have no time for friendship in the real meaning of the word, no desire to carry a relationship beyond a certain point. Although he was their spiritual pastor, he knew less about most of them at the end of the winter than their butlers and their maids. They were kind, they were delightful, they were interested in him, he occasionally thought, as a somewhat anachronistic phenomenon. They petted, respected him, and deferred to him. He represented to them an element in life they recognized, and which had its proper niche. What they failed to acknowledge was his point of view, and this he was wise enough not to press at dinner tables and in drawing rooms, that religion should have the penetrability of ether, that it should be the absorbent of life. He did not have to commit the banality of reminding them of this conviction of his at their own tables. He had sufficient humor and penetration to credit them with knowing it. Nay, he went further in his unsuspected analysis, and perceived that these beliefs made one of his chief attractions for them. It was pleasant to have authority in a black coat at one's board, to defer if not to bend to it. The traditions of fashion demanded a clergyman in the milieu, and the more tenaciously he clung to his prerogatives, the better they liked it. Although they were conscious of a certain pressure, which they gently resisted, they did not divine that the radiating and rugged young man cherished serious designs upon them. He did not expect to transform the world in a day, especially the modern world. He was biding his time, awaiting individual opportunities. They talked to him of the parish work, congratulated him on the vigor with which he had attacked it, and often declared themselves jealous of it because it claimed too much of him. Dear Dr. Gilman, they said, had had neither the strength nor the perception of modern needs, and MacRae, the first assistant clergyman, while a good man, was a plodder and lacking in imagination. They talked sympathetically about the problems of the poor, and some of them, particularly Mrs. Wallace Plimpton, were inclined to think Hodder's replies a trifle non-committal. The trouble, although he did not tell them so, was that he himself had by no means solved the problem, and he felt a certain reluctance to discuss the riddle of poverty over champagne and porcelain. Mrs. Plimpton and Mrs. Constable, Mrs. Ferguson, Mrs. Langmaid, Mrs. Larrabee, Mrs. Atterbury, Mrs. Gray, and many other ladies and their daughters were honorary members of his guilds and societies, and found time in their busy lives to decorate the church, adorn the altar, care for the vestments, and visit the parish house. Some of them did more. Mrs. Larrabee, for instance, when she was in town, often graced the girls' classes with her presence, which was a little disquieting to the daughters of immigrants, a little disquieting, too, to John Hodder. During the 3 years that had elapsed since Mr. Larrabee's death, she had, with characteristic grace and ease, taken up philanthropy, become, in particular, the feminine patron saint of Galt House, non-sectarian, a rescue home for the erring of her sex. There were, too, in this higher realm of wealth, in and out of which Hodder plunged, women like Mrs. Constable, much older than Mrs. Larrabee, with whom philanthropy and what is known as church work had become second nature in a well-ordered life, and who attended with praiseworthy regularity the meetings of charitable boards and committees, not infrequently taking an interest in individuals in Mr. Hodder's classes. With her, on occasions, he did discuss such matters, only to come away from her with his bewilderment deepened. It was only natural that he should have his moods of depression, but the recurrent flow of his energy swept them away. Cynicism had no place in his militant Christianity, and yet there were times when he wondered whether these good people really wished achievements from their rector. They had the air of saying bravo and then of turning away, and he did not conceal from himself that he was really doing nothing but labor. The distances were great, and between his dinner parties, classes, services, and visits, he was forced to sit far into the night preparing his sermons, when his brain was not so keen as it might have been. Indeed, and this thought was cynical and out of character, he asked himself on one occasion whether his principal achievement so far had not consisted in getting on unusual terms with Eldon Parr. They were not lacking who thought so, and who did not hesitate to imply it. They evidently regarded his growing intimacy with the banker with approval, as in some sort of a supreme qualification for a rector of St. John's, and a proof of unusual abilities. There could be no question, for instance, that he had advanced perceptibly in the estimation of the wife of another of his vestrymen, Mrs. Wallace Plimpton. The daughter of Thurston Gore, with all her astuteness and real estate, was of a naivete in regard to spiritual matters that Hodder had grown to recognize as impermeable. In an evening gown with a string of large pearls resting on her firm and glowing neck, she appeared a concrete refutation of the notion of rebirth, the triumph of an unconscious philosophy of material common sense. However, in parish house affairs, Hodder had found her practical brain of no slight assistance. "I think it quite wonderful," she remarked on the occasion at which he was the guest of honor in what was still called the new Gore mansion, "that you have come to know Mr. Parr so well in such a short time. How did you do it, Mr. Hodder? Of course, Wallace knows him and sees a great deal of him in business matters. He relies on Wallace, but they tell me you have grown more intimate with him than anyone has been since Allison left him." There is, in Proverbs or Ecclesiastes, a formula for answering people in accordance with their point of view. The rector modestly disclaimed intimacy, and he curbed his curiosity about Allison for the reason that he preferred to hear her story from another source. "Oh, but you are intimate," Mrs. Plimpton protested. "Everybody says so, that Mr. Parr sends for you all the time. What is he like when he's alone and relaxed? Is he ever relaxed?" The lady had a habit of not waiting for answers to her questions. "Do you know, it stirs my imagination tremendously when I think of all the power that man has. I suppose you know he has become one of a very small group of men who control this country, and naturally he has been cruelly maligned. All he has to do is to say a word to his secretary, and he can make men or ruin them. It isn't that he does ruin them. I don't mean that. He uses his wealth, Wallace says, to maintain the prosperity of the nation. He feels his trusteeship. And he is so generous. He has given a great deal to the church. And now, she added, I am sure he will give more. Hodder was appalled. He felt helpless before the weight of this onslaught. I dare say he will continue to assist as he has in the past, he managed to say. Of course, it's your disinterestedness, she proclaimed, examining him frankly. He feels that you don't want anything. You always strike me as so splendidly impartial, Mr. Hodder. Fortunately, he was spared an answer. Mr. Plimpton, who was wont to apply his gifts as a toastmaster to his own festivals, hailed him from the other end of the table. And Nelson Langmaid, who had fallen into the habit of dropping into Hodder's rooms in the parish house on his way uptown for a chat about books, had been struck by the rector's friendship with the banker. I don't understand how you managed it, Hodder, in such a short time, he declared. Mr. Parr's a difficult man. In all these years I've been closer to him than anyone else, and I don't know him today half as well as you do. I didn't manage it, said Hodder briefly. Well, replied the lawyer quizzically, you needn't eat me up. I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose. If you had, to use a Hibernian phrase, you never would have done it. I've seen it tried before. To tell you the truth, after I'd come back from Bremerton, that was the one thing I was afraid of, that you mightn't get along with them. Hodder himself was at a loss to account for the relationship. It troubled him vaguely, for Mr. Parr was the aggressor, and often at dusk, when Hodder was working under his study lamp, the telephone would ring, and on taking down the receiver, he would hear the banker's voice. I'm alone tonight, Mr. Hodder. Will you come and have dinner with me? Had he known it, this was a different method of communication than that which the financier usually employed, one which should have flattered him. If Wallace Plimpton, for instance, had received such a personal message, the fact would not have remained unknown the next day at his club. Sometimes it was impossible for Hodder to go, and he said so, but he always went when he could. The unwonted note of appeal, which the telephone seemed somehow to enhance, in Mr. Parr's voice, never failed to find a response in the rector's heart, and he would ponder over it as he walked across to Tower Street to take the electric car for the 6-mile trip westward. This note of appeal he inevitably contrasted with the dry, matter-of-fact reserve of his greeting at the great house, which loomed all the greater in the darkness. Unsatisfactory from many points of view as these evenings were, they served to keep whetted Hodder's curiosity as to the life of this extraordinary man. All of its vaster significance for the world, its tremendous machinery, was out of sight. Mr. Parr seemed indeed to regard the rest of his fellow creatures with the suspicion at which Langmaid had hinted, to look askance at the amenities people tentatively held out to him. And the private watchman whom Hodder sometimes met in the darkness and who invariably scrutinized pedestrians on Park Street seemed symbolic of this attitude. On rare occasions when in town, the financier dined out, limiting himself to a few houses. Once in a long while he attended what are known as banquets, such as those given by the Chamber of Commerce, though he generally refused to speak. Hodder, through Mr. Parr's intervention, had gone to one of these, ably and breezily presided over by the versatile Mr. Plimpton. Hodder felt not only curiosity and sympathy, but a vexing sense of the fruitlessness of his visits to Park Street. Mr. Parr seemed to like to have him there, and the very fact that the conversation rarely took any vital turn oddly contributed to the increasing permanence of the lien. To venture on any topic relating to the affairs of the day were merely to summon forth the banker's dogmatism, and Hodder's own opinions on such matters were now in a strange and unsettled state. Mr. Parr liked best to talk of his treasures and of the circumstances during his trips abroad that had led to their acquirement. Once the banker had asked him about parish house matters. "I'm told you're working very hard, stirring up MacRae. He needs it." "I'm only trying to study the situation," Hodder replied. "I don't think you quite do justice to MacRae," he added. "He's very faithful and seems to understand those people thoroughly." Mr. Parr smiled. "And what conclusions have you come to?" "If you think the system should be enlarged and reorganized, I am willing at any time to go over it with you, with the view to making an additional contribution. Personally, while I have sympathy for the unfortunate, I'm not at all sure that much of the energy and money put into the institutional work of churches isn't wasted." "I haven't come to any conclusions yet," said the rector, with a touch of sadness. "Perhaps I demand too much, expect too much." The financier, deep in his leather chair under the shaded light, the tips of his fingers pressed together, regarded the younger man thoughtfully, but the smile lingered in his eyes. "I told you you would meet problems," he said. Hodder's cosmos might have been compared, indeed, to that set forth in the Ptolemaic theory of the ancients. Like a cleverly carved Chinese object of ivory in the banker's collection, it was a system of spheres, touching, concentric, yet separate. In an outer space swung Mr. Parr. Then came the scarcely less rarefied atmosphere of the Constables and Atterburys, Fergusons, Plimptons, Langmaids, Prestons, Larrabees, Greys, and Gores, and then a smaller sphere which claims but a passing mention. There were in the congregation of St. John's a few people of moderate means, whose houses or apartments the rector visited, people to whom modern life was increasingly perplexing. In these ranks were certain maiden ladies and widows who found in church work an outlet to the otherwise circumscribed existence. Hodder met them continually in his daily rounds. There were people like the Bradleys, who rented half a pew and never missed a Sunday. Mr. Bradley, an elderly man whose children had scattered, was an upper clerk in one of Mr. Parr's trust companies. There were bachelors and young women, married or single, who taught in the Sunday school or helped with the night classes. For the most part, all of these mentioned above belonged to an element that once had had a comfortable and well-recognized place in the community, yet had somehow been displaced. Many of them were connected by blood with more fortunate parishioners, but economic pressure had scattered them throughout new neighborhoods and suburbs. Tradition still bound them to St. John's. With no fixed orbit, the rector cut at random through all of these strata and into a fourth. Not very far into it, for this apparently went down to limitless depths, the very contemplation of which made him dizzy. The parish house seemed to float precariously on its surface. Owing partly to the old-fashioned ideas of Dr. Gilman and partly to the conservatism of its vestry, the institutionalism of St. John's was by no means up to date. No settlement house with day nurseries was maintained in the slums. The parish house, built in the early 90s, had its gymnasium hall and class and reading rooms, but was not what in these rapidly moving times would be called modern. Presiding over its activities, and seconded by a pale but earnest young man recently ordained, was Hodder's first assistant, the Reverend Mr. MacRae. MacRae was another puzzle. He was 50 and gaunt, with a wide, flat forehead and thinning gray hair, and wore steel spectacles. He had a numerous family. His speech, of which he was sparing, bore strong traces of a Caledonian accent, and this with the addition of the fact that he was painstaking and methodical in his duties, and that his sermons were orthodox in the sense that they were extremely non-committal, was all that Hodder knew about him for many months. He never doubted, however, the man's sincerity and loyalty. But MacRae had a peculiar effect on him, and as time went on, his conviction deepened that his assistant was watching him. The fact that this tacit criticism did not seem unkindly did not greatly alleviate the impatience that he felt from time to time. He had formed a higher estimate of MacRae's abilities than that generally prevailed throughout the parish, and in spite of, perhaps because of, his attitude, was drawn toward the man. This attitude, as Hodder analyzed it from the expressions he occasionally surprised on his assistant's face, was one of tolerance and experience, contemplating, with a faint amusement and a certain regret, the wasteful expenditure of youthful vitality. Yet it involved more. MacRae looked as if he knew many things that he deemed it necessary for the new rector to find out by experience. But he was a difficult man to talk to. If the truth be told, the more Hodder became absorbed in these activities of the parish house, the greater grew his perplexity, the more acute his feeling of incompleteness, or rather his sense that the principal was somehow fundamentally at fault. Out of the waters of the proletariat they fished, assiduously and benignly, but at random, strange specimens, brought them, as it were, blinking into the light, and held them by sheer struggling, and sometimes when they slipped away, dived after them. The young curate, Mr. Tompkinson, for the most part did the diving, or, in scriptural language, the searching after the lost sheep. The results accomplished seemed, indeed, as Mr. Parr had remarked, strangely disproportionate to the efforts, for they labored abundantly. The Italian mothers appeared stolidly appreciative of the altruism of Miss Ramsay, who taught the kindergarten, in taking their charges off their hands for 3 hours of a morning, and the same might be said of the Jews and Germans and Russians. The newsboys enjoyed the gymnasium and reading rooms. Some of them were drafted into the choir, yet the singing of Te Deums failed somehow to accomplish the miracle of regeneration. The boys, as a rule, were happier, no doubt, the new environments not wholly without results, but the rector was an idealist. He strove hard to become their friend, and that of the men, to win their confidence, and with a considerable measure of success. On more than one occasion he threw aside his clerical coat and put on boxing gloves, and he gave a series of lectures, with lantern slides collected during the 6 months he had once spent in Europe. The Irish-Americans and the Germans were the readiest to respond, and these were for the most part young working men and youths, by no means destitute. When they were out of a place, he would often run across them in the reading room or sitting among the lockers beside the gymnasium, and they would rise and talk to him cordially and even familiarly about their affairs. They liked and trusted him on a tacit condition. There was a boundary he might not cross, and the existence of that boundary did not seem to trouble MacRae. One night, as he stood with his assistant in the hall after the men had gone, Hodder could contain himself no longer. "Look here, MacRae," he broke out, "these men never come to church, or only a very few of them." "No more they do," MacRae agreed. "Why don't they? You've asked them, perhaps." "I've spoken to 1 or 2 of them," admitted the rector. "And what do they tell you?" Hodder smiled. "They don't tell me anything. They dodge." "Precisely," said MacRae. "We're not making Christians of them," said Hodder, beginning to walk up and down. "Why is it?" "It's a big question." "It is a big question. It's the question of all questions, it seems to me. The function of the church, in my opinion, is to make Christians." "Try to teach them religion," said MacRae. He almost pronounced it religion. "And see what happens. You'll have no classes at all. They only come, the best of them, because you let them alone that way, and they get a little decency and society help. It's somewhat to keep them out of the dance halls and saloons, maybe." "It's not enough," the rector asserted. "You've had a great deal of experience with them, and I want to know why, in your view, more of them don't come into the church." "Would you put Jimmy Flanagan and Otto Bauer and Tony Baldessero in Mr. Parr's pew?" MacRae inquired, with a slight flavor of irony that was not ill-natured. "Or perhaps Mrs. Larrabee would make room for them." "I've considered that, of course," replied Hodder thoughtfully, though he was a little surprised that MacRae should have mentioned it. "You think their reasons are social, then, that they feel the gap? I feel it myself, most strongly, and yet none of these men are socialists. If they were, they wouldn't come here to the parish house." "They're not socialists," agreed MacRae. "But there is room in the back and sides of the church. There is the early service and the Sunday night service when the pews are free. Why don't they come to these?" "Religion doesn't appeal to them." "Why not?" "You've asked me a riddle. All I know is that the minute you begin to preach, off they go and never come back." Hodder, with an unconscious fixity, looked into his assistant's honest face. He had an exasperating notion that MacRae might have said more if he would. "Haven't you a theory?" "Try yourself," said MacRae. His manner was abrupt, yet oddly enough, not ungracious. "Don't think I'm criticizing," said the rector quickly. "I know well you're not. I've been trying to learn. It seems to me that we are only accomplishing half our task, and I know that St. John's is not unique in this respect. I've been talking to Andrews of Trinity about their poor." "Does he give you a remedy?" "No," Hodder said. "He can't see any more than I can why Christianity doesn't appeal any longer. The fathers and mothers of these people went to church, in the old country and in this. Of course, he sees, as you and I do, that society has settled into layers and that the layers won't mix. And he seems to agree with me that there is a good deal of energy exerted for a comparatively small return. I understand that's what Mr. Parr says." These references to Mr. Parr disturbed Hodder. He had sometimes wondered, when he had been compelled to speak about his visits to the financier, how MacRae regarded them. He was sure that MacRae did regard them. "Mr. Parr is willing to be even more generous than he has been," Hodder said. "The point is whether it's wise to enlarge our scope on the present plan. What do you think?" "Ye can reach more." MacRae spoke without enthusiasm. "What's the use of reaching them only to touch them? In addition to being helped materially and socially and kept away from the dance halls and saloons, they ought to be fired by the Gospels, to be remade. They should be going out into the highways and byways to bring others into the church." The Scotchman's face changed a little. For an instant his eyes lighted up. Whether in sympathy or commiseration or both, Hodder could not tell. "I'm with you, Mr. Hodder, if you'll show me the way. But oughtn't we to begin at both ends?" "At both ends?" Hodder repeated. "Surely, with the people in the pews. Oughtn't we be firing them, too?" "Yes," said the rector, "you're right." He turned away to feel MacRae's hand on his sleeve. "Maybe it will come, Mr. Hodder," he said. "There's no telling when the light will strike in." It was the nearest to optimism he had ever known his assistant to approach. "MacRae," he asked, "have you ever tried to do anything with Dalton Street?" "Dalton Street?" The real MacRae, whom he had seemed to see emerging, retired abruptly, presenting his former baffling and non-committal exterior. "Yes." Hodder forced himself to go on, and it came to him that he had repeated virtually the same words to Mr. Parr. "It is at our very doors, a continual reproach. There is real poverty in those rooming houses, and I have never seen vice so defiant and shameless." "It's a shifty place, that," MacRae replied. They're in it one day and gone the next, a sort of catch basin for all the rubbish in the city. I can recall when decent people lived there, and now it's all light housekeeping and dives and whatnot. But that doesn't relieve us of responsibility, Hodder observed. I'm not denying it. I think you'll find there's very little to get hold of. Once more he had the air of stopping short, of being able to say more. Hodder refrained from pressing him. Dalton Street continued to haunt him, and often at nightfall, as he hurried back to his bright rooms in the parish house from some of the many errands that absorbed his time, he had a feeling of self-accusation as he avoided women wearily treading the pavements, or girls and children plodding homeward through the wet, wintry streets. Some glanced at him with heavy eyes, others passed sullenly with bent heads. At such moments his sense of helplessness was overpowering. He could not follow them to the dreary dwellings where they lodged. Eldon Parr had said that poverty was inevitable. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Samuel MacGregor. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 5. The Rector Has More Food for Thought. Part 1. Sunday after Sunday, Hodder looked upon the same picture, the winter light filtering through emblazoned windows, falling athwart stone pillars, and staining with rich colors the marble of the center aisle. The organ rolled out hymns and anthems, the voices of the white-robed choir echoed among the arches, and Hodder's eye, sweeping over the decorous congregation, grew to recognize certain landmarks. Eldon Parr, rigid at one end of his empty pew. Little Everett Constable, comfortably, but always pompously settled at one end of his white-haired and distinguished-looking wife at the other. The space between them had once been filled by their children. There was Mr. Ferguson, who occasionally stroked his black whiskers with a prodigious solemnity. Mrs. Ferguson, resplendent and always a little warm, and their daughter Nan, dainty and appealing, her eyes uplifted and questioning. The Plimptons, with their rubicund and aggressively healthy offspring, were always in evidence, and there was Mrs. Larrabee. What between wealth and youth, independence and initiative, a widowhood now emerged from a mourning unexceptionable, an elegance so unobtrusive as to border on mystery, she never failed to agitate any atmosphere she entered, even that of prayer. From time to time, Hodder himself was uncomfortably aware of her presence, and he read in her upturned face an interest which, by a little stretch of the imagination, might have been deemed personal. Another was Gordon Atterbury, still known as young Gordon, though his father was dead and he was in the vestry. He was unmarried and 45, and Mrs. Larrabee had said he reminded her of a shriveling seed set aside from a once fruitful crop. He wore invariably checked trousers and a black cutaway coat, eyeglasses that fell off when he squinted and were saved from destruction by a gold chain. No wedding or funeral was complete without him, and one morning, as he joined Mr. Parr and the other gentleman who responded to the appeal, "Let your light so shine before men," a strange, ironical question entered the rector's mind. Was Gordon Atterbury the logical product of those doctrines which he, Hodder, preached with such feeling and conviction? None, at least, was so fervent a defender of the faith, so punctilious in all observances, so constant at the altar rail, none so versed in rubrics, ritual, and canon law. None had such a knowledge of the Church Fathers. Mr. Atterbury delighted to discuss them with the rector at the dinner parties where they met. None was more zealous for foreign missions. He was the treasurer of St. John's. It should undoubtedly have been a consolation to any rector to possess Mr. Atterbury's unqualified approval, to listen to his somewhat Delphic compliments, heralded by a clearing of the throat. He represented the faith as delivered to the saints, and he spoke for those in the congregation to whom it was precious. Why was it that, to Hodder, he should gradually have assumed something of the aspect of a Cerberus? Why was it that he incited a perverse desire to utter heresies? Hodder invariably turned from his contemplation of Gordon Atterbury to the double wearing pew which went from aisle to aisle. In his heart he would have preferred the approval of Eleanor Goodrich and her husband, and of Asa Waring. Instinct spoke to him here. He seemed to read in their faces that he failed to strike in them responsive chords. He was drawn to them. The conviction grew upon him that he did not reach them, and it troubled him, as he thought, disproportionately. He could not expect to reach all, but they were the type to which he most wished to appeal. Of all of his flock, this family seemed best to preserve the vitality and ideals of the city and nation. Asa Waring was a splendid, uncompromising survival. His piercing eyes sometimes met Hodder's across the church, and they held for him a question and a riddle. Eleanor Goodrich bore on her features the stamp of true nobility of character, and her husband, Hodder knew, was a man among men. In addition to a respected lineage, he possessed an unusual blending of aggressiveness and personal charm that men found irresistible. The rector's office in the parish house was a businesslike room on the first floor, fitted up with a desk, a table, straight-backed chairs, and a revolving bookcase. And to it, one windy morning in March, came Eleanor Goodrich. Hodder rose to greet her with an eagerness which, from his kindly yet penetrating glance, she did not suspect. "Am I interrupting you, Mr. Hodder?" she asked, a little breathlessly. "Not at all," he said, drawing up a chair. "Won't you sit down?" She obeyed. There was an awkward pause during which the color slowly rose to her face. "I wanted to ask you one or two things," she began, not very steadily. "As perhaps you may know, I was brought up in this church, baptized, and confirmed in it. I've come to fear that when I was confirmed, I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing." She took a deep breath, amazed at her boldness, for this wasn't in the least how she had meant to begin, and she gazed at the rector anxiously. To her surprise, he did not appear to be inordinately shocked. "Do you know any better now?" he asked. "Perhaps not," she admitted. "But the things of which I was sure at that time, I am not sure of now. My faith is not as complete." "Faith may be likened to an egg, Mrs. Goodrich," he said. "It must be kept whole. If the shell is chipped, it is spoiled." Eleanor plucked up her courage. Eggs, she declared, had been used as illustrations by conservatives before now. Hodder relieved her by smiling in ready appreciation. "Columbus had reference to this world," he said. "I was thinking of a more perfect one." "Oh," she cried, "I dare say there is a more perfect one. I should hate to think there wasn't, but I can't imagine it. There's nothing in the Bible in the way of description of it to make me really wish to go there. The New Jerusalem is too insipid, too material. I'm sure I'm shocking you, but I must be honest and say what I feel." "If some others were as honest," said the rector, "the problems of clergymen would be much easier. And it is precisely because people will not tell us what they feel that we are left in the dark and cannot help them. Of course, the language of St. John about the future is figurative." "Figurative, yes," she consented, "but not figurative in a way that helps me, a modern American woman. The figures, to be of any use, ought to appeal to my imagination, oughtn't they? But they don't. I can't see any utility in such a heaven. It seems powerless to enter as a factor into my life." "It is probable that we are not meant to know anything about the future." "Then I wish it hadn't been made so explicit. Its very definiteness is somehow stultifying. And, Mr. Hodder, if we were not meant to know its details, it seems to me that if the hereafter is to have any real value and influence over our lives here, we should know something of its conditions, because it must be, in some sense, a continuation of this. I'm not sure that I make myself clear." "Admirably clear. But we have our Lord's example of how to live here." "If we could be sure," said Eleanor, "just what that example meant." Hodder was silent a moment. "You mean that you cannot accept what the church teaches about his life?" he asked. "No, I can't," she faltered. "You have helped me to say it. I want to have the church's side better explained. That's why I'm here." She glanced up at him, hesitatingly, with a puzzled wonder. Such a positive, dynamic representative of that teaching did he appear. "And my husband can't. So many people I know can't, Mr. Hodder, only some of them don't mention the fact. They accept it. And you say things with such a certainty." She paused. "I know," he replied, "I know. I have felt it since I have come here more than ever before." He did not add that he had felt it particularly about her husband, nor did he give voice to his instinctive conviction that he respected and admired these two more than 100 others whose professed orthodoxy was without a flaw. "What is it in particular," he asked, troubled, that you cannot accept? I will do my best to help you." "Well," she hesitated again. "Please continue to be frank," he begged. "I can't believe in the doctrine of the virgin birth," she responded in a low voice. "It seems to me so material, and I feel I am stating a difficulty that many have, Mr. Hodder. Why should it have been thought necessary for God to have departed from what is really a sacred and sublime fact in nature to resort to a material proof in order to convince a doubting humanity that Jesus was his Son? Oughtn't the proof of Christ's essential Godship to lie in his life, to be discerned by the spiritual? And wasn't he continually rebuking those who demanded material proof? The very acceptance of a material proof, it seems to me, is a denial of faith, since faith ceases to have any worth whatever the moment the demand for such proof is gratified. Knowledge puts faith out of the question, for faith, to me, means a trusting on spiritual grounds. And surely the acceptance of scriptural statements like that of the miraculous birth without investigation is not faith. It is mere credulity. If Jesus had been born in a miraculous way, The disciples must have known it. Joseph must have known it when he heard the answer, "I must be about my Father's business," and their doubts are unexplained. "I see you have been investigating," said the rector. "Yes," replied Eleanor, with an unconscious shade of defiance. "People want to know, Mr. Hodder. They want to know the truth. And if you consider the preponderance of the evidence of the Gospels themselves, my brother-in-law says, you will find that the miraculous birth has very little to stand on. Take out the first 2 chapters of Matthew and Luke, and the rest of the 4 Gospels practically contradict it. The genealogies differ, and they both trace through Joseph." I think people suffer in these days from giving too much weight to the critics of Christianity, said the rector, from not pondering more deeply on its underlying truths. Do not think that I am accusing you of superficiality, Mrs. Goodrich. I'm sure you wish to go to the bottom, or else you would be satisfied with what you have already read and heard. "I do," she murmured. And the more one reflects on the life of our Lord, the more one is convinced that the doctrine of the virgin birth is a vital essential. Without it, Christianity falls to pieces. Let us go at the matter the other way around. If we attribute to our Lord a natural birth, we come at once to the dilemma of having to admit that he was merely an individual human person. In an unsurpassed relationship with God, it is true, but still a human person. That doctrine makes Christ historical, someone to go back to instead of the ever-present, pre-existent Son of God and mankind. I will go as far as to assert that if the virgin birth had never been mentioned in the Gospels, it would nevertheless inevitably have become a fundamental doctrine of the Christian faith. Such a truth is too vast, too far-reaching to have been neglected, and it has a much higher significance than the mere record of a fact. In spite of the contradictions of science, it explains, as nothing else can, the mystery of the divinity as well as the humanity of the Savior. Eleanor was unconvinced. She felt, as she listened, the pressure of his sincerity and force, and had to strive to prevent her thoughts from becoming confused. "No, Mr. Hodder, I simply can't see any reason for resorting to a physical miracle in order to explain a spiritual mystery. I can see why the ancients demanded a sign of divinity, as it were, but for us it has ceased even to be that. It can't be proved. You ask me, in the face of overwhelming evidence against it, to teach my children that the incarnation depends on it. But when they grow up and go to college and find it discredited, they run the risk of losing everything else with it. And for my part, I fail utterly to see why, if with God all things are possible, it isn't quite as believable, as we gather from St. Mark's Gospel, that he incarnated himself in one naturally born. If you reach the conclusion that Jesus was not a mere individual human person, you reach it through the contemplation of his life and death. "Then it isn't the physical miracle you object to especially?" he asked. "It's the uselessness of it for this age," she exclaimed. "I think clergymen don't understand the harm it is doing in concentrating the attention on such a vulnerable and non-essential point. Those of us who are striving to reorganize our beliefs and make them tenable do not bother our heads about miracles. They may be true, or may not, or some of them may be. We are beginning to see that the virgin birth does not add anything to Christ. We are beginning to see that perfection and individuality are not incompatible. One is divine and the other human. And isn't it by his very individuality that we are able to recognize Jesus today?" "You have evidently thought and read a great deal," Hodder said, genuinely surprised. "Why didn't you come to me earlier?" Eleanor bit her lip. He smiled a little. "I think I can answer that for you," he went on. "You believe we are prejudiced. I've no doubt many of us are. You think we are bound to stand up for certain dogmas or go down, and that our minds are consequently closed. I am not blaming you," he added quickly as she gave a sign of protest, "but I assure you that most of us, so far as my observation has gone, are honestly trying to proclaim the truth as we see it." "Insincerity is the last thing I should have accused you of, Mr. Hodder," she said, flushing. "As I told you, you seem so sure." "I don't pretend to infallibility, except so far as I maintain that the Church is the guardian of certain truths which human experience has verified. Let me ask you if you have thought out the difference your conception of the Incarnation, the lack of a patently divine commission, as it were, makes in the doctrine of grace." "Yes, I have," she answered, "a little. It gives me more hope. I cannot think I am totally depraved. I do not believe that God wishes me to think so, and while I am still aware of the distance between Christ's perfection and my own imperfection, I feel that the possibility is greater of lessening that distance. It gives me more self-respect, more self-reliance. George Bridges says that the logical conclusion of that old doctrine is what philosophers call determinism, Calvinistic predestination. I can't believe in that. The kind of grace God gives me is the grace to help myself by drawing force from the element of Him in my soul. He gives me the satisfaction of developing." "Of one thing I am assured, Mrs. Goodrich," Hodder replied, "that the logical result of independent thinking is anarchy. Under this modern tendency toward individual creeds, the Church has split and split again until, if it keeps on, we shall have no Church at all to carry on the work of our Lord on earth. History proves that to take anything away from the faith is to atrophy, to destroy it. The answer to your arguments is to be seen on every side: atheism, hypocrisy, vice, misery, insane, and cruel grasping after wealth. There is only one remedy I can see," he added inflexibly, yet with a touch of sadness. "Believe." "What if we can't believe?" she asked. "You can." He spoke with unshaken conviction. "You can if you make the effort, and I am sure you will. My experience is that in the early stages of spiritual development, we are impervious to certain truths. Will you permit me to recommend to you certain books dealing with these questions in a modern way?" "I will read them gladly," she said, and rose. "And then, perhaps, we may have another talk," he added, looking down at her. "Give my regards to your husband." Yet, as he stood in the window, looking after her retreating figure, there gradually grew upon him a vague and uncomfortable feeling that he had not been satisfactory, and this was curiously coupled with the realization that the visit had added a considerable increment to his already pronounced liking for Eleanor Goodrich. She was, paradoxically, his kind of a person. Such was the form the puzzle took. And so ably had she presented her difficulties that, at one point of the discussion, it had ironically occurred to him to refer her to Gordon Atterbury. Mr. Atterbury's faith was like an egg, and he took precious care not to have it broken or chipped. Hodder found himself smiling. It was perhaps inevitable that he began at once to contrast Mrs. Goodrich with other feminine parishioners who had sought him out and who had surrendered unconditionally. They had evinced an equally disturbing tendency, a willingness to be overborne, for had he not indeed overborne them? He could not help suspecting these other ladies of a craving for the luxury of the confessional. One thing was certain: he had much less respect for them than for Eleanor Goodrich. That afternoon he sent her the list of books. But the weeks passed, and she did not come back. Once, when he met her at a dinner of Mrs. Preston's, both avoided the subject of her visit. Both were conscious of a constraint. She did not know how often, unseen by her, his eyes had sought her out from the chancel. For she continued to come to church as frequently as before, and often brought her husband. One bright and boisterous afternoon in March, Hodder alighted from an electric car amid a swirl of dust and stood gazing for a moment at the stone gate houses of that Rue en Herbe, Waverly Place, and at the gold block letters written thereon, "No Thoroughfare." Against those gates and their contiguous grille the rude, onward rush of the city had beaten in vain, and, baffled, had swept around their serene enclosure westward. Within, a silvery sunlight lit up the grass of the island running down the middle, and in the beds the softening earth had already been broken by the crocus sheaves. The bare branches of the trees swayed in the gusts. As Hodder penetrated this hallowed precinct, he recognized on either hand the residences of several of his parishioners, each in its ample allotted space. Mrs. Larrabee's, the Lauriston Grays, Thurston Gore's, of which Mr. Wallace Plimpton was now the master, Mr. Plimpton, before whose pertinacity the walls of Jericho had fallen, and finally the queer, twisted Richardson mansion of the Everett constables, whither he was bound, with its recessed doorway and tiny windows peeping out from under medieval penthouses. He was ushered into a library where the shades were already drawn, where a white clothed tea-table was set before the fire, the red rays dancing on the silver tea-kettle. On the center table he was always sure to find, neatly set in a rack, the books about which the world was talking, or rather would soon begin to talk, and beside them were ranged magazines, French, English, and American. Punch, The Spectator, The Nation, the Revue du Monde. Like the able general she was, Mrs. Constable kept her communications open, and her acquaintance was by no means confined to the city of her nativity. And if a celebrity were passing through, it were pretty safe, if in doubt, to address him in her care. Hodder liked and admired her, but somehow she gave him the impression of having attained her ascendancy at a price, an ascendancy which had apparently been gained by impressing upon her environment a new note, literary, aesthetic, cosmopolitan. She held herself and those she carried with her abreast of the times, and he was at a loss to see how so congenial an effort could have left, despite her sweetness, the little mark of hardness he discerned of worldliness. For she was as well born as any woman in the city, and her husband was a constable. He had inherited, so the rector had been informed, one of those modest fortunes that were deemed affluence in the '80s. His keeping abreast of the times was the enigma, and Hodder had often wondered how a financial genius had contrived to house itself in the well-dressed, gently pompous little man whose lack of force seemed at times so painfully evident. And yet he was rated one of the rich men of the city, and his name Hodder had read on many boards with Mr. Parrs. A person more versed in the modern world of affairs than the late rector of Bremerton would not have been so long in arriving at the answer to this riddle. Hodder was astute. He saw into people more than they suspected, but he was not sophisticated. He stood picturing, now, the woman in answer to whose summons he had come. With her finely chiseled features, her abundant white hair, her slim figure and erect carriage, she reminded him always of a Vigée Lebrun portrait. He turned at the sound of her voice behind him. "How good of you to come, Mr. Hodder, when you were so busy," she said, taking his hand as she seated herself behind the tea-kettle. "I wanted the chance to talk to you, and it seemed the best way. What is it that you have? Soder's book?" "I picked it up on the table," he explained. "Then you haven't read it? You ought to. As a clergyman it would interest you. Religion treated from the economic side, you know, the effect of lack of nutrition on character. Very unorthodox, of course." "I find that I have very little time to read," he said. "I sometimes take a book along in the cars." "Your profession is not so leisurely as it once was. I often think it such a pity. But you, too, are paying the penalty of complexity." She smiled at him sympathetically. "How is Mr. Parr? I haven't seen him for several weeks." "He seemed well when I saw him last," replied Hodder. "He's a wonderful man. The amount of work he accomplishes without apparent effort is stupendous." Mrs. Constable cast what seemed a tentative glance at the powerful head and handed him his tea. "I wanted to talk to you about Gertrude," she said. He looked unenlightened. "About my daughter, Mrs. Warren. She lives in New York, you know, on Long Island." Then he had remembered something he had heard. "Yes," he said. "She met you at the Fergusons', just for a moment, when she was out here last autumn. What really nice and simple people the Fergusons are, with all their money." "Very nice indeed," he agreed, puzzled. "I've been sorry for them in the past," she went on evenly. "They had rather a hard time. Perhaps you may have heard. Nobody appreciated them. They were entombed, so to speak, in a hideous big house over on the south side, which fortunately burned down, and then they bought in Park Street and took a pew in St. John's. I suppose the idea of that huge department store was rather difficult to get used to, but I made up my mind it was nonsense to draw the line at department stores, especially since Mr. Ferguson's was such a useful and remarkable one, so I went across and called. Mrs. Ferguson was so grateful, it was almost pathetic. And she's a very good friend. She came here every day when Genevieve had appendicitis." "She's a good woman," the rector said. "And Nan. I adore Nan. Everybody adores Nan. She reminds me of one of those exquisite blue-eyed dolls her father imports. Now, if I were a bachelor, Mr. Hodder—" Mrs. Constable left the rest to his imagination. He smiled. "I'm afraid Miss Ferguson has her own ideas." Running through Hodder's mind, a troubled current, were certain memories connected with Mrs. Warren. Was she the divorced daughter, or was she not? "But I was going to speak to you about Gertrude. She's had such a hard time, poor dear. My heart has bled for her." There was a barely perceptible tremor in Mrs. Constable's voice. "All that publicity and the inevitable suffering connected with it, and no one can know the misery she went through. She is so sensitive. But now, at last, she has a chance for happiness. The real thing has come." "The real thing?" he echoed. "Yes, she's going to marry a splendid man, Eldridge Sumner. I know the family well. They have always stood for public spirit, and this Mr. Sumner, although he is little over 30, was chairman of that Vice Commission which made such a stir in New York a year ago. He's a lawyer with a fine future, and they're madly in love. And Gertrude realizes now, after her experience, the true values in life. She was only a child when she married Victor Warren." "But Mr. Warren," Hodder managed to say, "is still living." "I sometimes wonder, Mr. Hodder," she went on hurriedly, "whether we can realize how different the world is today from what it was 20 years ago until something of this kind is actually brought home to us. I shall never forget how distressed, how overwhelmed Mr. Constable and I were when Gertrude got her divorce. I know that they are regarding such things differently in the East, but out here we never dreamed that such a thing could happen to us, and we regarded it as a disgrace. But gradually," she hesitated and looked at the motionless clergyman, "gradually I began to see Gertrude's point of view, to understand that she had made a mistake, that she had been too young to comprehend what she was doing. Victor Warren had been ruined by money. He wasn't faithful to her, but an extraordinary thing has happened in his case. He's married again, and Gertrude tells me he's absurdly happy and has 2 children. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Samuel MacGregor. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 5. The Rector has more food for thought. Part 2. As he listened, Hodder's dominating feeling was amazement that such a course as her daughter had taken should be condoned by this middle-aged lady, a prominent member of his congregation, and the wife of a vestryman who had been nurtured and steeped in Christianity. And not only that, Mrs. Constable was plainly defending a further step, which in his opinion involved a breach of the 7th commandment. To have invaded these precincts, the muddy, turbulent river of individualism had risen higher than he would have thought possible. "Wait," she implored, checking his speech. She had been watching him with what was plainly anxiety. "Don't say anything yet. I have a letter here which she wrote me at the time. I kept it. Let me read a part of it to you, that you may understand more fully the tragedy of it." Mrs. Constable thrust her hand into her lap and drew forth a thickly covered sheet. It was written just after she left him. "It is an answer to my protest," she explained, and began to read. "I know I promised to love Victor, Mother, but how can one promise to do a thing over which one has no control? I loved him after he stopped loving me. He wasn't a bit suited to me, I see that now. He was attracted by the outside of me, and I never knew what he was like until I married him. His character seemed to change completely. He grew morose and quick-tempered and secretive, and nothing I did pleased him. We led a cat-and-dog life. I never let you know, and yet I see now we might have got along in any other relationship. We were very friendly when we parted, and I'm not a bit jealous because he cares for another woman who I can see is much better suited to him. I can't honestly regret leaving him, and I'm not conscious of having done anything wrong. I don't want to shock you, and I know how terribly you and Father must feel, but I can see now, somehow, that I had to go through this experience, terrible as it was, to find myself. If it were 30 years ago, before people began to be liberal in such matters, I shudder to think what might have become of me. I should now be one of those terrible women between 50 and 60 who have tried one frivolity and excess after another. But I'm not coming to that. And my friends have really been awfully kind and supported me, even Victor's family. Don't think that I'm not respectable. I know how you look at such things." Mrs. Constable closed the letter abruptly. "I did look at such things in that way," she added, "but I've changed. That letter helped to change me, and the fact that it was Gertrude who had been through this. If you only knew Gertrude, Mr. Hodder, you couldn't possibly think of her as anything but sweet and pure." Although the extent of Hodder's acquaintance with Mrs. Warren had been but 5 minutes, the letter had surprisingly retouched to something like brilliancy her faded portrait, the glow in her cheeks, the iris blue in her eyes. He recalled the little shock he had experienced when told that she was divorced, for her appeal had lain in her very freshness, her frank and confiding manner. She was one of those women who seem to say, "Here I am, you can't but like me." And he had responded, he remembered that. He had liked her. And now her letter, despite his resistance, had made its appeal so genuinely human, was it, so honest, although it expressed a philosophy he abhorred. Mrs. Constable was watching him, mutely, striving to read in his grave eyes the effect of her pleadings. "You are telling me this, Mrs. Constable. Why?" he asked. "Because I wished you to know the exact situation before I asked you, as a great favor to me, to Mr. Constable, to marry her in St. John's. Of course," she went on, controlling her rising agitation and anticipating a sign of protest, "we shouldn't expect to have any people, and Gertrude wasn't married in St. John's before. That wedding was at Pusumset, our seashore place. Oh, Mr. Hodder, before you answer, think of our feelings, Mr. Constable's and mine. If you could see Mr. Constable, you would know how he suffers. This thing has upset him more than the divorce. His family have such pride. I am so worried about him, and he doesn't eat anything and looks so haggard. I told him I would see you and explain, and that seemed to comfort him a little. She is, after all, our child, and we don't want to feel, so far as our church is concerned, that she is an Ishmaelite. We don't want to have the spectacle of her having to go around outside to find a clergyman. That would be too dreadful. I know how strict, how unflinching you are, and I admire you for it, but this is a special case." She paused, breathing deeply, and Hodder gazed at her with pity. What he felt was more than pity. He was experiencing, indeed, but with a deeper emotion, something of that same confusion of values into which Eleanor Goodrich's visit had thrown him. At the same time, it had not escaped his logical mind that Mrs. Constable had made her final plea on the score of respectability. "It gives me great pain to have to refuse you," he said gently. "Oh, don't," she said sharply. "Don't say that. I can't have made the case clear. You are too big, too comprehending, Mr. Hodder, to have a hard and fast rule. There must be times, extenuating circumstances, and I believe the canons make it optional for a clergyman to marry the innocent person. Yes, it is optional, but I do not believe it should be. The question is left to the clergyman's conscience. According to my view, Mrs. Constable, the Church, as the agent of God, affects an indissoluble bond, and much as I should like to do anything in my power for you and Mr. Constable, you have asked the impossible. Believing as I do, there can be no special case, no extenuating circumstance. And it is my duty to tell you it is because people today are losing their beliefs that we have this lenient attitude toward the sacred things. If they still held the conviction that marriage is of God, they would labor to make it a success, instead of flying apart at the first sign of what they choose to call incompatibility. "But surely," she said, "we ought not to be punished for our mistakes. I cannot believe that Christ himself intended that his religion should be so inelastic, so hard and fast, so cruel as you imply. Surely there is enough unhappiness without making more. You speak of incompatibility, but is it in all cases such an insignificant matter? We are beginning to realize in these days something of the effects of character on character, deteriorating effects in many instances. With certain persons we are lifted up, inspired to face the battle of life and overcome its difficulties. I have known fine men and women whose lives have been stultified or ruined because they were badly mated, and I cannot see that the character of my own daughter has deteriorated because she has got a divorce from a man with whom she was profoundly out of sympathy, of harmony. On the contrary, she seems more of a person than she was. She has clearer, saner views of life. She has made her mistake and profited by it. Her views changed. Victor Warren's did not. She began to realize that some other woman might have an influence over his life. She had none, simply because he did not love her. And love is not a thing we can compel. "You are making it very hard for me, Mrs. Constable," he said. "You are now advocating an individualism with which the Church can have no sympathy. Christianity teaches us that life is probationary, and if we seek to avoid the trials sent us, instead of overcoming them, we find ourselves farther than ever from any solution. We have to stand by our mistakes. If marriage is to be a mere trial of compatibility, why go through a ceremony than which there is none more binding in human and divine institutions? One either believes in it, or one does not. And, if belief be lacking, the state provides for the legalization of marriages." "Oh!" she exclaimed. "If persons wish to be married in church in these days merely because it is respectable, if such be their only reason, they are committing a great wrong. They are taking an oath before God with reservations, knowing that public opinion will release them if the marriage does not fulfill their expectations." For a moment she gazed at him with parted lips, and pressing her handkerchief to her eyes began silently to cry. The sudden spectacle, in this condition, of a self-controlled woman of the world was infinitely distressing to Hodder, whose sympathies were even more sensitive than, in her attempt to play upon them, she had suspected. She was aware that he had got to his feet and was standing beside her, speaking with an oddly penetrating tenderness. "I did not mean to be harsh," he said, "and it is not that I do not understand how you feel. You have made my duty peculiarly difficult." She raised up to him a face from which the mask had fallen, from which the illusory look of youth had fled. He turned away. And presently she began to speak again, in disconnected sentences. "I so want her to be happy. I cannot think, I will not think that she has wrecked her life. It would be too unjust, too cruel. You cannot know what it is to be a woman." Before this cry, he was silent. "I don't ask anything of God except that she shall have a chance, and it seems to me that He is making the world better, less harsh for women." He did not reply, and presently she looked up at him again, steadfastly now, searchingly. The barriers of the conventions were down. She had cast her pride to the winds. He seemed to read in her a certain relief. "I am going to tell you something, Mr. Hodder, which you may think strange, but I have a reason for saying it. You are still a young man, and I feel instinctively that you have an unusual career before you. You interested me the first time you stepped into the pulpit of St. John's, and it will do me good to talk to you, this once, frankly. You have reiterated today, in no uncertain terms, doctrines which I once believed, which I was brought up to think infallible. But I have lived since then, and life itself has made me doubt them. I recognize in you a humanity, a sympathy, and breadth which you are yourself probably not aware of, all of which is greater than the rule which you so confidently apply to fit all cases. It seems to me that Christ did not intend us to have such rules. He went beyond them, into the spirit. Under the conditions of society, of civilization today, most marriages are merely a matter of chance. Even judgment cannot foresee the development of character brought about by circumstances, by environment, and in many marriages I have known about intimately both the man and the woman have missed the most precious thing that life can give, something I cannot but think God intends us to have. You see," she smiled at him sadly, "I am still a little of an idealist. I missed the thing I am talking about, and it has been the great sorrow of my life, not only on my account, but on my husband's. And so far as I am concerned, I am telling you the truth when I say I should have been content to have lived in a log cabin if the gift had been mine. Not all the money in the world, nor the intellect, nor the philanthropy, the so-called interests of life will satisfy me for its denial. I am a disappointed woman. I sometimes think a bitter woman. I can't believe that life is meant to be so. Those energies have gone into ambition which should have been absorbed by something more worthwhile. And I can see so plainly now that my husband would have been far, far happier with another kind of woman. I drew him away from the only work he ever enjoyed, his painting. I do not say he ever could have been a great artist, but he had a little of the divine spark, in his enthusiasm at least, in his assiduity. I shall never forget our first trip abroad after we were married. He was like a boy in the galleries, in the studios. I could not understand it then. I had no real sympathy with art, but I tried to make sacrifices, what I thought were Christian sacrifices. The motive power was lacking, and no matter how hard I tried, I was only half-hearted, and he realized it instinctively. No amount of feigning could deceive him. Something deep in me, which was a part of my nature, was antagonistic, stultifying to the essentials of his own being. Of course, neither of us saw that then, but the results were not long in developing. To him, art was a sacred thing, and it was impossible for me to regard it with equal seriousness. He drew into himself, closed up, as it were, no longer discussed it. I was hurt, and when we came home he kept on in business. He still had his father's affairs to look after, but he had a little workroom at the top of the house where he used to go in the afternoon. It was a question which one of us should be warped, which personality should be annihilated, so to speak, and I was the stronger. And as I look back, Mr. Hodder, what occurred seems to me absolutely inevitable, given the ingredients, as inevitable as a chemical process. We were both striving against each other, and I won, at a tremendous cost. The conflict, one might say, was subconscious, instinctive rather than deliberate. My attitude forced him back into business, although we had enough to live on very comfortably, and then the scale of life began to increase. Luxuries, formerly unthought of, seemed to become necessities, and while it was still afar off, I saw a great wave rolling toward us, the wave of that new prosperity which threatened to submerge us, and I seized the buoy fate had placed in our hands, or rather, by suggestion, I induced my husband to seize it. His name. I recognized the genius, the future of Eldon Parr at a time when he was not yet independent and supreme, when association with a constable meant much to him. Mr. Parr made us, as the saying goes. Needless to say, money has not brought happiness, but a host of hard, false ambitions which culminated in Gertrude's marriage with Victor Warren. I set my heart on the match, helped it in every way, and until now nothing but sorrow has come of it. But my point is this. I see so clearly now that it is too late. The two excellent persons may demoralize each other if they are ill-mated. It may be possible that I had the germs of false ambition in me when I was a girl, yet I was conscious only of the ideal which is in most women's hearts. You must not think that I have laid my soul bare in the hope of changing your mind in regards to Gertrude. I recognize clearly now that that is impossible. Oh, I know you do not so misjudge me, she added, reading his quick protest in his face. Indeed, I cannot analyze my reasons for telling you something of which I have never spoken to anyone else. Mrs. Constable regarded him fixedly. You are the strongest reason. You have somehow drawn it out of me, and I suppose I wish someone to profit by it. You can, Mr. Hodder. I feel sure of that. You may insist now that my argument against your present conviction of the indissolubility of marriage is mere individualism, but I want you to think of what I have told you, not to answer me now. I know your argument by heart, that Christian character develops by submission, by suffering, that it is the woman's place to submit, to efface herself. But the root of the matter goes deeper than that. I am far from deploring sacrifice, yet common sense tells us that our sacrifice should be guided by judgment, that foolish sacrifices are worse than useless, and there are times when the very limitations of our individuality, necessary limitations for us, prevent our sacrifices from counting. I was wrong, I grant you grievously wrong in the course I took, even though it were not consciously deliberate. But if my husband had been an artist, I should always have remained separated from his real life by a limitation I had no power to remove. The more I tried, the more apparent my lack of insight became to him, the more irritated he grew. I studied his sketches, I studied masterpieces, but it was all hopeless. The thing wasn't in me, and he knew it wasn't. Every remark made him quiver. The church, I think, will grow more liberal, must grow more liberal if it wishes to keep in touch with people in an age when they are thinking out these questions for themselves. The law cannot fit all cases. I am sure the gospel can. And sometimes women have an instinct, a kind of second sight into persons, Mr. Hodder. I cannot explain why I feel that you have in you elements of growth which will eventually bring you more into sympathy with the point of view I have set forth, but I do feel it. Hodder did not attempt to refute her. She had, indeed, made discussion impossible. She knew his arguments, as she had declared, and he had the intelligence to realize that a repetition of them on his part would be useless. She brought home to him, as never before, a sense of the anomalistic position of the church in these modern days, of its appallingly lessened weight even with its own members. As a successor of the apostles, he had no power over this woman, or very little. He could neither rebuke her nor sentence her to penance. She recognized his authority to marry her daughter, to baptize her daughter's children, but not to interfere in any way with her spiritual life. It was as a personality he had moved her, a personality apparently not in harmony with his doctrine. Women had hinted at this before, and while Mrs. Constable had not, as she perceived, shaken his conviction, the very vividness and unexpectedness of a confession from her had stirred him to the marrow, had opened doors, perforce, which he himself had marked, forbidden, and given him a glimpse beyond before he could lower his eyes. Was there, after all, something in him that responded in spite of himself? He sat gazing at her, his head bent, his strong hands on the arms of the chair. "We never can foresee how we may change," he answered, a light in his eyes that was like a smile, yet having no suggestion of levity. And his voice, despite his disagreement, maintained the quality of his sympathy. Neither felt the oddity, then, of the absence of a jarring note. "You may be sure, at least, of my confidence and of my gratitude for what you have told me." His tone belied the formality of his speech. Mrs. Constable returned his gaze in silence, and before words came again to either, a step sounded on the threshold, and Mr. Constable entered. Hodder looked at him with a new vision. His face was indeed lined and worn, and dark circles were under his eyes. But at Mrs. Constable's, "Here's Mr. Hodder, dear," he came forward briskly to welcome the clergyman. "How do you do?" he said cordially. "We don't see you very often." "I have been telling Mr. Hodder that modern rectors of big parishes have far too many duties," said his wife, and after a few minutes of desultory conversation, the rector left. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 6. Watchman, What of the Night? It was one of those moist nights of spring when the air is pungent with the odor of softened earth, and the gentle breeze that stirred the curtains in Mr. Parr's big dining room wafted from the garden the perfumes of a revived creation, delicious hothouse smells. At intervals, showers might be heard, pattering on the walk outside. The rector of St. John's was dining with his great parishioner. Here indeed were a subject for some modern master, a chance to picture for generations to come an aspect of a mighty age, an age that may some day be deemed but a grotesque and animalistic survival of a more ancient logic, a gargoyle carved out of chaos that bears on its features a resemblance to the past and the future. Our scene might almost be medieval with its encircling gloom, through which the heavy tapestries and shadowy corners of the huge apartment may be dimly made out. In the center, the soft red glow of the candles, the gleaming silver, the shining cloth, the church on one side, and what on the other? No name given it now, no royal name, but still power. The two are still in apposition, not yet in opposition, but the discerning may perchance read a prophecy in the salient features of the priest. The man of power of the beginning of the 20th century demands a subtler analysis, presents an enigma to which the immortal portraits of forgotten Medicis and Caputs give no clue. Imagine, if you can, Lorenzo or a Grand Louis in a tight buttoned frock coat. There must be some logical connection between the habit and the age, since crimson velvet and gold brocade would have made Eldon Parr merely ridiculous. He is by no means ridiculous, yet take him out of the setting and put him in the street and you might pass him a dozen times without noticing him. Nature, and perhaps unconscious art, have provided him with a protective exterior. He is the color of his jungle. After he has crippled you, if you survive, you will never forget him. You will remember his eye, which can be unsheathed like a rapier. You will recall his lips as the expression of a relentless negative. The significance of the slight bridge on the narrow nose is less easy to define. He is neither tall nor short. His face is clean-shaven, save for scanty, unobtrusive, reddish tufts high on the cheeks. His hair is thin. It must be borne in mind, however, that our rector did not see him in his jungle, and perhaps in the traditional nobility of the lion there is a certain truth. An interesting biography of some powerful of this earth might be written from the point of view of the confessor or the physician who finds something to love, something to pity, and nothing to fear, thus reversing the sentiments of the public. Yet the friendship between John Hodder and Eldon Parr defied any definite analysis on the rector's part, and was perhaps the strangest and most disquieting element that had yet come into Hodder's life. The nature of his intimacy with the banker, if intimacy it might be called, might have surprised his other parishioners if they could have been hidden spectators of one of those dinners. There were long silences when the medium of communication, tenuous at best, seemed to snap, and the two sat gazing at each other as from mountain peaks across impassable valleys. With all the will in the world, their souls lost touch, and though the sense in the clergyman of the other's vague yearning for human companionship was never absent, it was this yearning that attracted Hodder, who found in it a deep pathos. After one of these intervals of silence, Eldon Parr looked up from his claret. "I congratulate you, Hodder, on the stand you took in regard to Constable's daughter," he said. "I didn't suppose it was known," answered the rector in surprise. "Constable told me. I have reason to believe that he doesn't sympathize with his wife and her attitude on this matter." It's pulled him down. You've noticed that he looks badly." "Yes," said the rector. He did not care to discuss the affair. He had hoped it would not become known, and he shunned the congratulations of Gordon Atterby, which in such case would be inevitable. And in spite of the conviction that he had done his duty, the memory of his talk with Mrs. Constable never failed to make him uncomfortable. Exasperation crept into Mr. Parr's voice. "I can't think what's got into women in these times. At Mrs. Constable's age they ought to know better. Nothing restrains them. They have reached a point where they don't even respect the church. And when that happens, it is serious indeed. The church is the governor on our social engine, and it is supposed to impose a restraint upon the lawless." Hodder could not refrain from smiling a little at the banker's conception. "Doesn't that reduce the church somewhere to the level of the police force?" he asked. "Not at all," said Eldon Parr, whose feelings seemed to be rising. "I'm sorry for Constable. He feels the shame of this thing keenly, and he ought to go away for a while to one of those quiet resorts. I offered him my car. Sometimes I think that women have no morals. At any rate, this modern notion of giving them their liberty is sheer folly. Look at what they have done with it. Instead of remaining at home where they belong, they're going out into the world and turning it topsy-turvy. And if a man doesn't let them have a free hand, they get a divorce and marry some idiot who will." Mr. Parr pushed back his chair and rose abruptly, starting for the door. The rector followed him, forcibly struck by the unusual bitterness in his tone. "If I have spoken strongly, it is because I feel strongly," he said in a strange, thickened voice. "Hodder, how would you like to live in this house, alone?" The rector looked down upon him with keen, comprehending eyes, and saw Eldon Parr as he only of all men had seen him, for he himself did not understand his own strange power of drawing forth the spirit from its shell, of compelling the inner, suffering thing to reveal itself. "This poison," Eldon Parr went on unevenly, "has eaten into my own family. My daughter, who might have been a comfort and a companion since she chose not to marry, was carried away by it, and thought it incumbent upon her to have a career of her own. And now I have a choice of 30 rooms, and not a soul to share them with. Sometimes at night I make up my mind to sell this house, but I can't do it. Something holds me back. Hope, superstition, or whatever you've a mind to call it. You've never seen all the house, have you?" he asked. The rector slowly shook his head, and the movement might have been one that he would have used in acquiescence to the odd whim of a child. Mr. Parr led the way up the staircase to the corridor above, traversing chamber after chamber, turning on the lights. "These were my wife's rooms," he said. "They're just as she left them. And these my daughter Allison's, when she chose to pay me a visit. I didn't realize that I should have to spend the last years of my life alone. And I meant, when I gave my wife a house, to have it the best in the city. I spared nothing on it, as you see, neither care nor money. I had the best architect I could find, and used the best material. And what good is it to me? Only a reminder of what might have been. But I've got a boy, Hodder. I don't know whether I've ever spoken of him to you. Preston. He's gone away too, but I've always had the hope that he might come back and get decently married and live here. That's why I stay. I'll show you his picture." They climbed to the 3rd floor, and while Mr. Parr was searching for the electric switch, a lightning flash broke over the forests of the park, prematurely revealing the room. It was a boy's room, hung with photographs of school and college crews and teams and groups of intimates, with deep window seats and draped pennons of Harvard University over the fireplace. Eldon Parr turned to one of the groups on the wall, the earliest taken at school. "There he is," he said, pointing out a sunny little face at the bottom, a boy of 12, bareheaded, with short, crispy yellow hair, smiling lips, and laughing eyes. "And here he is again," indicating another group. Thus he traced him through the succeeding years until he came to those of college. "There he is," said the rector. "I think I can pick him out now. Yes, that's Preston," said his father, staring hard at the picture. The face had developed, the body had grown almost to man's estate, but the hint of the crispness was still in the hair, the mischievous laughter in the eyes. The rector gazed earnestly at the face, remembering his own boyhood and his own youth, his mind dwelling, too, on what he had heard of the original of the portrait. What had happened to the boy to bring to naught the fair promise of this earlier presentment? He was aroused by the voice of Eldon Parr, who had sunk into one of the leather chairs. "I can see him now," he was saying, "as he used to come running down that long flight of stone steps in Ransom Street to meet me when I came home. Such laughter, and once, in his eagerness, he fell and cut his forehead. I shall never forget how I felt. And when I picked him up, he tried to laugh still, with the tears rolling down his face. You know the way a child's breath catches hotter. He was always laughing, and how he used to cling to me and beg me to take him out, and show such an interest in everything. He was a bright boy, a remarkable child, I thought, but I suppose it was my foolishness. He analyzed all he saw, and when he used to go off in my car, Brenham, the engineer, would always beg to have him in the cab. And such sympathy! He knew in an instant when I was worried. I had dreams of what that boy would become, but I was too sure of it. I went on doing other things. There were so many things, and I was a slave to them. And before I knew it, he'd gone off to school. That was the year I moved up here and my wife died. After that, all seemed to go wrong. Perhaps I was too severe. Perhaps they didn't understand him at boarding school. Perhaps I didn't pay enough attention to him. At any rate, the first thing I knew, his whole nature seemed to have changed. He got into scrape after scrape at Harvard, and later he came within an ace of marrying a woman. He's my weakness today. I can say no to everybody in the world but to him, and when I try to remember him as he used to come down those steps on Ransom Street. He never knew how much I cared, that what I was doing was all for him, building for him, that he might carry on my work. I had dreams of developing the city, the great Southwest, and after I had gone, Preston was to bring them to fruition. For some reason I was never able to tell him all this. As I am telling you, the words would not come. We had grown apart, and he seemed to think, God knows why, he seemed to think I disliked him. I had LANGMAID talk to him, and other men I trusted, tell him what an unparalleled opportunity he had to be of use in the world. Once I thought I had him started straight, and then a woman came along, off the streets or a little better. He insisted on marrying her and wrecking his life, and when I got her out of the way, as any father would have done, he left me. He has never forgiven me. Most of the time I haven't even the satisfaction of knowing where he is, London, Paris, or New York. I try not to think of what he does. I ought to cut him off. I can't do it. I can't do it, Hodder. He's my one weakness still. I'm afraid he'd sink out of sight entirely, and it's the one hold I have left on him. Eldon Parr paused, with a groan that betokened not only a poignant sorrow, but also something of relief, for the tortures of not being able to unburden himself had plainly become intolerable. He glanced up and met the compassionate eyes of the rector, who stood leaning against the mantel. With Allison it was different, he said. I never understood her, even when she was a child, and I used to look at her and wonder that she could be my daughter. She was moody and tense, with a yearning for affection I've since sometimes thought she could not express. I did not feel the need of affection in those days. So absorbed was I in building up, so absorbed and driven, you might say. I suppose I must accept my punishment as just. But the child was always distant with me, and I always remember her in rebellion, a dark little thing with a quavering lip, hair awry, and eyes that flashed through her tears. She would take any amount of punishment rather than admit she had been in the wrong. I recall she had once a fox terrier that never left her, that fought all the dogs in the neighborhood and destroyed the rugs and cushions in the house. I got rid of it one summer when she was at sea, and I think she never forgave me. The first question she asked when she came home was for that dog. Mischief, his name was, for mischief. I told her what I had done. It took more courage than I had thought. She went to her room, locked herself in, and stayed there, and we couldn't get her to come out for 2 days. She wouldn't even eat. Perhaps she was jealous of Preston, but she never acknowledged it. When she was little, she used once in a while to come shyly and sit on my lap and look at me without saying anything. I hadn't the slightest notion of what was in the child's mind, and her reserve increased as she grew older. She seemed to have developed a sort of philosophy of her own even before she went away to school, and to have certain strongly defined tastes. She liked, for instance, to listen to music, and for that very reason she would never learn to play. We couldn't make her as a child. Bad music, she said, offended her. She painted. She was passionately fond of flowers, and her room was always filled with them. When she came back from school to live with me, she built a studio upstairs. After the first winter, she didn't care to go out much. By so pronounced a character, young men in general were not attracted, but there were a few who fell under a sort of spell. I can think of no other word strong enough, and I used to watch them when they came here with a curious interest. I didn't approve of all of them. Allison would dismiss them or ignore them or be kind to them as she happened to feel, yet it didn't seem to make any difference. One I suspect she was in love with, a fellow without a cent. Then there was Bedloe Hubble. I have reason enough to be thankful now that she didn't care for him. They've made him president, you know, of this idiotic municipal league, as they call it. But in those days he hadn't developed any nonsense. He was making a good start at the bar and was well off. His father was Elias Hubble, who gave the botanical garden to the city. I wanted her to marry Gordon Atterby. He hung on longer than any of them, 5 or 6 years, but she wouldn't hear of it. That was how the real difference developed between us, although the trouble was deep-rooted, for we never really understood each other. I had set my heart on it, and perhaps I was too dictatorial and insistent. I don't know. I meant the best for her, God knows. Gordon never got over it. It dried him up. Irritation was creeping back into the banker's voice. Then it came into Allison's head that she wanted to make something of her life, as she expressed it. She said she was wasting herself and began going to lectures with a lot of fattish women, became saturated with those nonsensical ideas about her sex that are doing so much harm nowadays. I suppose I was wrong in my treatment from the first. I never knew how to handle her, but we grew like flint and steel. I'll say this for her. She kept quiet enough, but she used to sit opposite me at the table, and I knew all the time what she was thinking of, and then I'd break out. Of course she'd defend herself, but she had her temper under better control than I. She wanted to go away for a year or two and study landscape gardening, and then come back and establish herself in an office here. I wouldn't listen to it. One morning, when she was late to breakfast, I delivered an ultimatum. I gave her a lecture on a woman's place and a woman's duty and told her if she didn't marry, she'd have to stay here and live quietly with me or I'd disinherit her. Hodder had become absorbed in this portrait of Allison Parr, drawn by her father with such unconscious vividness. And then he asked. In spite of the tone of bitterness in which he had spoken, Eldon Parr smiled. It was a reluctant tribute to his daughter. I got an ultimatum in return, he said. Allison should have been a man. His anger mounted quickly as he recalled the scene. She said she had thought it all out, that our relationship had become impossible, that she had no doubt it was largely her fault, but that was the way she was made, and she couldn't change. She had, naturally, an affection for me as her father, but it was very plain we couldn't get along together. She was convinced that she had a right to individual freedom, as she spoke of it, to develop herself. She knew if she continued to live with me on the terms I demanded, that her character would deteriorate. Certain kinds of sacrifice she was capable of, she thought, but what I asked would be a useless one. Perhaps I didn't realize it, but it was slavery. Slavery, he repeated, the kind of slavery her mother had lived. He took a turn around the room. So far as money was concerned, she was indifferent to it. She had enough from her mother to last until she began to make more. She wouldn't take any from me in any case. I laughed, yet I have never been so angry in my life. Nor was it wholly anger, Hodder, but a queer tangle of feelings I can't describe. There was affection mixed up in it, I realized afterwards, but I longed to take her and shake her and lock her up till she should come to her senses. I couldn't. I didn't dare. I was helpless. I told her to go. She didn't say anything more, but there was a determined look in her eyes when she kissed me as I left for the office. I spent a miserable day. More than once I made up my mind to go home, but pride stopped me. I didn't really think she meant what she said. When I got back to the house in the afternoon, she had left for New York. Then I began to look forward to the time when her money would give out. She went to Paris with another young woman and studied there, and then to England. She came back to New York, hired an apartment and a studio, and has made a success. The rector seemed to detect an unwilling note of pride at the magic word. It isn't the kind of success I think much of, but it's what she started out to do. She comes out to see me once in a while, and she designed that garden. He halted in front of the clergyman. I suppose you think it strange my telling you this, he said. It has come to the point, he declared vehemently, where it relieves me to tell somebody, and you seem to be a man of discretion and common sense. Hodder looked down into Mr. Parr's face and was silent. Perhaps he recognized as never before the futility of the traditional words of comfort, of rebuke. He beheld a soul in torture and realized with sudden sharpness how limited was his knowledge of the conditions of existence of his own time. Everywhere individualism reared its ugly head, everywhere it seemed plausible to plead justification, and once more he encountered that incompatibility of which Mrs. Constable had spoken. He might blame the son, blame the daughter, yet he could not condemn them utterly. One thing he saw clearly, that Eldon Parr had slipped into what was still for him a meaningless hell. The banker's manner suddenly changed, reverted to what it had been. He arose. I've tried to do my duty as I saw it, and it comes to this, that we who have spent the best years of our lives in striving to develop this country have no thanks from our children or from anyone else. With his hand on the electric switch, he faced Hodder almost defiantly as he spoke these words, and suddenly snapped off the light, as though the matter admitted of no discussion. In semi-darkness they groped down the flight of stairs. End of section 7. Fred Brawner, Corpus Christi, Texas, April 3rd, 2023.
Section 8 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 7. The Kingdoms of the World. When summer arrived, the birds of brilliant plumage of Mr. Hodder's flock arose and flew lightly away, thus reversing the seasons. Only the soberer ones came fluttering into the cool church out of the blinding heat and settled here and there throughout the nave. The ample Mr. Bradley, perspiring in an alpaca coat, took up the meager collection on the right of the center aisle, for Mr. Parr, properly heralded, had gone abroad on one of those periodical though lonely tours that sent anticipatory shivers of delight down the spines of foreign picture dealers. The faithful Gordon Atterbury was worshipping at sea, and even Mr. Constable and Mr. Plimpton, when recalled to the city by financial cares, succumbed to the pagan influence of the sun, and were usually to be found on Sunday mornings on the wide veranda of the country club, with glasses containing liquid and ice beside them, and surrounded by heaps of newspapers. To judge by St. John's, the city was empty, but on occasions, before he himself somewhat tardily departed, drawn thither by a morbid though impelling attraction, Hodder occasionally walked through Dalton Street of an evening. If not in St. John's, summer was the season in Dalton Street. It flung open its doors and windows and moved out on the steps and the pavements and even on the asphalt, and the music of its cafes and dance halls throbbed feverishly through the hot nights. Dalton Street resorted neither to country club nor church. Mr. McCrae, Hodder's assistant, seemed to regard these annual phenomena with a grim philosophy, a relic perhaps of the Calvinistic determinism of his ancestors. He preached the same indefinite sermons with the same imperturbability to the dwindled congregations in summer and the enlarged ones in winter. But Hodder was capable of no such resignation, if resignation it were, for the self-contained assistant continued to be an enigma. And it was not without compunction that he left, about the middle of July, on his own vacation. He was tired, and yet he seemed to have accomplished nothing in this first year of the city parish whereof he had dreamed. And it was, no doubt, for that very reason that he was conscious of a depressing exhaustion as his train rolled eastward over the same high bridge that spanned the hot and muddy waters of the river. He felt a fugitive. In no months since he had left the theological seminary had he seemingly accomplished so little. In no months had he so magnificent an opportunity. After he had reached the peaceful hills at Bremerton, where he had gone on Mrs. Whiteley's invitation, he began to look back upon the spring and winter as a kind of mad nightmare, a period of ceaseless, distracted and dissipated activity, of rushing hither and thither with no results. He had been aware of invisible barriers, restricting, hemming him in on all sides. There had been no time for reflection, and now that he had a breathing space, he was unable to see how he might reorganize his work in order to make it more efficient. There were other perplexities brought about by the glimpses he had had into the lives and beliefs, or rather unbeliefs, of his new parishioners. And sometimes, in an unwanted moment of pessimism, he had asked himself why they thought it necessary to keep all that machinery going when it had so little apparent effect on their lives. He sat wistfully in the chancel of the little Bremerton church and looked into the familiar faces of those he had found in it when he had come to it, and of those he had brought into it, wondering why he had been foolish enough to think himself endowed for the larger work. Here he had been a factor, a force in the community, had entered into its life and affections. What was he there? Nor did it tend to ease his mind that he was treated as one who had passed on to higher things. "I was afraid you'd work too hard," said Mrs. Whiteley in her motherly way. "I warned you against it, Mr. Hodder. You never spared yourself, but in a big city parish it's different. But you've made such a success, Nelson tells me, and everybody likes you there. I knew they would, of course. That is our only comfort in losing you, that you have gone on to the greater work. But we do miss you." The air of Bremerton, and later the air of Bar Harbor, had a certain reviving effect, and John Hodder, although he might be cast down, had never once entertained the notion of surrender. He was inclined to attribute the depression through which he had passed, the disappointment he had undergone, as a just punishment for an overabundance of ego. Only Hodder used the theological term for the same sin. Had he not, after all, labored largely for his own glory and not God's? Had he ever forgotten himself? Had the idea ever been far from his thoughts that it was he, John Hodder, who would build up the parish of St. John's into a living organization of faith and works? The curious thing was that he had the power, and, save in moments of weariness, he felt it in him. He must try to remember always that this power was from God. But why had he been unable to apply it? And there remained disturbingly in his memory certain phrases of Mrs. Constable, elements of growth. He would change, she had said, and he had appeared to her as one with depths. Unsuspected depths, pockets that held the steam which was increasing in pressure. At Bremerton it had not gathered in the pockets, he had used it all. All had counted. But in the feverish, ceaseless activity of the city parish, he had never once felt that intense satisfaction of emptying himself, nor the sweet weariness that follows it. His seemed the weariness of futility. An introspection was revealing a crack, after so many years, in that self he had believed to be so strongly welded. Such was the strain of the pent-up force. He recognized the danger signal. The same phenomena had driven him into the church, where the steam had found an outlet, until now. And yet, so far as his examination went, he had not lost his beliefs, but the power of communicating them to others. Bremerton, and the sight of another carrying on the work in which he had been happy, weighed upon him, and Bar Harbor offered distraction. Mrs. Larrabee had not hesitated to remind him of his promise to visit her. If the gallery of portraits of the congregation of St. John's were to be painted, this lady's at the age of 30 would not be the least interesting. It would have been out of place in no ancestral hall, and many of her friends were surprised, after her husband's death, that she did not choose one wherein to hang it. She might have, for she was the quintessence of that feminine product of our country at which Europe has never ceased to wonder, and to give her history would no more account for her than the process of manufacture explains the most delicate of scents. Her poise, her quick detection of sham in others not so fortunate, her absolute conviction that all things were as they ought to be, her charity, her interest in its recipients, her smile, which was kindness itself, her delicate features, her white skin with its natural bloom, the grace of her movements, and her hair, which had a different color in changing lights. Such an ensemble is not to be depicted save by a skilled hand. The late Mr. Larrabee's name was still printed on millions of bright labels encircling cubes of tobacco, now manufactured by a trust. However, since the kind that entered Mrs. Larrabee's house or houses was all imported from Egypt or Cuba, what might have been in the nature of an unpleasant reminder was remote from her sight, and she never drove into the northern portion of the city, where some hundreds of young women bent all day over the cutting machines. To enter too definitely into Mrs. Larrabee's history, therefore, was merely to be crude, for she is not a lady to caricature. Her father had been a steamboat captain, once an honored calling in the city of her nativity, a devout Presbyterian who believed in the most rigid simplicity. Few who remembered the gaucheries of Captain Covington's daughter on her first presentation to his family's friends could recognize her in the cosmopolitan Mrs. Larrabee. Why, with New York and London at her disposal, she elected to remain in the Middle West puzzled them, though they found her answer, that she belonged there, satisfying. Grace Larrabee's cosmopolitanism was of that apperception that knows the value of roots, and during her widowhood she had been thrusting them out. Mrs. Larrabee, followed by of, was much more important than just Mrs. Larrabee, and she was, moreover, genuinely attached to her roots. Her girlhood shyness, rudeness some called it, mistaking the effect for the cause, had refined into a manner that might be characterized as difficile, though Hodder had never found her so. She liked direct men. To discover no guile on first acquaintance went a long way with her. And not the least of the new rector's social triumphs had been his simple conquest. Enveloped in white flannel, she met his early train at the ferry, an unusual compliment to a guest, had he but known it. But he accepted it as a tribute to the church.
"I was afraid you wouldn't come," she said in a voice that conveyed indeed more than a perfunctory expression. She glanced at him as he sat beside her on the cushions of the flying motor boat, his strange eyes fixed upon the blue mountains of the island whither they were bound, his unruly hair fanned by the wind. "Why?" he asked, smiling at the face beneath the flying veil.
"You need the rest. I believe in men taking their work seriously, but not so seriously as you do." She was so undisguisedly glad to see him that he could scarcely have been human if he had not responded. And she gave him, in that fortnight, a glimpse of a life that was new and distracting, at times made him forget, and he was willing to forget, the lower forms of which it was the quintessence. The factories that hummed, the forges that flung their fires into the night in order that it might exist, the Dalton streets that went without. The effluvia from hot asphalt bore no resemblance to the salt-laden air that rattled the Venetian blinds of the big bedroom to which he was assigned. Her villa was set high above the curving shore, facing a sheltered terrace garden resplendent in its August glory. To seaward, islands danced in the haze, and behind the house, in the sunlight, were amassed spruces of a brilliant arsenic green with purple cones. The fluttering awnings were striped cardinal and white. Nature and man seemed to have conspired to make this place vividly unreal, as a toy village comes painted from the shop. There were no half-tones, no poverty, in sight at least, no litter. On the streets and roads, at the casino attached to the swimming pool, and at the golf club, were to be seen bewildering arrays of well-dressed, well-fed women intent upon pleasure and exercise. Some of them gave him glances that seemed to say, "You belong to us," and almost succeeded in establishing the delusion. The whole effect upon Hodder, in the state of mind in which he found himself, was reacting, stimulating, disquieting. At luncheon and dinners he was what is known as a success, always that magic word. He resisted, and none so quick as women to scent resistance. His very upending attitude aroused their inherent craving for rigidity in his profession. He was neither plastic, unctuous, nor subservient. His very homeliness, redeemed by the eyes and mouth, compelled their attention. One of them told Mrs. Larrabee that the rector would do something. But what, he asked himself, was he resisting? He was by no means a Puritan, and while he looked upon a reasonable asceticism as having its place in the faith that he professed, it was no asceticism that prevented a more complete acquiescence on his part in the mad carnival that surrounded him.
"I'm afraid you don't wholly approve of Bar Harbor," his hostess remarked one morning.
"At first sight, it is somewhat staggering to the provincial mind," he replied. She smiled at him, yet with knitted brows.
"You are always putting me off. I never can tell what you think. And yet I'm sure you have opinions. You think these people frivolous, of course."
"Most of them are so," he answered. "But that is a very superficial criticism. The question is, why are they so? The sight of Bar Harbor leaves the stranger to the reflection that the carnival mood has become permanent with our countrymen, and especially our countrywomen."
"The carnival mood," she repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, that expresses it. We are light. We're always trying to get away from ourselves, and sometimes I wonder whether there are any selves to get away from."
"You ought to stop us," she added almost accusingly, "to bring us to our senses." "That's just it," he agreed. "Why don't we? Why can't we?"
"If more clergymen were like you, I think perhaps you might."
His tone, his expression were revelations. "I?" he exclaimed sharply, and controlled himself. But in that moment Grace Larrabee had a glimpse of the man who had come to arouse in her an intense curiosity. For an instant a tongue of the fires of Vulcan had shot forth fires that she had suspected.
"Aren't you too ambitious?"
she asked gently. And again, although she did not often blunder, she saw him wince.
"I don't mean ambitious for yourself. But surely you have made a remarkable beginning at St. John's. Everybody admires and respects you, has confidence in you. You are so sure of yourself."
She hesitated a moment, for she had never ventured to discuss religion with him.
"Of your faith. Clergymen ought not to be apologetic, and your conviction cannot fail in the long run to have its effect."
"Its effect on what?" he asked. Mrs. Larrabee was suddenly at sea, and she prided herself on a lack of that vagueness generally attributed to her sex.
On everything. On what we were talking about. The carnival feeling, the levity, on the unbelief of the age. Isn't it because the control has been taken off?"
He saw an opportunity to slip into smoother waters. "The engine has lost its governor?"
"Exactly!" cried Mrs. Larrabee. "What a clever simile!"
"It is Mr. Parr's," said Hodder. "Only he was speaking of other symptoms, socialism and its opposite, individualism, not carnivalism." Poor man, said Mrs. Larrabee, accepting the new ground as safer, yet with a baffled feeling that Hodder had evaded her once more. He has had his share of individualism and carnivalism. His son Preston was here last month and was taken out to the yacht every night in an unspeakable state. And Allison hasn't been what we might call a blessing. She must be unusual, said the rector, musingly. Oh, Allison is a person. She has become quite the fashion and has more work than she can possibly attend to. Very few women with her good looks could have done what she's done without severe criticism, and something worse, perhaps. The most extraordinary thing about her is her contempt for what her father has gained, and for conventionalities. It has always amused me when I think that she might have been the wife of Gordon Atterbury, the goddess of liberty linked to what? Hodder thought instinctively of the church, but he remained silent. As a rule, men are such fools about the women they wish to marry, she continued. She would have led him a dance for a year or two, and then calmly and inexorably left him. And there was her father, with all his ability and genius, couldn't see it either, but fondly imagined that Allison, as Gordon Atterbury's wife, would magically become an Atterbury and a bourgeois. See that the corners were dusted in the big house, sew underwear for the poor, and fast in Lent. And she is happy where she is? He inquired somewhat naively. She is self-sufficient, said Mrs. Larrabee, with unusual feeling. And that is just what most women are not in these days. Oh, why has life become such a problem? Sometimes I think, with all that I have, I'm not so well off as one of those salesgirls in Ferguson's. At home, I'm always searching for things to do. Nothing is thrust on me. There are the charities, Galt House and all that, but I never seem to get at anything, at the people I'd like to help. It's like sending money to China. There's no direct touch anymore. It's like seeing one's opportunities through an iron grating. Hodder started at the phrase. So exactly had she expressed his own case. Ah, he said. The iron grating bars the path of the church, too. And just what was the iron grating? They'd had many moments of intimacy during that fortnight, though none in which the plumb of their conversation descended to such a depth. For he was, as she said, always putting her off. Was it because he couldn't satisfy her craving, give her the solution for which, he began to see, she thirsted? Why didn't that religion that she seemed outwardly to profess and accept without qualification, the religion he taught, set her at rest, show her the path? Down in his heart, he knew that he feared to ask. That Mrs. Larrabee was still another revelation. That she was not at rest was gradually revealed to him as the days passed. Her spirit, too, like his own, like Mrs. Constable's, like Eldon Parr's, like Eleanor Goodrich's, was divided against itself. And this phenomenon in Mrs. Larrabee was perhaps a greater shock to him, since he had always regarded her as essentially in equilibrium. One of his reasons, indeed, in addition to the friendship that had grown up between them, for coming to visit her, had been to gain the effect of her poise on his own. Poise in a modern woman, leading a modern life. It was thus she attracted him. It was not that he ignored her frivolous side. It was nicely balanced by the other, and that other seemed growing. The social she accepted at what appeared to be its own worth. Unlike Mrs. Plimpton, for instance, she was so innately a lady that she had met with no resistance in the eastern watering places, and her sense of values had remained the truer for it. He did not admire her the less now that he had discovered that the poise was not so adjusted as he had thought it. But his feelings about her changed, grew more personal, more complicated. She was showing an alarming tendency to lean on him at a time when he was examining with some concern his own supports. She possessed intelligence and fascination. She was a woman whose attentions would have flattered and disturbed any man with a spark of virility, and Hodder had constantly before his eyes the spectacle of others paying court to her. Here were danger signals again. Mrs. Place, a middle-aged English lady staying in the house, never appeared until noon. Breakfast was set out in the tiled and sheltered loggia, where they were fanned by the cool airs of a softly breathing ocean. The world on these mornings had a sparkling unreality. The cold cobalt sea stretching to sunlit isles, and beyond, the vividly painted shore. The setting of luxury had never been so complete. And the woman who sat opposite him seemed like one of her own nectarines, to be the fruit that crowned it all. Why not yield to the enchantment? Why rebel when no one else complained? Were it not more simple to accept what life sent in its orderly course instead of striving for an impossible and shadowy ideal? Very shadowy indeed, and to what end were his labors in that smoky western city with its heedless Dalton streets which went their inevitable ways? For he had the choice. To do him justice, he was slow in arriving at a realization that seemed to him so incredible, so preposterous. He was her rector, and he had accepted, all unconsciously, the worldly point of view as to Mrs. Larrabee, and that she was reserved for a worldly match. A clergyman's wife? Why, what would become of the clergyman? And yet other clergymen had married rich women, despite the warning of the needle's eye. She drove him in her buckboard to Jordan's Pond, set like a jewel in the hills, and even to the deep, cliff-bordered inlet beyond northeast, which reminded her, she said, of a Norway fjord. And sometimes they walked together through wooded paths that led them to beetling shores, and sat listening to the waves crashing far below. Silences and commonplaces became the rule instead of the eager discussions with which they had begun, on such safer topics as the problem of the social work of modern churches. Her aromatic presence, and in this setting, continually disturbed him. Nature's perfumes, more definable, exhalations of the sea and spruce, mingled with hers. Anesthetics, compelling lethargy. He felt himself drowning, even wished to drown, and yet strangely resisted. "I must go tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow? Why?" "There is a dinner, you know, and Mrs. Waterman wished so particularly to meet you." He did not look at her. The undisguised note of pain found an echo within him. And this was Mrs. Larrabee. "I am sorry, but I must," he told her, and she may not have suspected the extent to which the firmness was feigned. "You have promised to make other visits? The Fergusons? They said they expected you." "I'm going west, home," he said, and the word sounded odd. "At this season? But there is nobody in church, at least only a few, and Mr. MacRae can take care of those. He always does. He likes it." Hodder smiled in spite of himself. He might have told her that those outside the church were troubling him, but he did not, since he had small confidence in being able to bring them in. "I have been away too long. I'm getting spoiled," he replied with an attempt at lightness. He forced his eyes to meet hers, and she read in them an unalterable resolution. "It is my opinion you are too conscientious, even for a clergyman," she said, and now it was her lightness that hurt. She protested no more, and as she led the way homeward through the narrow forest path, her head erect, still maintaining this lighter tone, he wondered how deeply she had read him, how far her intuition had carried her below the surface, whether she guessed the presence of that stifled thing in him which was crying feebly for life, whether it was that she had discovered, or something else. He must give it the chance it craved. He must get away, he must think. To surrender now would mean destruction. Early the next morning, as he left the pier in the motorboat, he saw a pink scarf waving high above him from the loggia, and he flung up his hand in return. Mingling with a faint sense of freedom was intense sadness. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Samuel MacGregor. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 8. The Line of Least Resistance. From the vantage point of his rooms in the parish house, Hodder reviewed the situation. And despite the desires thronging after him in his flight, he had the feeling of one who, in the dark, has been very near to annihilation. What had shaken him most was the revelation of an old enemy which, watching its chance, had beset him at the first opportunity, and at a time when the scheme of life, which he flattered himself to have solved forever, was threatening once more to resolve itself into fragments. He had, as if by a miracle, escaped destruction in some insidious form. He shrank instinctively from an analysis of the woman in regard to whom his feelings were so complicated, and yet by no means lacking in tenderness. But as time went on, he recognized more and more that she had come into his life at a moment when he was peculiarly vulnerable. She had taken him off his guard. That the brilliant Mrs. Larrabee should have desired him, or what she believed was him, was food enough for thought, was an indication of an idealism in her nature that he would not have suspected. From a worldly point of view, the marriage would have commended itself to none of her friends. Yet Hodder perceived clearly that he could not have given her what she desired, since the marriage would have killed it in him. She offered him the other thing. Once again, he had managed somehow to cling to his dream of what the relationship between man and woman should be, and he saw more and more distinctly that he had coveted not only the jewel, but its setting. He could not see her out of it. She faded. Nor could he see himself in it. Luxury, of course, that was what he had spurned. Luxury in contrast to Dalton Street, to the whirring factories near the church, which discharged at nightfall their quotas of wan women and stunted children. And yet here he was, catering to luxury, providing religion for it. Religion! Early in November he heard that Mrs. Larrabee had suddenly decided to go abroad without returning home. That winter, Hodder might have been likened to a Niagara for energy, an unharnessed Niagara. Such would have been his own comment. He seemed to turn no wheels, or only a few at least, and feebly. And while the spectacle of their rector's zeal was no doubt an edifying one to his parishioners, they gave him to understand that they would have been satisfied with less. They admired, but chided him gently. And in February Mr. Parr offered to take him to Florida. He was tired, and it was largely because he dreaded the reflection inevitable in a period of rest that he refused. And throughout these months, the feeling recurred with increased strength that McCrae was still watching him. The notion persisted that his assistant held to a theory of his own, if he could but be induced to reveal it. Hodder refrained from making the appeal. Sometimes he was on the point of losing patience with this enigmatic person. Congratulations on the fact that his congregation was increasing brought him little comfort, since a cold analysis of the newcomers who were renting pews was in itself an indication of the lack of that thing he so vainly sought. The decorous families who were now allying themselves with St. John's did so at the expense of other churches, either more radical or less fashionable. What was it he sought? What did he wish? To fill the church to overflowing with the poor and needy as well as the rich, and to enter into the lives of all. Yet, at a certain point he met a resistance that was no less firm because it was baffling. The word, on his lips at least, seemed to have lost its efficacy. The poor heeded it not, and he preached to the rich as from behind a glass. they went on with their carnival. Why this insatiate ambition on his part in an age of unbelief? Other clergymen, not half so fortunate, were apparently satisfied, or else, from his conversation with them, either oddly optimistic or resigned. Why not he? It was strange, in spite of everything, that hope sprang up within him, a recurrent geyser. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, he found himself turning more and more towards that line of least resistance which other churches were following as the one modern solution: institutional work. After all, in the rescuing of bodies, some method might yet be discovered to revive the souls. And there were the children. Hodder might have been likened to an explorer, seeking a direct path when there was none, a royal road. And if this were oblique, it offered, at least, a definite outlet for his energy. Such was, approximately, the state of his mind early in March when Gordon Atterbury came back from a conference in New York on institutional work and filled with enthusiasm. St. John's was incredibly behind the times, so he told Hodder, and later the vestry. Now that they had in Mr. Hodder a man of action and ability, there was no excuse for a parish as wealthy as St. John's, a parish with their opportunities, considering the proximity of Dalton Street neighborhood, not enlarging and modernizing the parish house, not building a settlement house with kindergartens, schools, workshops, libraries, a dispensary, and day nurseries. It would undoubtedly be an expense, and Mr. Atterbury looked at Mr. Parr, who drummed on the vestry table. They would need extra assistants, deaconesses, trained nurses, and all that. But there were other churches in the city that were ahead of St. John's. A reproach! Mr. Parr replied that he had told the rector that he stood ready to contribute to such a scheme when he, the rector, should be ready to approve it. And he looked at Mr. Hodder. Mr. Hodder said he had been considering the matter ever since his arrival. He had only one criticism of institutional work, that, in his observation, it did not bring the people whom it reached into the church in any great numbers. Perhaps that were too much to ask in these days. For his part, he would willingly assume the extra burden, and he was far from denying the positive good such work accomplished through association and by the raising of standards. Mr. Ferguson declared his readiness to help. Many of his salesgirls, he said, lived in this part of the city, and he would be glad to do anything in his power towards keeping them out of the dance halls in such places. A committee was finally appointed, consisting of Mr. Parr, Mr. Atterbury, and the rector, to consult architects and to decide upon a site. Hodder began a correspondence with experts in other cities, collected plans, pamphlets, statistics, spent hours with the great child specialist, Dr. Jarvis, and with certain clergymen who believed in institutionalism as the hope of the future. But McCrae was provokingly non-committal. "Oh, they may try it," he assented somewhat grudgingly one day when the rector had laid out for his inspection the architect's sketch for the settlement house. "No doubt it will help many poor bodies along." "Is there anything else?" the rector asked, looking searchingly at his assistant. "It may as well be that," replied McCrae. The suspicion began to dawn on Hodder that the Scotchman's ideals were as high as his own. Both of them secretly regarded the new scheme as a compromise, a yielding to the inevitable. Mr. Ferguson's remark that an enlarged parish house and a new settlement house might help to keep some of the young women employed in his department store out of the dance halls interested Hodder, who conceived the idea of a dance hall of their own. For the rector, in the course of his bachelor shopping, often resorted to the emporium of his vestryman to stand on the stairway which carried him upward without lifting his feet, to roam, fascinated, through the mazes of its aisles, where he invariably got lost and was rescued by suave floor walkers or pert young women in black gowns and white collars and cuffs. But they were not all pert. There were many characters, many types, and he often wondered whether they did not get tired standing on their feet all day long, hesitating to ask them. Speculated on their lives, flung as most of them were on a heedless city and left to shift for themselves. Why was it that the church which cared for Mr. Ferguson's soul was unable to get in touch with or make an appeal to those of his 1,000 employees? It might indeed have been said that Francis Ferguson cared for his own soul as he cared for the rest of his property, and kept it carefully insured, somewhat, perhaps, on the principle of Pascal's wager. That he had been a benefactor to his city no one would deny who had seen the facade that covered a whole block in the business district from tower to vine, surmounted by a red standard with the familiar motto, "When in doubt, go to Ferguson's." At Ferguson's you could buy anything from a pen wiper to a piano or a Paris gown, sit in a cool restaurant in summer or in a palm garden in winter, leave your baby, if you had one, in charge of the most capable trained nurses. If your taste were literary, mull over the novels in the book department. If you were stout, you might be reduced in the hygiene department, unknown to your husband and intimate friends. In short, if there were any virtuous human wish and the power of genius to gratify, Ferguson's was the place. They even taught you how to cook. It was a modern Aladdin's palace, and like everything else modern, much more wonderful than the original. And the soda might be likened to the waters of Trevi, to partake of which is to return. When in doubt, go to Ferguson. Thus Mrs. Larrabee and other ladies interested in good works had altered his motto. He was one of the supporters of Galt House, into which some of his own young saleswomen had occasionally strayed, and none, save Mr. Parr alone, had been so liberal in his gifts. Hodder invariably found it difficult to reconcile the unassuming man, whose conversation was so commonplace, with the titanic genius who had created Ferguson's, nor, indeed, with the owner of the imposing marble mansion at No. 5 Park Street. The rector occasionally dined there. He had acquired a real affection for Mrs. Ferguson, who resembled a burgomaster's wife in her evening gowns and jewels, and whose simple social ambitions had been gratified beyond her dreams. Her heart had not shrunken in the process, nor had she forgotten her somewhat heterogeneous acquaintances in the southern part of the city. And it was true that when Gertrude Constable had nearly died of appendicitis, it was on this lady's broad bosom that Mrs. Constable had wept. Mrs. Ferguson had haunted the house, regardless of criticism and actually quivering with sympathy. Her more important dinner parties might have been likened to ill-matched fours in hand, and Hodder had sometimes felt more of pity than of amusement as she sat with an expression of terror on her face, helplessly watching certain unruly individuals taking their bits in their teeth and galloping madly downhill. On one occasion, when he sat beside her, a young man, who shall be nameless, was suddenly heard to remark in the midst of an accidental lull, "I never go to church. What's the use? I'm afraid most of us don't believe in hell any more." A silence followed, of the sort that chills, and the young man, glancing down the long board at the clergyman, became as red as the carnation in his buttonhole, and in his extremity gulped down more champagne. "Things are in a dreadful state nowadays," Mrs. Ferguson gasped to a paralyzed company, and turned an agonized face to Hodder. "I'm so sorry," she said. I don't know why I asked him tonight, except that I have to have a young man for Nan, and he's just come to the city, and I was sorry for him. He's very promising in a business way. He's in Mr. Plimpton's trust company." "Please don't let it trouble you." Hodder turned and smiled a little and added whimsically, "We may as well face the truth." "Oh, I should expect you to be good about it, but it was unpardonable," she cried. In the intervals, when he gained her attention, he strove, by talking lightly of other things, to take her mind off the incident, but somehow it had left him strangely and, he felt, disproportionately depressed. Although he had believed himself capable of facing more or less philosophically the condition which the speaker had so frankly expressed. Yet the remark, somehow, had had an illuminating effect, like a flashlight, revealing to him the isolation of the church as never before. And after dinner, as they were going to the smoking-room, the offender accosted him shamefacedly. "I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Hodder," he stammered. That the tall rector's regard was kindly did not relieve his discomfort. Hodder laid a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about it," he answered. "I have only one regret as to what you said, that it is true." The other looked at him curiously. "It's mighty decent of you to take it this way," he said. Further speech failed him. He was a nice-looking young man with firm, white teeth, and honesty was written all over his boyish face. And the palpable fact that his regret was more on the clergyman's account than for the social faux pas drew Hodder the more, since it bespoke a genuineness of character. He did not see the yearning in the rector's eyes as he turned away. Why was it? They could not be standing side by side, fighting the same fight. The church had lost him, and thousands like him, and she needed them, could not indeed do without them. Where, indeed, were the young men? They did not bother their heads about spiritual matters any more. But were they not, he asked himself, franker than many of these others, the so-called pillars of the spiritual structure? Mr. Plimpton accosted him. "I congratulate you upon the new plans, Mr. Hodder. They are great," he said. "Mr. Parr and our host are coming down handsomely, eh? When we get the new settlement house, we'll have a plant as up-to-date as any church in the country. When do you break ground?" "Not until autumn, I believe," Hodder replied. "There are a good many details to decide upon yet." "Well, I congratulate you." Mr. Plimpton was forever congratulating. Up-to-date? Plant? More illuminating words, eloquent of Mr. Plimpton's ideals. St. John's down at the heels, to be brought up to the state of efficiency of Mr. Plimpton's trust company. It was by no means the first time he had heard modern attributes on Mr. Plimpton's lips applied to a sacred institution, but tonight they had a profoundly disquieting effect. Tonight a certain clairvoyance had been vouchsafed him, and he beheld these men, his associates and supporters, with a detachment never before achieved. They settled in groups about the room, which was square and high and paneled in Italian walnut with fluted pilasters, the capitals of which were elaborately carved. And Hodder found himself on a deep leather sofa in a corner, engaged in a desultory and automatic conversation with Everett Constable. Mr. Plimpton, with a large cigar between his lips, was the radiating center of one of the liveliest groups, and of him the rector had fallen into a consideration, piecing together bits of information that hitherto had floated meaninglessly in his mind. It was Mrs. Larrabee who had given character to the career of the still comparatively youthful and unquestionably energetic president of the Chamber of Commerce by likening it to a great spiral, starting somewhere in outer regions of twilight and gradually drawing nearer to the center, from which he had never taken his eyes. At the center were Eldon Parr and Charlotte Gore. Wallace Plimpton had made himself indispensable to both. His campaign for the daughter of Thurston Gore had been comparable to one of the great sieges of history, for Mr. Plimpton was a laughingstock when he sat down before that fortress. At the end of 10 years, Charlotte had capitulated, with a sigh of relief, realizing at last her destiny. She had become slightly stout, revealing, as time went on, no wrinkles, a proof that the Union was founded on something more enduring than poetry. Statesmanship, that was the secret. Step by step, slowly but surely, the memoranda in that matrimonial portfolio were growing into accomplished facts. All events, such as displacements of power, were foreseen, and the Plimptons, like Bismarck, had only to indicate, in case of sudden news, the pigeonhole where the plan of any particular campaign was filed. Mrs. Larrabee's temptation to be witty at the expense of those for whom she had no liking had led Hodder to discount the sketch. He had not disliked Mr. Plimpton, who had done him many little kindnesses. He was good-natured, never ruffled, widely tolerant, hail fellow, well met with everybody, and he had enlivened many a vestry meeting with his stories. It were hypercritical to accuse him of a lack of originality, and if by taking thought he had arrived from nowhere at his present position of ease and eminence, success had not turned to ashes in his mouth. He fairly exhaled well-being, happiness, and good cheer. Life had gone well with him. He wished the same to others. But tonight, from his corner, Hodder seemed to see Mr. Plimpton with new eyes. Not that he stood revealed a villain, which he was far from being. It was the air of sophistication, of good-natured if cynical acceptance of things as they were, and plenty good enough, too, that jarred upon the rector in his new mood, and it was made manifest to him as never before why his appeals from the pulpit had lacked efficacy. Mr. Plimpton didn't want the world changed, and in this desire he represented the men in that room and the majority of the congregation of St. John's. The rector had felt something of this before, and it seemed to him astonishing that the revelation had not come to him sooner. Did any one of them, in his heart, care anything for the ideals and aspirations of the church? As he gazed at them through the gathering smoke, they had become strangers, receded all at once to a great distance. Across the room he caught the name, Bedloe Hubble, pronounced with peculiar bitterness by Mr. Ferguson. At his side Everett Constable was alert, listening. 10 years ago, said a stout Mr. Varnum, the president of the Third National Bank, if you'd told me that that man was to become a demagogue and a reformer, I wouldn't have believed you. Why, his company used to take rebates from the L&G and the Southern. I know it. He emphasized the statement with a blow on the table that made the liqueur glasses dance. And now, with his municipal league, he's going to clean up the city, is he? Put in a reform mayor. Show up what he calls the Consolidated Tractions Company scandal. Pooh! You got out all right, Varnum. You won't be locked up, said Mr. Plimpton banteringly. So did you, retorted Varnum. So did Ferguson. So did Constable. So did Eldon Parr, remarked another man amidst a climax of laughter. Langmaid handled that pretty well. Hodder felt Everett Constable fidget. Bedloe's all right, but he's a dreamer, Mr. Plimpton volunteered. Then I wish he'd stop dreaming, said Mr. Ferguson, and there was more laughter, although he had spoken savagely. That's what he is, A dreamer, Barnum ejaculated. Say, he told George Carter the other day that prostitution wasn't necessary, that in 50 years we'd have largely done away with it. Think of that. And it's as old as Sodom and Gomorrah. If Hubble had his way, he'd make this town look like a Connecticut hill village. He'd drive all the prosperity out of it. All the railroads would have to abandon their terminals. There'd be no more traffic, and you'd have to walk across the bridge to get a drink. Well, said Mr. Plimpton, Tom Beatty's good enough for me, for a while. Beatty, Hodder knew, was the boss of the city, with headquarters in a downtown saloon. Beatty's been maligned, Mr. Barnum declared. I don't say he's a saint, but he's run the town pretty well on the whole and kept the vice where it belongs, out of sight. He's made his pile, but he's entitled to something. We all are. You always know where you stand with Beatty. But say, if Hubble and his crowd— Don't worry about Bedloe. He'll get called in. He'll come home to roost like the rest of them, said Mr. Plimpton cheerfully. The people can't govern themselves. Only Bedloe doesn't know it. Some day he'll find out. The French window beside him was open, and Hodder slipped out, unnoticed, into the warm night and stood staring at the darkness. His one desire had been to get away, out of hearing, and he pressed forward over the tiled pavement until he stumbled against a stone balustrade that guarded a drop of 5 feet or so to the lawn below. At the same time he heard his name called. "Is that you, Mr. Hodder?" He started. The voice had a wistful tremulousness and might almost have been the echo of the leaves stirring in the night air. Then he perceived, in a shaft of light, from one of the drawing-room windows near by, a girl standing beside the balustrade, and as she came towards him, with tentative steps, the light played conjurer, catching the silvery gauze of her dress and striking an aura through the film of her hair. "It's Nan Ferguson," she said. "Of course," he exclaimed, collecting himself. "How stupid of me not to have recognized you." "I'm so glad you came out," she went on, impulsively yet shyly. "I wanted to tell you how sorry I was that thing happened at the table." "I like that young man," he said. "Do you?" she exclaimed with unexpected gratitude. "So do I. He really isn't so bad as he must seem." "I'm sure of it," said the rector, laughing. "I was afraid you'd think him wicked," said Nan. "He works awfully hard, and he's sending a brother through college. He isn't a bit like some others I know. He wants to make something of himself, and I feel responsible because I had Mother ask him tonight." He read her secret. No doubt she meant him to do so. "You know, we're going away next week for the summer, that is, Mother and I," she continued. "Father comes later. And I do hope you'll make us a visit, Mr. Hodder. We were disappointed you couldn't come last year." Nan hesitated, and, thrusting her hand into her gown, drew forth an envelope and held it out to him. "I intended to give you this tonight, to use for anything you thought best." He took it gravely. She looked up at him. "It seems so little. Such a selfish way of discharging one's obligations, just to write out a check when there is so much trouble in the world that demands human kindness as well as material help. I drove up Dalton Street yesterday from downtown. You know how hot it was, and I couldn't help thinking how terrible it is that we who have everything are so heedless of all that misery. The thought of it took away all my pleasure. I'd do something more, something personal if I could. Perhaps I shall be able to next winter. Why is it so difficult for all of us to know what to do? We have taken a step forward, at any rate, when we know that it is difficult," he said. She gazed up at him fixedly, her attention caught by an indefinable something in his voice, in his smile, that thrilled and vaguely disturbed her. She remembered it long afterwards. It suddenly made her shy again, as if, in faring forth into the darkness, she had come to the threshold of a mystery, of a revelation withheld, and it brought back the sense of adventure, of the palpitating fear and daring with which she had come to meet him. "It is something to know," she repeated, half comprehending. The scraping of chairs within alarmed her, and she stood ready to fly. "But I haven't thanked you for this," he said, holding up the envelope. "It may be that I shall find someone in Dalton Street—" "Oh, I hope so," she faltered, breathlessly, hesitating a moment, and then she was gone into the house. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 9. The Divine Discontent. It was the last Sunday in May, and in another week the annual flight to the seashore and the mountains would have begun again. The breezes stealing into the church through the open casements wafted hither and thither the odors of the chancel flowers, and mingled with those fainter and subtler perfumes set free by the rustling of summer gowns. As on this day he surveyed his decorous and fashionable congregation, Hodder had something of that sense of extremity which the great apostle to the Gentiles himself must have felt when he stood in the midst of the Areopagus and made his vain yet sublime appeal to Athenian indifference and luxury. And the times of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent. Some indeed stirred uneasily as the rector paused, lowering their eyes before the intensity of his glance, vaguely realizing that the man had flung the whole passion of his being into the appeal. Heedlessness, that was God's accusation against them, against the age. Materialism, individualism. So absorbed were they in the pursuit of wealth, of distraction, so satisfied with the current philosophy, so intent on surrounding themselves with beautiful things, and thus shutting out the sterner view, that they had grown heedless of the divine message. How few of them availed themselves of their spiritual birthright to renew their lives at the altar rail, and they had permitted their own children to wander away. Repent. There was a note of desperation in his appeal, like that of a hermit who stands on a mountain crag and warns the gay and thoughtless of the valley of the coming avalanche. Had they heard him at last? There were a few moments of tense silence, during which he stood gazing at them. Then he raised his arm in benediction, gathered up his surplice, descended the pulpit steps, and crossed swiftly the chancel. He had, as it were, turned on all the power in a supreme effort to reach them. What if he had failed again? Such was the misgiving that beset him. After the service, as he got out of his surplice, communicated by some occult telepathy, Mr. Parr was awaiting him, and summoning his courage, hope battling against institution, he opened the door into the now empty church and made his way toward the porch, where the sound of voices warned him that several persons were lingering. The nature of their congratulations confirmed his doubts. Mrs. Plimpton, resplendent and looking less robust than usual in one of her summer Paris gowns, greeted him effusively. "Oh, Mr. Hodder, what a wonderful sermon," she cried. "I can't express how it made me feel. So delinquent. Of course, that is exactly the effect you wished. And I was just telling Wallace I was so glad I waited until Tuesday to go east, or I should have missed it. You surely must come on to Hampton and visit us and preach it over again in our little stone church there by the sea. Goodbye, and don't forget. I'll write you, setting the date, only we'd be glad to have you any time." "One of the finest I ever heard, if not the finest," Mr. Plimpton declared, with a kind of serious empressement, squeezing his hand. Others stopped him, Everett Constable for one, and the austere Mrs. Atterbury. Hodder would have avoided the ever-familiar figure of her son, Gordon, in the invariable black cutaway and checked trousers, but he was standing beside Mr. Parr. "Why, Mr. Hodder," he exclaimed, squinting off his glasses, "that was a magnificent effort. I was saying to Mr. Parr that it isn't often one hears a sermon nowadays as able as that and as sound. Many clergymen refrain from preaching them, I sometimes think because they're afraid people won't like them." "I scarcely think it's that," the rector replied a little shortly. "We're afraid people won't heed them." He became aware as he spoke of a tall young woman who had cast an enigmatic glance at Gordon Atterbury and then at himself. "It was a good sermon," said Mr. Parr. "You're coming to lunch, Hodder?" The rector nodded. "I'm ready when you are," he answered. "The motor's waiting," the banker said, leading the way down the steps to the sidewalk, where he turned. "Allison, let me introduce Mr. Hodder. This is my daughter," he added simply. This sudden disclosure of the young woman's identity had upon Hodder a certain electric effect, and with it came a realization of the extent to which, from behind the scenes, so to speak, she had gradually aroused him to a lively speculation. She seemed to have influenced, to a greater or lesser degree, so many lives with which he had come into touch, compelled persons to make up their minds about her, and while he sympathized with Eldon Parr in his abandonment, he had never achieved the full condemnation which he felt. An impartial Christian morality would have meted out. As he uttered the conventional phrase and took her hand, he asked himself whether her personality justified his interest. Her glance at Gordon Atterbury in the midst of that gentleman's felicitations on the sermon had been expressive, Hodder thought, of veiled amusement slightly tinctured with contempt. And he, Hodder, felt himself to have grown warm over it. He could not be sure that Allison Parr had not included in her inner comment the sermon likewise, on which he had so spent himself. What was she doing at church? As her eyes met his own, he seemed to read a challenge. He had never encountered a woman, he decided, who so successfully concealed her thought, and at the same time so incited curiosity about it. The effect of her reappearance on Gordon Atterbury was painfully apparent, and Mrs. Larrabee's remark that he had never got over it reoccurred to Hodder. He possessed the virtue of being faithful, at least, in spite of the lady's apostasy, and he seemed to be galvanized into a tenfold nervousness as he hustled after them and handed her, with the elaborate attention little men are apt to bestow upon women, into the motor. How long shall you be here, Allison?" he asked. "I don't know," she answered, not unkindly, but with a touch of indifference. "You treat us shamefully," he informed her. "Upon my word. But I'm coming to call." "Do," said Allison. Hodder caught her eye again, and this time he was sure that she surprised in him a certain disdain of Mr. Atterbury's zeal. Her smile was faint yet unmistakable. He resented it. Indeed, it was with a well-defined feeling of antagonism that he took his seat, and this was enhanced as they flew westward. Mr. Parr, wholly absorbed with the speaking trumpet, energetically rebuking at every bounce. In the back of the rector's mind lay a weight, which he identified at intervals with what he was now convinced was the failure of his sermon. Allison took no part in the casual conversation that began when they reached the boulevard, and Mr. Parr abandoned the trumpet, but lay back in silence and apparently with entire comfort in a corner of the limousine. At the lunch table, Mr. Parr plunged into a discussion of some of the still undecided details of the new settlement house, in which, as the plan developed, he had become more and more interested. He had made himself responsible from time to time for additional sums until the original estimate had been almost doubled. Most of his suggestions had come from Hodder, who had mastered the subject with a thoroughness that appealed to the financier, and he had gradually accepted the rector's idea of concentrating on the children. Thus he had purchased an adjoining piece of land that was to be a model playground in connection with the gymnasium and swimming pool. The hygienic department was to be all that modern science could desire. "If we're going to do the thing," the banker would remark, "we may as well do it thoroughly. We may as well be leaders and not followers." So, little by little, the scheme had grown to proportions that sometimes appalled the rector when he realized how largely he had been responsible for the additions, in spite of the lukewarmness with which he had begun. And yet it had occasionally been Mr. Parr who, with a sweep of his hand, had added thousands to a particular feature. Thus, the dance hall had become, in prospect, a huge sun parlor at the top of the building, where the children were going to have their kindergarten and games in winter, and which might be shaded and open up to the breezes in summer. What had reconciled Hodder to the enterprise most of all, however, was the chapel. In the plan, a beautiful Gothic church, whereby he hoped to make the religious progress keep pace with the social. Mr. Parr was decidedly in sympathy with this intention, and referred to it now. "I was much impressed by what you said in your sermon today, as to the need of insisting upon authority in religious matters," he declared. "And I quite agree that we should have a chapel of some size at the settlement house for that reason. Those people need spiritual control. It's what the age needs. And when I think of some of the sermons printed in the newspapers today, and which are served up as Christianity, there is only one term to apply to them. They are criminally incendiary." But isn't true Christianity incendiary, in your meaning of the word? It was Allison who spoke, in a quiet and musical voice that was in striking contrast to the tone of Mr. Parr, which the rector thought unusually emphatic. It was the first time she had shown an inclination to contribute to the talk, but since Hodder had sat down at the table, her presence had disturbed him, and he had never been wholly free from an uncomfortable sense that he was being measured and weighed. Once or twice he had stolen a glance at her as she sat, perfectly at ease, and asked himself whether she had beauty. And it dawned upon him little by little that the very proportions she possessed made for physical unobtrusiveness. She was really very tall for a woman. At first he would have said her nose was straight, when he had perceived that it had a delicate hidden curve. Her eyes were curiously set, her dark hair parted in the middle, brought down low on each side of the forehead and tied in a Grecian knot. Thus, in truth, he observed, were seemingly all the elements of the classic, even to the firm yet slender column of the neck. How had it eluded him? Her remark, if it had astonished Hodder, had a dynamic effect on Eldon Parr, and suddenly the rector comprehended that the banker had not so much been talking to him as through him, had been, as it were, courting opposition. "What do you mean by Christianity being incendiary?" he demanded. "Incendiary, from your point of view. I made the qualification," Allison replied, apparently unmoved by his obvious irritation. I don't pretend to be a Christian, as you know. But if there is one element in Christianity that distinguishes it, it is the brotherhood of man. That's pure nitroglycerin, though it's been mixed with so much sawdust. Incendiary is a mild epithet. I never read the sermons you refer to. I dare say they're crude, but they're probably attempts to release an explosive which would blow your comfortable social system and its authority into atoms. Hodder, who had listened in amazement, glanced at the banker. He had never before heard him opposed or seen him really angry. "I've heard that doctrine," cried Mr. Parr. "Those who are dissatisfied with things as they are because they have been too stupid or too weak or self-indulgent to rise find it easy to twist the principles of Christianity into revolutionary propaganda. It's the case of the devil quoting scripture, the brotherhood of man. There has never been an age when philanthropy and organized charity were on such a scale as today." A certain gallant, indomitable ring crept into Allison's voice. She did not seem in the least dismayed or overborne. "But isn't that just where most so-called Christians make their mistake?" she asked. "Philanthropy and organized charity as they exist today have very little to do with the brotherhood of man. Mightn't it be you who are fooling yourselves instead of the incendiaries fooling themselves, so long as you can make yourselves believe that this kind of charity is a logical carrying out of the Christian principles? So long are your consciences satisfied with the social system which your class very naturally finds so comfortable and edifying. The weak and idiotic ought to be absurdly grateful for what is flung to them, and heaven is gained in the throwing. In this way, the rich inevitably become the elect, both here and hereafter, and the needle's eye is widened into a gap." There was on Mr. Parr's lips a smile not wholly pleasant to see. Indeed, in the last few minutes there had been revealed to Hodder a side of the banker's character which had escaped him in the 2 years of their acquaintance. "I suppose," said Mr. Parr, slowly drumming on the table, "you would say that of the new settlement house of St. John's, whereby we hope to raise a whole neighborhood." "Yes, I should," replied Allison with spirit. "The social system by which you thrive, and which politically and financially you strive to maintain, is diametrically opposed to your creed, which is supposed to be the brotherhood of man. But if that were really your creed, you would work for it politically and financially. You would see that your church is trying to do infinitesimally what the government, but for your opposition, might do universally. Your true creed is survival of the fittest. You grind these people down into what is really an economic slavery and dependence, and then you insult and degrade them by inviting them to exercise and read books and sing hymns in your settlement house, and give their children crackers and milk and kindergartens and sunlight. I don't blame them for not becoming Christians on that basis. Why, the very day I left New York, a man over 80 who had been swindled out of all he had, rather than go to one of the Christian institutions, deliberately forged a check and demanded to be sent to the penitentiary. He said that he could live and die there with some self-respect." "I might have anticipated that you would ultimately become a socialist, Allison," Mr. Parr remarked, but his voice trembled. "I don't know whether I'm a socialist or an anarchist," she answered. Hodder thought he detected a note of hopelessness in her voice, and the spirit in it ebbed a little. Not only did she seem indifferent to her father's feelings, which incidentally added fuel to it, but her splendid disregard of him as a clergyman had made an oddly powerful appeal. And her argument, his feelings as he listened to this tremendous arraignment of Eldon Parr by his daughter, are not easily to be described. To say that she had compelled him the rector of St. John's, at last to look in the face of many conditions which he had refused to recognize would be too definite a statement. Nevertheless, some things had occurred. Refutations sprang to his lips and died there, though he had no notion of uttering them. He saw that to admit her contentions would be to behold crumble into ruins the structure that he had spent a life in rearing. And yet something within him responded to her words. They had the passionate, convincing ring of truth. By no means the least of their disturbing effects was due to the fact that they came as a climax to, as a fulfillment of the revelation he had had at the Fergusons, when something of the true nature of Mr. Plimpton and others of his congregation had suddenly been laid bare. And now Hodder looked at Eldon Parr to behold another man from the one he had known, and in that moment realized that their relationship could never again be the same. Were his sympathies with the daughter? "I don't know what I believe," said Allison after a pause. "I've ceased trying to find out. What's the use?" She appeared now to be addressing no one in particular. A servant entered with a card, and the banker's hand shook perceptibly as he put down his claret and adjusted his glasses. "Show him into my office upstairs and tell him I'll see him at once," he said, and glanced at the rector. But it was Allison whom he addressed. "I must leave Mr. Hodder to answer your arguments," he added with an attempt at lightness, and then to the rector. "Perhaps you can convince her that the church is more sinned against than sinning, and that Christians are not such terrible monsters after all. You'll excuse me." "Certainly." Hodder had risen. "Shall we have coffee in the garden?" Allison asked. "It's much nicer outside this time of year." For an instant he was at a loss to decide whether to accede or to make an excuse to leave the house. Wisdom seemed to point to flight. But when he glanced at her, he saw to his surprise that the mood of abstraction into which she had fallen still held her, that the discussion which had aroused Eldon Parr to such dramatic anger had left her serious and thoughtful. She betrayed no sense of triumph at having audaciously and successfully combated him, and she appeared now only partially to be aware of Hodder's presence. His interest, his curiosity mounted suddenly again, overwhelming once more the antagonism which he had felt come and go in waves. And once more his attempted classification of her was swept away. She had relapsed into an enigma. "I like the open air," he answered, "and I have always wished to see the garden. I have admired it from the windows." "It's been on my mind for some years," she replied as she led the way down a flight of steps into the vine-covered pergola. "And I intend to change parts of it while I'm out here. It was one of my first attempts, and I've learned more since." "You must forgive my ignorant praise," he said and smiled. "I have always thought it beautiful, but I can understand that an artist is never satisfied." She turned to him, and suddenly their eyes met and held in a momentary electric intensity that left him warm and agitated. There was nothing coquettish in the glance, but it was the first distinct manifestation that he was of consequence. She returned his smile without levity. "Is a clergyman ever satisfied?" she asked. "He ought not to be," replied Hodder, wondering whether she had read him. "Although you were so considerate, I suppose you must have thought it presumptuous of me to criticize your profession, which is religion." "Religion, I think, should be everybody's," he answered quietly. She made no reply, and he entered, as into another world, the circular arbor in which the pergola ended. So complete in contrast was its atmosphere to that of the house. The mansion he had long since grown to recognize as an expression of the personality of its owner, But this classic bower was as remote from it as though it were in Greece. He was sensitive to beauty, yet the beauty of the place had a perplexing quality which he felt in the perfect curves of the marble bench, in the marble basin brimming to the tip with clear water, the surface of which, flecked with pink petals, mirrored the azure sky through the leafy network of the roof. In one green recess, a slender Mercury hastily adjusted his sandal. Was this her art, the true expression of her baffling personality? As she had leaned back in the corner of the automobile, she had given him the impression of a languor almost oriental. But this had been startlingly dispelled at the lunch table by a revelation of the animation and a vitality which had magically transformed her. But now, as under the spell of a new encompassment of her own weaving, she seemed to revert to her former self, sinking relaxed into a wicker lounge beside the basin, one long and shapely hand in the water and the other idle in her lap. Her eyes, he remarked, were the contradiction in her face. Had they been larger and almond-shaped, the illusion might have been complete. They were neither opaque nor smoldering, but Western eyes, amber-colored with delicately stenciled rays and long lashes. And as they gazed at him now, they seemed to reflect, without disclosing the flitting thoughts behind them. He felt antagonism and attraction almost in equal degree. The situation transcended his experience. "You don't intend to change this?" he asked with an expressive sweep of his hand. "No," she said. "I've always liked it. Tell me what you feel about it." He hesitated. "You resent it," she declared. "Why do you say that?" he demanded quickly. "I feel it," she answered calmly but with a smile. "Resent would scarcely be the proper word," he contended, returning her smile, yet hesitating again. "You think it pagan," she told him. "Perhaps I do," he answered simply, as though impressed by her felicitous discovery of the adjective. Allison laughed. "It's pagan because I'm pagan, I suppose." "It's very beautiful. You have managed to get an extraordinary atmosphere," he continued, bent on doing himself an exact justice. "But I should say, if you pressed me, that it represents to me the deification of beauty to the exclusion of all else. You have made beauty the alpha and omega." "There is nothing else for me," she said. The coffee tray arrived and was deposited on the wicker table beside her. She raised herself on an elbow, filled his cup, and handed it to him. "And yet," he persisted, "from the manner in which you spoke at the table—" "Oh, don't imagine I haven't thought. But thinking isn't believing." "No," he admitted with a touch of sadness. "You were right. There were certain comments you made on the Christian religion—" She interrupted him again. "As to the political side of it, which is socialism, so far as I can see. If there is any other side, I have never been able to discover it. It seems to me that if Christians were logical, they should be socialist. The brotherhood of man, cooperation, all that is socialism, isn't it? It's opposed to the principle of the survival of the fittest, which so many of these so-called Christians practice. I used to think when I came back from Paris that I was a socialist, and I went to a lot of their meetings in New York and to their lectures. But after a while I saw there was something in socialism that didn't appeal to me, something smothering, a forced cooperation that did not leave one free. I wanted to be free. I've been striving all my life to be free." She exclaimed passionately and was silent an instant, inspecting him. "Perhaps I owe you an apology for speaking as I did before a clergyman, especially before an honest one." He passed over the qualification with a characteristic smile. "Oh, if we're going to shut our ears to criticism, we better give up being clergymen," he answered. "I'm afraid there's a great deal of truth in what you said." "That's generous of you," she exclaimed, and thrilled him with the tribute. Nor was the tribute wholly in the words. There had come spontaneously into her voice an exquisite modulated note that haunted him long after it had died away. "I had to say what I thought," she continued earnestly. "I stood it as long as I could. Perhaps you didn't realize it, but my father was striking at me when he referred to your sermon and spiritual control and in other things he said when you were talking about the settlement house. He reserves for himself the right to do as he pleases, but insists that those who surround him shall adopt the subserviency which he thinks proper for the rest of the world. If he were a Christian himself, I shouldn't mind it so much." Hodder was silent. The thought struck him with the force of a great wind. "He's a Pharisee," Allison went on, following the train of her thought. "I remember the first time I discovered that. It was when I was reading the New Testament carefully, in the hope of finding something in Christianity I might take hold of. And I was impressed particularly by the scorn with which Christ treated the Pharisees. My father, too, if he had lived in those days, would have thought Christ a seditious person, an impractical, fanatical idealist, and would have tried to trip him up with literal questions concerning the law. His real and primary interest is in a social system that benefits himself and his kind, and because this is so, he and men like him would have it appear that Christianity is on the side of what they term law and order. I do not say that they are hypocritical, that they reason this out. They are elemental, and they feel intuitively that Christianity contains a vital spark which, if allowed to fly, would start a conflagration beyond their control. The theologians have helped them to cover the spark with ashes, and naturally they won't allow the ashes to be touched, if they can help it." She lay very still. The rector had listened to her, at first with amazement, then with more complicated sensations, as she thus dispassionately discussed the foremost members of his congregation and the first layman of the diocese, who was incidentally her own father. In her masterly analysis of Eldon Parr, she had brought Hodder face to face with the naked truth and compelled him to recognize it. How could he attempt to refute it with honesty? He remembered Mr. Parr's criticism of Allison. There had been hardness in that, though it were the cry of a lacerated paternal affection. In that, too, a lack of comprehension, an impotent anger at a visitation not understood, a punishment apparently unmerited. Hodder had pitied him then. He still pitied him. In the daughter's voice was no trace of resentment. No one, seemingly, could be farther removed from him, the rector of St. John's, in her opinions and views of life, than Allison Parr, and yet he felt in her an undercurrent, deep and strong, which moved him strangely, strongly, irresistibly. He recognized a passionate desire for the truth, and the courage to face it at any cost, and a capacity for tenderness revealed in flashes. "I have hurt you," she exclaimed. "I am sorry." He collected himself. "It is not you who have hurt me," he replied. "Reflections on the contradictions and imperfections of life are always painful, and since I have been here, I have seen a great deal of your father. You are fond of him." He hesitated. It was not an ordinary conversation. They were dealing with realities, and he had a sense that vital issues were at stake. He had in that moment to make a reevaluation of his sentiments for the financier, to weigh the effect of her indictment. "Yes," he answered slowly, "I am fond of him. He has shown me a side of himself, perhaps, that other men have not seen, and he is very lonely." "You pity him?" She started at her word. "I guessed that from an expression that crossed your face when we were at the table. But surely you must have observed the incongruity of his relationship with your church. Surely in preaching as you did this morning against materialism, individualism, absorption in the pursuit of wealth, you must have had my father in mind as the supreme example. And yet he listened to you as serenely as though he had never practiced any of these things. Clergymen wonder why Christianity doesn't make more progress today. Well, what strikes the impartial observer who thinks about the subject at all as one reason is the paralyzing inconsistency of an alliance between those who preach the brotherhood of man and those who are opposed to it. I've often wondered what clergymen would say about it if they were frank, only I never see any clergymen. He was strongly agitated. He did not stop, strangely enough, to reflect how far they had gone, to demand by what right she brought him to the bar, challenge the consistency of his life, for she had struck with a ruthless precision at the very core of his trouble, revealed it for what it was. "Yes," he said, "I can see how we may be accused of inconsistency, and with much justice." His refusal to excuse and vindicate himself impressed her as no attempt at extenuation could have done. Perhaps in that moment her quick instinct divined something of his case, something of the mental suffering he strove to conceal. Contrition shone in her eyes. "I ought not to have said that," she exclaimed gently. "It is so easy for outsiders to criticize those who are sincere, and I am sure you are. We cannot know all the perplexities, but when we look at the church, we are puzzled by that which I have mentioned, and by other things." "What other things?" he demanded. She hesitated in her turn. "I suppose you think it odd my having gone to church feeling as I do," she said. "But St. John's is now the only place vividly associated with my mother. She was never at home here in this house. I always go at least once when I'm out here, and I listen to your sermon intently." "Yes?" "I wanted to tell you this. You interested me as I had not been interested since I was 20, when I made a desperate attempt to become a Christian and failed. Do you know how you struck me? It was as a man who actually had a great truth which he was desperately trying to impart and could not. I have not been in a church more than a dozen times in the last 8 years, but you impressed me as a man who felt something, whatever it is." He did not speak. "But why," she cried, "do you insist on what you call authority? As a modern woman who has learned to use her own mind, I simply can't believe, if the God of the universe is a moral God you assert him to be, that he has established on earth an agency of the kind you infer, and delegated to it the power of life and death over human souls. Perhaps you do not go so far, but if you make the claim at all, you must make it in its entirety. There is an ideal of commercialism, of monopoly in that conception which is utterly repugnant to anyone who tries to approach the subject with a fresh mind, and from an ideal point of view. And religion must be idealism, mustn't it? Your ancient monks and saints weren't satisfied until they had settled every detail of the invisible world, of past and future. They mapped it out as if it were a region they had actually explored, like geographers. They used their reason and what science they had to make theories about it, which the churches still proclaim as the Catholic and final truth. You forbid us to use our reason. You declare, in order to become Christian, that we have to accept authoritative statements. Oh, can't you see that an authoritative statement is just what an ethical person doesn't want? Belief. Faith doesn't consist in the mere acceptance of a statement, but in something much higher, if we can achieve it. Acceptance of authority is not faith. It is mere credulity. It is to shirk the real issue. We must believe if we believe at all without authority. If we knew, there would be no virtue in striving. If I could choose a God," she added after a pause, "I cannot take a consensus of opinion about him. He must be my God." Hodder did not speak immediately. Strange as it may seem, he had never heard the argument and the strength of it, reinforced by the extraordinary vitality and earnestness of the woman who had uttered it, had a momentary stunning effect. He sat contemplating her as she lay back among the cushions, and suddenly he seemed to see in her the rebellious child of which her father had spoken. No wonder Eldon Parr had misunderstood her, had sought to crush her spirit. She was to be dealt with in no common way, nor was the consuming yearning he discerned in her to be lightly satisfied. "The God of the individualist," he said at length, musingly, not accusingly. "I am an individualist," she admitted simply, "but I am at least logical in that philosophy, and the individualists who attend the churches today are not. The inconsistency of their lives is what makes those of us who do not go to church doubt the efficacy of their creed, which seems to have no power to change them. The majority of people in St. John's are no more Christians than I am. They attend service once a week, and the rest of the time they are bent upon getting all they can of pleasure and profit for themselves. Do you wonder that those who consider this spectacle come inevitably to the conclusion that either Christianity is at fault, is outworn, or else that it is presented in the wrong way?" The rector rose abruptly, walked to the entrance of the arbor, and stood staring across the garden. Presently he turned and came back and stood over her. "Since you ask me," he said slowly, "I do not wonder at it." She raised her eyes swiftly. "When you speak like that," she exclaimed with an enthusiasm that stirred him, despite the trouble of his mind, "I cannot think of you as a clergyman, but as a man, indeed," she added, in the surprise of her discovery. "I have never thought of you as a clergyman, even when I first saw you this morning. I could not account then for a sense of duality about you that puzzled me. Do you always preach as earnestly as that?" "Why?" "I felt as if you were throwing your whole soul into the effort. Oh, I felt it distinctly. You made some of them temporarily a little uncomfortable, but they did not understand you, and you didn't change them. It seemed to me you realized this when Gordon Atterbury spoke to you. I tried to analyze the effect on myself. If it had been in the slightest degree possible for my reason to accept what you said, you might, through sheer personality, have compelled me to reconsider. As it was, I found myself resisting you." With his hands clasped behind him, he paced across the arbor and back again. "Have you ever definitely and sincerely tried to put what the church teaches into practice?" he asked. "Orthodox Christianity? Penance? Asceticism? Self-abnegation? Repression? Falling on my knees and seeking a forgiveness out of all the proportion to the trespass? And filled with a sense of total depravity? If I did that, I should lose myself, the only valuable thing I've got." Hodder, who had resumed his pacing, glanced at her involuntarily and fought an inclination to agree with her. "I see no one upon whom I can rely but myself," she went on with the extraordinary energy she was able to summon at will. "And I am convinced that self-sacrifice, at least indiscriminate, unreasoning self-sacrifice, is worse than useless, and to teach it is criminal ignorance. None of the so-called Christian virtues appeals to me. I hate humility. You haven't it. The only happiness I can see in the world lies in self-expression, and I certainly shouldn't find that in sewing garments for the poor. The last thing that I could wish for would be immortality as Orthodox Christianity depicts it. And suppose I had followed the advice of my Christian friends and remained here, where they insisted my duty was. What would have happened to me? In a senseless self-denial, I should have gradually withered into a meaningless old maid, with no opinions of my own and no more definite purpose in life than to write checks for charities. Your Christianity commands that women shall stay at home, and declares that they are not entitled to seek their own salvation, to have any place in affairs, or to meddle with the realm of intellect. Those forbidden gardens are reserved for the lordly sex. St. Paul, you say, put us in our proper place some 20 centuries ago, and we are to remain there for all time. He felt sweeping through him the reverse current of hostility. And what I preach, he asked, has tended to confirm you in such a mean conception of Christianity? Her eye traveled over the 6 feet of him, the kindling, reflecting eye of the artist. It rested for a moment on the protesting locks of his hair, which apparently could not be cut short enough to conform, on the hands which were strong and sinewy, on the wide, tolerant mouth with its rugged furrows, on the breadth and height of his forehead. She lay for a moment, inert, considering. What you preach, yes, she answered bravely, meeting his look. What you are, no. You and your religion are as far apart as the poles. Oh, this old argument, the belief that has been handed down to the man, the authority with which he is clothed and not the man himself. How can one be a factor in life unless one represents something which is the fruit of actual, personal experience? Your authority is for the weak, the timid, the credulous, for those who do not care to trust themselves, who run from shelter from the storms of life to a papier-mâché fortress made to look like a rock. In order to preach that logically, you should be a white ascetic with a well-oiled manner, a downcast look lest you stumble in your pride. Lest by chance you might do something original that sprang out of your own soul instead of being an imitation of the saints. And if your congregation took your doctrine literally, I can see a whole army of white, meek Christians. But you are not like that. Can't you see it for yourself? She exclaimed. Can't you feel that you are an individual, a personality, a force that might be put to great uses? That will be because you are open-minded, because there is room in you for growth and change. He strove with all his might to quell the inner conflagration which she had fanned into leaping flames. Though he had listened before to doubt and criticism, this woman, with her strange shifting moods of calm and passion, with her bewildering faculty of changing from passive to active resistance, her beauty once manifest, never to be forgotten, her unique individuality that now attracted, now repelled, seemed for the moment the very incarnation of the forces opposed to him and his religion. Hodder, as he looked at her, had a flash of fierce resentment that now, of all times, she should suddenly have flung herself across his path. For she was to be reckoned with. Why did he not tell her she was an egoist? Why didn't he speak out, defend his faith, denounce her views as prejudiced and false? Have I made you angry? He heard her say. I am sorry. It was the hint of reproach in her tone to which the man in him instantly responded. And what he saw now was his portrait she had painted. The thought came to him. Was he indeed greater, more vital than the religion he professed? God forbid. Did he ring true and it false? She returned his gaze, and gradually under her clear olive skin, he saw the crimson color mounting higher. She put forth her hand, simply, naturally, and pressed his own, as though they had been friends for a lifetime. End of Chapter 9. Read by Hope Baker, Moorfield, West Virginia.
Section 11 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Samuel MacGregor. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 10. The Messenger in the Church. The annual scourge of summer had descended pitilessly upon the city once more, enervating, depressing, stagnating, and people moved languidly in the penetrating heat that steamed from the pores of the surrounding river bottoms. The rector of St. John's realized that a crisis had come in his life, a crisis he had tried to stave off in vain. And yet there was a period during which he pursued his shrunken duties as though nothing had happened to him, as a man who has been struck in battle keeps on, loath to examine, to acknowledge the gravity of his wound, fearing, too, perhaps. Sometimes, as his mind went back to the merciless conflict of his past, his experience at the law school, it was the unchaining of that other man he dreaded, the man he believed himself to have finally subdued. But night and day he was haunted by the sorrowful and reproachful face of truth. Had he the courage, now, to submit the beliefs which had sustained him all these years to truth's inexorable inspection? Did he dare to turn and open those books which she had inspired, the new philosophies, the historical criticisms which he had neglected and condemned, which he had flattered himself he could do without, and read of the fruit of knowledge? Twice, thrice he had hesitated on the steps of the big library and turned away with a wildly beating heart. Day by day the storm increased, until from a cloud on the horizon it grew into a soul-shaking tempest. Profoundly moved as he had been on that Sunday afternoon in Eldon Parr's garden, he had resolutely resolved to thrust the woman and the incident from his mind, to defer the consideration of the questions she had raised, grave though they were, to a calmer period. For now he was unable to separate her, to eliminate the emotion he was forced to acknowledge, the thought of her aroused, from the problems themselves. Who was she? At moments he seemed to see her shining, accusing, as truth herself, and again as a Circe who had drawn him by subtle arts from his wanderings, luring him to his death. Or, at other times, as the mutinous daughter of revolt. But when he felt, in memory, the warm touch of her hand, the old wildness of his nature responded. He ceased to speculate or care, and he longed only to crush and subdue her by the brute power of the man in him. For good or bad, she had woven her spell. Here was the old, elemental, twofold contest, carnal and spiritual, thoroughly revived. He recalled, in his musings, the little theological school surrounded by southern woods and fields where he had sometime walked under autumn foliage with the elderly gentleman who had had such an influence on his life, the dean. Mild-mannered and frail, patient in ordinary converse, a lion for the faith. He would have died for it as cheerfully as any martyr in history. By the marvels of that faith, Hodder had beheld from his pew in the chapel the little man transformed. He knew young men, their perplexities and temptations, and he dealt with them personally like a father. Hodder's doubts were stilled. He had gained power of his temptations and peace for his soul, and he had gone forth, inspired by the reminder that there was no student of whom the dean expected better things. Where now were the thousands of which he had dreamed, and which he was to have brought into the church? Now He asked himself, was it the dean or the dean's theology through which his regeneration had come? Might not the inherent goodness of the dean be one thing and his theology quite another? Personality again. He recalled one of the many things which Allison Parr had branded on his memory, the belief, the authority in which the man is clothed and not the man. The dean's God had remained silent on the subject of personality, or, at the best, he had not encouraged it, and there were, Hodder could not but perceive, certain contradictions in his character, which were an anomalistic blending of that of the jealous God of Moses and of the God of Christ. There must be continuity. God could not change. Therefore, the God of infinite love must retain the wrath which visited sins of the fathers on the children, which demanded sacrifice, atonement, an exact propitiation for his anger against mankind, an innocent life of sorrow and suffering. And again, you and your religion are as far apart as the poles. Had he, Hodder, outgrown the dean's religion, or had it ever been his own? Was there, after all, such a thing as religion? Might it not be merely a figment of the fertile imagination of man? He did not escape the terror of this thought when he paused to consider his labor of the past 2 years and the vanity of its results. And little by little the feeling grew upon him, such being the state of his mind, that he ought not to continue, for the present at least, to conduct the services. Should he resign, or go away for a while to some quiet place before he made such a momentous decision? There was no one to whom he could turn, no layman and no clergyman, not even the old bishop whom he had had more than once mentally accused of being too broad and too tolerant. No, he did not wish a clergyman's solution. The significance of this thought flashed through him, that the world itself was no longer seeking clergymen's solutions. He must go off alone and submit his faith to the impartial test. It was in a vigil of the night, when he lay in the hot darkness, unable to sleep, that he came at length to this resolve. And now that he had cut the knot, he was too just to blame Allison Parr for having pointed out, with what often had seemed a pitiless cruelty, something of which he had had a constantly growing perception, yet had continually sought to evade. And he reviewed, as the church bells recorded the silent hours, how, little by little, his confidence had crumbled before the shocks of the successive revelations, some of them so slight that they had passed unnoticed. Comparisons inevitably compelled. Dalton Street, the confessions of Eleanor Goodrich and Mrs. Constable, Mr. Plimpton and his views of life, Eldon Parr. Even the slamming of the carriage doors in Burton Street had had a significance. Might it not prove that this woman had let fall into the turbid waters of his soul the drop that was to clear them forever? He would go away. He would not see her again. Over the sleeping city, unapprehended, stole the dawn. He arose, but instead of falling on his knees, he went to the window and lifted his face to the whitening sky. Slowly, out of the obscurity of the earth's shadow, emerged the vague outlines of familiar things until they stood sharply material, in a silence as of death. A sparrow twittered, and suddenly the familiar, soot-grimed roofs were bathed in light and by a touch made beautiful. Some hours later the city was wide awake, and Hodder, bathed and dressed, stood staring down from his study window into the street below, full now of young men and girls, some with set faces, hurrying, intent, others romping and laughing as they dodged the trucks and trolley cars, all on their way to the great shoe factory around the corner, the huge funnels of which were belching forth smoke into the morning air. The street emptied, a bell rang, a whistle blew, the hum of distant machinery began. Later that morning, Hodder sat in his study. The shutters were closed, and the intensity of the tropical glare without was softened and diffused by the slanting green slats. His eye wandered over the long and comfortable room which had been his sanctuary in the feverish days of his ministry, resting affectionately on the hospitable chairs, the wide fireplace before which he had been wont to settle himself on winter nights, and even on the green matting, a cooling note in summer. And there, in the low cases along the walls, were the rows of his precious books, his one hobby and extravagance. He had grown to love the room. Would he ever come back to it? A step sounded in the hall, a knock, and the well-known gaunt form and spectacled face of MacGregor appeared in the doorway. "You wish to see me?" he asked. "MacGregor," said the rector, "I am going off for a while." His assistant regarded him a moment in silence. Although Hodder had no intention of explaining his reasons, he had a curious conviction that it were superfluous to do so, that MacGregor had guessed them. "Why shouldn't ye? There's but a handful left to preach to in this weather." "I wouldn't go in this sudden way if it were not imperative," Hodder added, trying to speak calmly. "Why shouldn't ye?" MacGregor repeated almost fiercely. Hodder smiled in spite of himself. "There's no reason," he said, "except the added work put on you without warning, and in this heat." "Ye'll need not to worry," his assistant assured him. "The heat's nothing to me." MacGregor hesitated, and then demanded abruptly, "You'll not be visiting?" The question took Hodder by surprise. "No," he answered quickly and not quite steadily, and hesitated in his turn. "I shan't be visiting." "It's a rest ye need. I've been wanting to say it." MacGregor took a step forward, and for a moment it seemed as though he were at last about to break the bonds of his reserve. Perhaps he detected an instinctive shrinking on the rector's part. At any rate, there was another instant of silence in which the two men faced each other across the desk, and MacGregor held out his hand. "Good luck to ye," he said as Hodder took it, "and don't have the parish on your mind. Stay till ye rested, and come back to us." He left the room abruptly. Hodder remained motionless, looking after him, and then, moved apparently by a sudden impulse, started toward the door, only to halt and turn before he got to it. Almost he had opened his lips to call his assistant back. He could not do it. The moment had come and fled, when it might have been possible. Did this man hide, under his brusqueness and brevity of speech, the fund of wisdom and the wider sympathy and understanding he suspected? Hodder could have vouched for it, and yet he had kept his own counsel, and he was struck suddenly by the significance of the fact, often remarked, that MacGregor, in his brief and common sense and by no means enlivening sermons, had never once referred in any way to doctrine or dogma. He spent half an hour in collecting and bestowing in 2 large valises such articles as his simple needs would demand, and then set out for a railroad office in the business portion of the city, where he bought his ticket and berth. Then, after a moment of irresolution on the threshold of the place, he turned to the right, thrusting his way through the sluggish crowds on Tower Street until he came to the large bookstore where he had been wont to spend, from time to time, some of his leisure moments. A clerk recognized him and was about to lead the way to the rear, where the precious editions were kept, when Hodder stopped him. In casting about for a beginning in his venture over unknown seas, there had naturally come into his mind 3 or 4 works which were anathema to the orthodox, one of which, in 7 volumes, went back to his seminary days and had been the subject of a ringing, denunciatory sermon by the dean himself. 3 of them were by Germans of established reputations, another by a professor of the University of Paris. The habit of years is strong, and though he knew that many clergymen read these books, Hodder found it impossible to overcome a nervous sense of adventure, nay, knowing his resolution, of apostasy, almost of clandestine guilt when he mentioned them, and it seemed to him that the face of the clerk betrayed surprise. One of the works was not in stock. He would send the others that afternoon. Mr. Hodder would take them. They made a formidable parcel, but a little handle was supplied, and the rector hurried out, swinging himself on a Tower Street car. It must not be thought that the whole of what is called modern criticism was new to Hodder. This would indeed be too much of a reflection on the open-mindedness of the seminary from which he had graduated, but he found himself now pondering a little cynically on that open-mindedness, on that concession, if it had been a concession, to the methods of science. There had been, in truth, a course of lectures on this subject, but he saw now, very clearly, what a concerted effort had been put forward in the rest of the teaching to minimize and discredit it. Even the professor who gave the lectures had had the air of deploring them. Here it is, but on the whole one would better let it alone. Such was the inference. And he had let it alone through all these years. In the seminary, too, volumes by semi-learned clergymen had been thrust into his hands, efforts which Hodder recalled now, in spite of his mental state, with a smile. These invariably championed the doctrine of the virgin birth as the pillar on which the incarnation depended. A favorite argument declared that although the gospel texts in regard to it might be proven untrustworthy, the miraculous birth must have happened anyway. And one of these clerical authors, whom he had more recently read, actually had had the audacity to turn the weapons of the archenemy, science, back upon itself. The virgin birth was an established fact in nature, and had its place in the social economy of the bee. And did not parthenogenesis occur in the silk moth? In brief, the conclusion impressed upon him by his seminary instruction was this: that historical criticism had corrected some ideas and put some things in their right place. What these things were remained sufficiently vague, but whenever it attacked a cherished dogma, it was, on general principles, wrong. Once again, in his cool study, he cut the cord with a trembling hand, and while he was eating the lunch his housekeeper had prepared, dipped into one of the larger volumes. As he read again the critical disproofs, he felt an acute, almost physical pain, as though a vital part of him were being cut away, as his mind dwelt upon those beautiful legends to which he had so often turned, and which had seemed the very fountain of his faith. Legends. He closed the book. The clock on the mantel struck 3. His train was to leave at 5. He rose and went down into the silent church he had grown to love, seating himself in one of the carved stalls of the choir, his eye lingering in turn on each beautiful object, on the glowing landscape in the window in memory of Eliza Parr, portraying the delectable country with the bewildered yet enraptured faces of the pilgrims in the foreground, on the graceful, shining lectern, the aspiring arches, the carved marble altar behind the rail, and above it the painting of the Christ on the cross. The hours of greatest suffering are the empty hours. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani? The hours when the mysterious, sustaining, and driving force is withdrawn, and a lassitude and despair comes over us like that of a deserted child. The hours when we feel we have reached the limit of service, when our brief span of usefulness is done. Had God brought him, John Hodder, to the height of the powers of his manhood only to abandon him, to cast him adrift on the face of the waters, led him to this great parish with all its opportunities only that he might fail and flee? He sat staring at the face of the man on the cross. Did he, in his overwrought state, imagine there an expression he had never before remarked, Or had the unknown artist of the 70s actually risen above the mediocrity of the figure in his portrayal of the features of the Christ? The rector started and stared again. There was no weakness in the face, no meekness, no suggestion of the conception of the sacrificed lamb, no hint of a beatific vision of opening heavens, and yet no accusation, no despair. A knowing, that were nearer, a knowing of all things through the experiencing of all things, the suffering of all things. For suffering without revelation were vain, indeed. A perfected wisdom that blended inevitably with a transcendent love. Love and wisdom were one, then. To reach comprehension through conquering experience was to achieve the love that could exclaim, "They know not what they do." Human or divine? Man or God? Hodder found himself inwardly repeating the words, the controversy which had raged for 1900 years and not yet was stilled. Perfection is divine. Human. Hodder repeated the word as one groping on the threshold of a great discovery. He was listening. He had for a long time been listening to a sound which had seemed only the natural accompaniment of the drama taking place in his soul, as though some inspired organist were expressing in exquisite music the undercurrent of his agony. Only gradually did he become aware that it arose from the nave of the church, and, turning, his eyes fell upon the bowed head and shoulders of a woman kneeling in one of the pews. She was sobbing. His movement, he recalled afterward, did not come of a conscious volition, as he rose and descended the chancel steps and walked toward her. He stood for what seemed a long time on the white marble of the aisle looking down on her, his heart wrung by the violence of her grief, which at moments swept through her like a tempest. She seemed still young, but poverty had marked her with unmistakable signs. The white, blue-veined hands that clung to the railing of the pew were thin, and the shirtwaist, though clean, was cheap and frayed. At last she rose from her knees and raised a tear-stained face to his, staring at him in a dumb bewilderment. "Can I do anything for you?" he said gently. "I am the rector here." She did not answer, but continued to stare uncomprehendingly. He sat down beside her in the pew. "You are in trouble," he said. "Will you let me try to help you?" A sob shook her, the beginning of a new paroxysm. He waited patiently until it was over. Suddenly she got rather wildly and unsteadily to her feet. "I must go," she cried. "Oh, God, what would I do if he wasn't there?" Hodder rose too. She had thrust herself past him into the aisle, but if he had not taken her arm she would have fallen. Thus they went together to the door of the church and out into the white, burning sunlight. In spite of her weakness, she seemed actually to be leading him, impelled by a strange force, and fled down the steps of the porch to the sidewalk. And there she paused, seeing him still beside her. Fortunately, he had his hat in his hand. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To take you home," he replied firmly. "You ought not to go alone." A look of something like terror came into her eyes. "Oh, no," she protested with a vehemence that surprised him. "I am strong. Oh, thank you, sir, but I can go alone. It's Dickie, my little boy. I've never left him so long. I had gone for the medicine, and I saw the church. I used to go to church, sir, before we had our troubles, and I just went in. It suddenly came over me that God might help me. The doctor can do nothing." "I will go with you," he said. She ceased to resist, as one submitting to the fatality of a superior will. The pavements that afternoon, as Hodder and the forlorn woman left the cool porticos of St. John's, were like the floor of a stone oven, and the workhorses wore little bonnets over their heads. Keeping to the shady side, the rector and his companion crossed Tower Street with its trolley cars and its awninged stores and came to that depressing district which had reproached him since the first Sunday of his ministry when he had traversed it with Eldon Parr. They passed the once prosperous houses, the corner saloons pandering to two vices, decked with the flamboyant signs of the breweries. The trees were dying along the asphalt and in the yards, the iron fences broken here and there, the copings stained with rust and soot. Hodder's thoughts might have been likened to the heated air that simmered above the bricks. They were in Dalton Street. She seemed to have forgotten his presence. Her pace quickened as she turned into a gate and flew up a flight of dirty stone steps, broken and sagging. Hodder took in subconsciously that the house was a dingy gray of 3 stories and a mansard roof with a bay window on the yard side and a fly-blown sign, "Rooms to Rent," hanging in one window. Across the street, on a lot that had once held a similar dignified residence, was the yellow brick building of the Albert Hotel, and next door, on the east, a remodeled house of apartments with speaking tubes in the doorway. The woman led him up another flight of steps to the open door of the house, through a hallway covered with a ragged carpet where a dilapidated walnut hat rack stood, up the stairs, threading a dark passage that led into a low-ceiled, stifling room at the very back. A stout, slatternly person in a wrapper rose as they entered, but the mother cast herself down beside the lounge where the child was. Hodder had a moment of fear that she was indeed too late, so still the boy lay, so pathetically wan was the little face and wasted the form under the cotton nightgown. The mother passed her hand across his forehead. "Dickie," she whispered fearfully. "Dickie." He opened his eyes and smiled at her feebly. The stout woman, who had been looking on with that intensity of sympathy of which the poor are capable, began waving gently the palm-leaf fan. She was German. "He is so good, is Dickie. He smile at me when I fan him, once, twice. He complains not at all." The mother took the fan from her hand. "Thank you for staying with him, Mrs. Brightman. I was gone longer than I expected." The fact that the child still lived, that she was again in his presence, the absorbing act of caring for him, seemed to have calmed her. "It is nothing that I do," answered Mrs. Brightman, and turned away reluctantly, the tears running on her cheeks. "When you go again, I come always, Mrs. Garvin." "Ah!" Her exclamation was caused by the sight of the tall figure and black coat of the rector, and as she left the room, Mrs. Garvin turned, and he noticed in her eyes the same expression of dread they had held when she had protested against his coming. "Please don't think that I am not thankful," she faltered. "I'm not offering you charity," he said. "Can you not take from other human beings what you've accepted from this woman who has just left?" "Oh, sir, it isn't that," she cried, with a look of trust, of appeal that was new. "I would do anything, I will do anything, but my husband, he is so bitter against the church, against ministers. If he came home and found you here—" "I know. Many people feel that way," he assented. "Too many. But you cannot let a prejudice stand in the way of saving the boy's life, Mrs. Garvin." "It is more than that. If you knew, sir—" "Whatever it is," he interrupted a little sternly, "it must not interfere. I will talk to your husband." She was silent, gazing at him now, questioningly yet, with the dawning hope of one whose strength is all but gone and who has found at last a stronger to lean upon. The rector took the fan from her arrested hand and began to ply it. "Listen, Mrs. Garvin, if you had come to the church half an hour later, I should have been leaving the city for a place far distant. You were going away? You stayed on my account?" "I much prefer to stay, if I can be of any use, and I think I can. I am sure I can. What is the matter with the child?" "I don't know, sir. He just lies there, listless, and gets thinner and thinner and weaker and weaker. Sometimes he feels sick, but not often. The doctor don't seem to know." "What doctor have you?" "His name is Welling. He's around the corner." "Exactly," said the rector. "This is a case for Dr. Jarvis, who is the best child specialist in the city. He is a friend of mine, and I intend to send for him at once, and the boy must go to the hospital." "Oh, I couldn't, sir." He had a poignant realization of the agony behind the cry. She breathed quickly through her parted lips, and from the yearning in her tired eyes as she gazed at the poor little form, he averted his glance. "Now, Mrs. Garvin, you must be sensible," he said. "This is no place for a sick child, and it is such a nice little hospital, the one I have in mind, and so many children get well and strong there," he added cheerfully. "He wouldn't hear of it." Hodder comprehended that she was referring to her husband. She added, inconsequently, "If I let him go, and he never came back, oh, I couldn't do it. I couldn't." He saw that it was the part of wisdom not to press her, to give her time to become accustomed to the idea. Come back? To what? His eye wandered about the room. That bespoke the last shifts of poverty, for he knew that none but the desperate were driven to these Dalton Street houses, once the dwellings of the well-to-do, and all the more pitiful for the contrast. The heated air reeked with the smell of stale cooking. There was a gas stove at one side, a linoleum-covered table in the center littered with bottles, plates, and pitchers, a bed and chairs which had known better days, now obviously bruised and battered by many enforced movings. In one corner was huddled a little group of toys. He was suddenly and guiltily aware that the woman had followed his glance. "We had them in Alder Street," she said. "We might have been there yet, if we hadn't been foolish. It's a pretty street. Sir, perhaps you know it. You take the Fanshawe Avenue cars to Sherman Heights. The air is like the country there, and all the houses are new, and Dickie had a yard to play in, and he used to be so healthy and happy in it. We were rich then. Not what you'd call rich," she added apologetically, "but we owned a little home with 6 rooms, and my husband had a good place as bookkeeper in a grocery house, and every year for 10 years we put something by, and the boy came. We never knew how well off we were until it was taken away from us, I guess. And then Richard, he's my husband, put his savings into a company. He thought it was so safe, and we were to get 8%. And the company failed, and he fell sick and lost his place, and we had to sell the house. And since he got well again, he's been going around trying for something else. Oh, he's tried so hard, every day and all day long. You wouldn't believe it, sir, and he's so proud. He got a job as a porter, but he wasn't able to hold it. He wasn't strong enough. That was in April. It almost broke my heart to see him getting shabby. He used to look so tidy, and folks don't want you when you're shabby." There sprang to Hodder's mind a sentence in a book he had recently read. Our slums became filled with sick who need never have been sick, with derelicts who need never have been abandoned. Suddenly, out of the suffocating stillness of the afternoon, a woman's voice was heard singing a concert hall air, accompanied by a piano played with vigor and abandon. And Hodder, following the sound, looked out across the grimy yard to a window in the apartment house opposite. "There's that girl again," said the mother, lifting her head. "She does sing nice and play, poor thing. There was a time when I wouldn't have wanted to listen, but Dickie liked it so. It's the very tune he loved. He don't seem to hear it now. He don't even ask for Mr. Bentley any more." "Mr. Bentley?" the rector repeated. The name was somehow familiar to him. The piano and the song ceased abruptly with a bang. "He lives up the street here a way. The kindest old gentleman you ever saw. He always has candy in his pockets for the children, and it's a sight to see them follow him up and down the sidewalk. He takes them to the park in the cars on Saturday afternoons. That was all Dickie could think about at first. Would he be well enough to go with Mr. Bentley by Saturday? And he was forever asking me to tell Mr. Bentley he was sick. I saw the old gentleman on the street today, and I almost went up to him, but I hadn't the courage. The child moaned, stirred, and opened his eyes, gazing at them feverishly, yet without seeming comprehension. She bent over him, calling his name. Hodder thrust the fan into her hand and rose. "I am going to telephone Dr. Jarvis," he said, "and then I shall come back in order to be here when he arrives." She looked up at him. "Oh, thank you, sir. I guess it's for the best." Her voice died away, and the rector, seeking for the cause, saw that a man had entered the room. He walked up to the couch and stood for a moment staring moodily at the child while the woman watched him, transfixed. "Richard," she said. He paid no attention to her. She turned to Hodder. "This is my husband, sir. Richard, I went into the church just for a moment. I couldn't help it, and this gentleman, the minister, came home with me. He wanted to. He thought I was sick, and now he's going out to get the best doctor in the city for Dickie." The man turned suddenly and confronted the rector. "Why don't you let him die, you and your church people?" he asked. "You've done your worst to kill him." The woman put her hand fearfully, imploringly on the man's arm. "Richard," she whispered. But as Hodder glanced from the derelict beside him, a wave of comprehension passed through him that swept him clean of indignation, of resentment. And this man had been prosperous and happy. "There's but one way to save the boy's life, Mr. Garvin," he said, "and that is to put him in charge of Dr. Jarvis." The man made no reply, but went over to the window, staring out into the yard. There was something vaguely ominous in his attitude. The rector watched him a moment and then turned to the mother. "You must not lose hope," he told her. She looked at him with terror-stricken eyes that sought to be grateful. He had picked up his hat from a corner of the littered table and started to leave when Garvin, by a sudden movement, planted himself in the doorway. Whether he had been drinking, or whether he were merely crazed by misfortune and the hopeless search in the heat for employment, and by lack of proper nourishment, Hodder could not say. There was a light in his eyes, like that in a wounded animal's, and although he was thin and slight, he had the concentrated power of desperation. "Say, what church do you come from?" he demanded. "From St. John's," said the rector. "Eldon Parr's church?" Hodder started, in spite of himself, at the name. "Mr. Parr is a member of the congregation." "Come off. He owns it and runs it, the same as he does everything else in this town. Maybe you don't think I read the Sunday papers. Say, I was respectable once and had a good place. You wouldn't believe it, would you?" Hodder hesitated. There was obviously no way to pass the man except by using physical force. "If you have anything to say to me, Mr. Garvin, I shall be glad to talk to you later. You must not stop me now," he said with a touch of severity. "You'll listen to me right here and now," cried Garvin. "If you think I am going to let Eldon Parr's minister or anyone else belonging to him save that boy's life, you've got another guess coming. That's all. I'd rather have him die. Do you hear? I'd rather have him die." The woman behind them whimpered. The name was ringing like a knell in Hodder's head. Eldon Parr. Coming, as it had, like a curse from the lips of this wretched, half-demented creature, it filled his soul with dismay, and the accusation had in it the profound ring of truth. He was Eldon Parr's minister, and it was Eldon Parr who stood between him and his opportunity. "Why do you speak of Mr. Parr?" he asked, though the question cost him a supreme effort. "Why do I speak of him? My God, because he ruined me. If it hadn't been for him, damn him. I'd have a home and health and happiness today, and the boy would be well and strong instead of lying there with the life all but gone out of him. Eldon Parr did for me, and now he's murdered my son. That's why I mention him." In the sudden intensity of his feeling, Hodder seized Garvin by the arms that were little more than skin and bone. The man might be crazed, he might be drunk. That he believed what he was saying there could be no question. He began to struggle violently, but the rector was strong. "Be still," he commanded, and suddenly, overcome less by the physical power than by the aspect of the clergyman, an expression of bewilderment came into his eyes, and he was quiet. Hodder dropped his arms. "I do not intend to go until I hear what you have to say. It would be useless at any rate, since your child's life is at stake. Tell me how Mr. Parr has ruined you." Garvin stared at him, half in suspicion, half in amazement. "I guess you never knew of his ruining anybody, did you?" he demanded sullenly. "Well, I'll tell you all right, and you can go and tell him. He won't care much. He's used to it by this time, and he gets square with God by his churches and charities. Did you ever hear of a stock called Consolidated Tractions?" Consolidated Tractions. In contrast to the sordid misery and degradation of this last refuge of the desperate, Hodder saw the lofty, paneled smoking room at Francis Ferguson's and was listening again to Wallace Plimpton's cynical amusement as to how he and Everett Constable and Eldon Parr himself had got out before the crash. Got out with all the money of the wretch who now stood before him. His parishioners, his Christians. Oh, God! The man was speaking in his shrill voice. "Well, I was a traction sucker, all right, and I guess you wouldn't have to walk more than 2 blocks to find another in this neighborhood. You think Eldon Parr's a big, noble man, don't you? You're proud to run his church, ain't you? You wouldn't believe there was a time when I thought he was a big man, when I was kind of proud to live in the same city with him. She'll tell you how I used to come home from the store and talk about him after supper and hope that the kid there would grow up into a financier like Eldon Parr. The boys at the store talked about him. He sort of laid hold on our imaginations with the library he gave, and Elmwood Park, and the picture of the big organ in your church in the newspapers, and sometimes Mary and me and the boy in the baby carriage on Sunday afternoons, we used to walk around by his house just to look at it. You couldn't have got me to believe that Eldon Parr would put his name to anything that wasn't straight. Then Consolidated Tractions came along, with Parr's name behind it. Everybody was talking about it, and how it was paying 8% from the start, and extra dividends and all, and what a marvel of finance it was. Before the kid came, as soon as I married her, we began to save up for him. We didn't go to the theaters or nothing. Well, I put it all, $5,000 into Consolidated. She'll tell you how we sat up half the night after we got the first dividend talking about how we'd send the kid to college, and after we went to bed we couldn't sleep. It wasn't more than a year after that we began to hear things, and we couldn't sleep for sure, and the dividends stopped, and the stock tumbled. Even then, I wouldn't believe it of him, that he'd take poor people's money that way when he had more than he knew what to do with. I made up my mind. If I went down to see him and told him about it, he'd make it right. I asked the boss for an hour off and headed for the Parr building. I've been there as much as 50 times since, but he don't bother with small fry. The clerks laugh when they see me coming. I got sick worrying, and when I was strong enough to be around, they'd filled my job at the grocery, and it wasn't long before we had to move out of our little house in Alder Street. We've been moving ever since, he cried, and tears of weakness were in his eyes, until we've come to this, and we'll have to get out of here in another week. God knows where we'll go then. Hodder shuddered. Then I found out how he'd done it, from a lawyer. The lawyer laughed at me, too. Say, do you wonder I ain't got much use for your church people? Parr got a corporation lawyer named LANGMAID, He's another one of your millionaire crooks to fix it up and get around the law and keep him out of jail. And then they had to settle with Tom Beatty for something like $300,000. You know who Beatty is. He owns this city. His saloon's around here on Elm Street. All the crooks had to be squared. Say, he demanded aggressively, are Parr and LANGMAID any better than Beatty or any of the hold-up men Beatty covers? There's a streetwalker over there in those flats that's got 1,000,000 times more chance to get to heaven, if there is any, than those financiers as they call themselves. I ain't much on high finance, but I've got some respect for a second-story man now. He takes some risks. I'll tell you what they did. They bought up the short car lines that didn't pay and sold them to themselves for 50 times as much as they were worth. And they got controlling interests in the big lines and leased them to themselves with dividends guaranteed as high as 18%. They capitalized the Consolidated for more millions than a little man like me can think of, and we handed them our money because we thought they were honest. We thought the men who listed the stock on the exchange were honest, and when the crash came, they'd got away with the swag like any common housebreakers. There were dummy directors and a dummy president. Eldon Parr didn't have a share. Sold out everything when she went over 200, but you bet he kept his stock in the leased lines, which guarantee more than they earn. He cleaned up $5 million, they say. My money, the money that might give that boy fresh air and good doctors. Say, you believe in hell, don't you? You tell Eldon Parr to keep his charity. He can't send any of it in here. And you'd better go back to that church of his and pray to keep his soul out of hell. His voice, which had risen even to a higher pitch, fell silent, and all at once, without warning, Garvin sank, or rather tumbled upon the bed, sobbing in a way that was terrible to see. The wife stole across the room, sat down beside him, and laid her hand on his shoulder. In spite of the intensity of his own anguish, Hodder was conscious of a curious detachment, and for months afterward, particular smells, the sight of a gasoline stove, a certain popular tune gave him a sharp twinge of pain. The acid distilling in his soul etched the scene, the sounds, the odors forever in his memory. A stale hot wind from the alley rattled the shutter slats and blew the door to. The child stirred, and above the strident, irregular weeping rose again, in ironical contrast, the piano and the voice across the yard. In that glimpse he had into the heart of life's terrible mystery, he momentarily understood many things. He knew that behind the abandon of the woman's song was the same terror which reigned in the room in which he stood. There were voices in the passageway without, a woman saying in a German accent, "It is here, sir." There was a knock at the door. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 11. The Lost Parishioner. 1. Hodder opened the door. In the dingy passageway he perceived a tall figure which immediately turned out to be that of an old gentleman. In spite of the heat, he wore a long coat and an old-fashioned high collar, a black tie, under which was exposed a triangle of immaculate pleated linen. In one hand he held a gold-headed stick, a large tall hat of which the silk nap was a little rubbed, a string sustaining a parcel, the brown paper wrapping of which was soaked, in the other a manila bag containing lemons. His head was bent forward a little. The high dome of it was bald, but the white hair clustered thickly behind the temples. The face was clean-shaven, the cheeks touched with red, the nose high and dominating, distinctly philanthropic, and the blue eyes rested on the clergyman with a benevolence unfeigned. "Good afternoon, sir," the old gentleman said. "I am told Mrs. Garvin lives here." Before the rector could reply, Mrs. Garvin herself stood between them. "It's Mr. Bentley," she exclaimed. "I fear I'm intruding, ma'am," he said, "but some of Dickie's little friends have just informed me that he is ill, and I have taken the liberty of calling to inquire." Mr. Bentley entered the room, simple words to express that which was in some sort an event. He laid his parcels on the table, his hat and stick on a chair, and stood looking down in silence at the thin little form on the couch. Presently he turned. "I'm afraid he's very ill, ma'am," he said gently. "You have your own doctor, no doubt, but if you will permit me, as a friend, to make a suggestion, we have in the city one of the best child specialists in the United States, who is never weary of curing these little ones, Dr. Jarvis, and I shall be happy to ask him to come and see Dickie." Mrs. Garvin glanced at Hodder, who came forward. "I was just about to telephone for Dr. Jarvis, Mr. Bentley, when you arrived. I am Mr. Hodder of St. John's. How do you do, sir?" The kindly eyes, alight with a gentle flame, rested upon the rugged figure of the rector. "I am glad that you, too, agree that Dr. Jarvis is advisable, Mr. Hodder." There was a sound from the bed. Garvin had got to his feet and was staring wildly with reddened lids. "Are you Horace Bentley?" he demanded. "That is my name, sir," Mr. Bentley replied. His expression of surprise was only momentary, and in all his life Hodder had never beheld a greater contrast in human beings than between that gracious and courtly old man and the haggard, unkempt, unshaved, and starving outcast facing him. Something like a film came over Garvin's eyes. "He ruined you, too, 20 years back. Eldon Parr did for you, too. Oh, I know his record. I've followed his trail. He got all the Grantham stock that would have made you a millionaire." "Ah," replied Mr. Bentley, smiling to humor him, "that's something I have no wish to be, sir, a millionaire." He met the frightened gaze of the wife. "Good day, ma'am. If you will allow me, I'll come tomorrow morning to learn what Dr. Jarvis will have had to say. Have courage, ma'am. Have courage. You may have faith in Dr. Jarvis." The poor woman was incapable of speech. Mr. Bentley picked up his hat and stick. "I've taken the liberty of bringing Dickie a little ice and a few lemons." His eyes rested again on the couch by the window. Then he turned to Garvin, who stood mutely, staring. "Good evening, sir," he said. "We must look for the best." 2. They went down the stairs of the shabby and battered house, stairs by the side of which holes had been knocked through the faded wallpaper, scars of frequent movings. The sound and smell of frying came out of the open door of what once had been the parlor, and on the front steps a little girl darted past them with a pitcher of beer. When they reached the sidewalk, Mr. Bentley halted. "If you were intending to telephone Dr. Jarvis, Mr. Hodder, there is a public station in the drugstore just above here. I know that clergymen are busy persons, and I am passing it, if you are pressed for time." "My only concern is to get Jarvis here," said the rector, "if I may go with you." Once again in the hot sunlight, reaction had set in. Hodder was suddenly unstrung, and the kindly old gentleman beside him seemed for the instant the only fixture in a chaotic universe. It was not until later reflection that he realized Mr. Bentley might, by an intuitive sympathy, a depth of understanding, have drained something of his state, since the incidents which followed were to be accounted for on no other grounds. In such elemental moments the frail conventions are swept away. Mr. Bentley, whoever he might be, was no longer a stranger, and it seemed wholly natural to be walking with him up the street, to hear him saying, not with perfunctory politeness, but in a tone that was itself an invitation. "With pleasure, sir. We'll go together, and let us trust that the doctor will be at home." Nor did Hodder stop to wonder, then, why Mr. Bentley should have sought in his conversation to dissipate something of the hideous blackness of a tragedy which must have moved him profoundly. How fortunate, he declared, that they should have arrived before it was too late, for it was plain to be seen that these Garvins were good people who had been broken by adversity. The boy had struck him particularly, a lovable, merry little fellow whose clothes, Mr. Bentley observed, were always neatly mended, betokening a mother with self-respect and character. He even spoke of Garvin, adversity, worry, the heat, constant brooding over a happier past and an uncertain future. Was it surprising that the poor man's mind had become unhinged? They must make some plan for Garvin, said Mr. Bentley. Get the man and his wife into the country for a while amongst kindly people. This might no doubt be arranged. "Here we are, sir." The familiar smell of drugs, the sound of the trickling water in the soda fountain roused Hodder to reality, to action, and he hurried into the telephone booth, fumbled in the dog-eared book, got Dr. Jarvis's number, and called it. An eternity seemed to elapse before he had a reply, heard his coin jangling in the bog, recognized the voice of the great doctor's secretary. Yes, the doctor was in. Would he speak to Mr. Hodder of St. John's? An interval during which Hodder was suddenly struck with this designation of himself. Was he still of St. John's, then? An aeon might have elapsed since he had walked down the white marble of its aisle toward the crouching figure in the pew. He was not that man, but another, and still Mr. Hodder of St. John's. Then he heard the specialist say, "Hello, Mr. Hodder, what can I do for you?" Heard his own voice in reply, explaining the case. Could the doctor find time? The doctor could. He was never too busy to attend to the poor, though he did not say so. He would be there by 6:30. The rector hung up the receiver, opened the door of the booth, and mopped his brow, for the heat was stifling. "The doctor will go," he explained in answer to Mr. Bentley's inquiring look. "Now, sir," said the old gentleman, when they were out of the store, "we have done all that we can for the time being. I do not live far from here. Perhaps you would give me the pleasure of taking supper with me, if you have no other engagement." No other engagement? Not until then did Hodder remember his empty rooms in the parish house, and the train which was to have borne him away from all this, already speeding northward. He accepted gratefully, nor did he pause to speculate upon the mystery by which the stream of his life seemed so suddenly to have been diverted. He had, indeed, no sense of mystery in the presence of this splendidly sane, serene old man, any more than the children who ran after him from the dingy yards and passages, calling his name, clinging to the skirts of his coat. These accepted him simply as an anomalous fact in their universe, grinned at his pleasantries, and held up grimy little hands for the kidney-shaped candy beans he drew forth from his capacious pockets. In the intervals he reminisced to the rector about the neighborhood. It seems but a short while ago when the trees met overhead. Magnificent trees they were. The asphalt and the soot killed them, and there were fruit trees in that yard. He pointed with his stick to a littered, sun-parched plot adjoining a battered mansion, all pink and white with blossoms in the spring. Mr. Hadley lived there, one of our forgotten citizens. He is dead and gone now, and his family scattered. That other house, where the boy lies, belonged to Mr. Villars, a relation of the Atterbury family. And I can recall very well a little girl with a pink sash and a white dress who used to come running out to meet me with flowers in her hands. Incredible as it may seem, she picked them in that yard. I thought of her as I went in, How fresh and happy she used to be, and what a different place this was for children then. She must have some of her own by this time. The character of the street had changed to what might be called shabby genteel, and they stopped before a 3-story brick house, one of a row, that showed signs of scrupulous care. The steps were newly scrubbed, the woodwork neatly painted. "This is where I live, sir," said Mr. Bentley, opening the door with a latch-key and leading the way into a high room on the right, darkened and cool, and filled with superb, old-fashioned rosewood furniture. It was fitted up as a library, with tall shelves reaching almost to the ceiling. An old negro appeared, dressed in a swallow-tailed coat. His hair was as white as his master's, and his face creased with age. "Sam," said Mr. Bentley, "I have brought home a gentleman for supper." "Yassa, Master Hoas. I was just a-gwine to open up the blinds." He lifted the wire screens and flung back the shutters, beamed on the rector as he relieved him of his hat, and noiselessly retired. Curiosity, hitherto suppressed by more powerful feelings, awoke in hotter speculations which ordinarily would have been aroused before. Every object in the room bespoke gentility, was eloquent of a day when wealth was honored and respected. Photographs, daguerreotypes in old-fashioned frames, bore evidence of friendships of the past, and over the marble mantel hung a portrait of a sweet-faced woman in the costume of the 30s, whose eyes reminded Hodder of Mr. Bentley's. Who was she? Hodder wondered. Presently he found himself before a photograph on the wall beyond, at which he had been staring unconsciously. "Ah, you recognize it," said Mr. Bentley. "St. John's." "Yes," Mr. Bentley repeated. "St. John's." He smiled at Hodder's glance of bewilderment, and put his hand on the younger man's arm. "That picture was taken before you were born, sir. I venture to say in 1869. I am very fond of it, for it gives the church in perspective, as you see. That was Mr. Gore's house." He indicated a square, heavily corniced mansion, where the hotel now stands, and that was his garden next the church, where you see the trees above the wall. The rector turned again and looked at his host, who was gazing at the picture thoughtfully. "I ought to have remembered," he said. "I have seen your name in the church records, sir, and I have heard Mr. Waring speak of you." "My dear Mr. Hodder, there is no reason why you should have known me. A great many years have passed since I was a parishioner of St. John's. A great many years." "But it was you," the rector began, uncertainly, and suddenly spoke with conviction. "It was you who chose the architect, who did more than other men to make the church what it is." "Whatever I may have done," replied Mr. Bentley with simple dignity, "has brought its reward. To this day I have not ceased to derive pleasure from it, and often I go out of my way through Burton Street, although the view is cramped. And sometimes," he added, with the hint of a twinkle in his eye, "I go in. This afternoon is not the first time I have seen you, Mr. Hodder." "But," said the rector. He stared at the other's face, and the question died on his lips. "You wonder why I am no longer a parishioner. The time came when I could not afford to be." There was no hint of reproach in his voice, of bitterness. He spoke regretfully, indeed, but as one stating an incontrovertible fact. "I lost my fortune. I could not keep my pew, so I deeded it back to the church. My old friends, Mrs. Dimmick and Asa Waring, and others, too, were very kind, but I could not accept their hospitality." Hodder bowed his head in silence. What thundered indictment of the Church of Christ could have been as severe, as wholly condemning as these few words, so dispassionately uttered by the man beside him? The old darky entered and announced supper. Hodder had lost his way, yet a hand had been held out to him, and he seized it. With a sense of being led, psychically as well as physically, He followed Mr. Bentley into a large bedroom, where a high, four-posted bed lifted a pleated canopy toward the ceiling, and after he had washed his hands, they entered a dining room, looking out upon a little yard in the rear, which had been transformed into a garden. Roses, morning glories, and nasturtiums were growing against the walls. A hose lay coiled upon the path. The bricks, baked during the day, were splashed with water. The leaves and petals were wet, and the acrid odor of moist earth, mingling with perfumes, penetrated the room. Hodder paused in the window. "Sam keeps our flowers alive," he heard Mr. Bentley say. "I don't know how." "I scrubs 'em, sah," said Sam. "Yas, sah, I washes 'em like chillens." He found himself, at Mr. Bentley's request, asking grace, the old darky with reverently bent head standing behind his master, sitting down at a mahogany table that reflected like a mirror the few pieces of old silver, to a supper of beaten biscuits that burned one's fingers, of broiled chicken and coffee, and sliced peaches and cream. Mr. Bentley was talking of other days, not so long gone by, when the great city had been a village, or scarcely more. The furniture, it seemed, had come from his own house in what was called the Wilderness Road, not far from the river banks, over the site of which limited trains now rolled on their way eastward toward the northernmost of the city's bridges. He mentioned many names, some remembered, some forgotten, like his own, dwelt on pleasures and customs gone by forever. A little while after I moved in here, I found that one old man could not fill the whole of this house. So I let the upper rooms, he explained smilingly. Some day I must introduce you to my tenants, Mr. Hodder. By degrees, as Hodder listened, he became calm. Like a child, he found himself distracted, talking, asking questions, and the intervals grew longer between the recurrent surges of fear when the memory rose before him of the events of the day, of the woman, the child, and the man, of Eldon Parr and this deed he had done, hinting, as it did, of closed chambers, of other deeds yet to be opened, of countless hidden miseries still to be revealed. When he heard once more the tortured voice of the banker and the question, "How would you like to live in this old house, alone?" In contrast, now he beheld the peace in the face of the man whose worldly goods Eldon Parr had taken, and whom he had driven out of the church. Surely this man had found a solution. What was it? Hodder thought of the child, of the verdict of Dr. Jarvis, but he lingered on, loath to leave. If the truth be told, afraid to leave, drawing strength from his host's calm, wondering as to the source of it, as to the life which was its expression, longing, yet not presuming, to question. The twilight deepened, and the old darky lit a lamp and led the way back to the library. "Sam," said Mr. Bentley, "draw up the armchair for Mr. Hodder beside the window. It's cooler there." "I ought to go," Hodder said. "I ought to see how the child is. Jarvis will have been there by this time, and there may be necessaries." "Jarvis will have attended to that," Mr. Bentley replied. "Sit down, Mr. Hodder. I am not sure that, for the present, we have not done all in this case that is humanly possible." "You mean," said the rector, "that they will accept nothing from me." It came from him spontaneously, like a cry. He had not meant to say it. "I don't blame them. I don't blame them for losing their faith in God and man, in the church. I ought to have seen it before, but I was blind, incredibly blind, until it struck me in the face. You saw it, sir, and you left a church from which the poor are thrust out, which refuses to heed the first precept of its master." "I saw it," answered Mr. Bentley, "but I could do nothing. Perhaps you can do something." "Ah!" Hodder exclaimed sharply. "Why do you say that? The church is paralyzed. chained. How can she reach these wretched people who are the victims of the ruthless individualism and greed of those who control her? You know, that man, Mr. Bentley. Hodder could not bring himself to pronounce Eldon Parr's name. I had an affection for him. I pitied him, because he suffers. Yes, echoed Mr. Bentley, he suffers. Hodder was momentarily arrested by the sadness of his tone. But he doesn't know why he suffers. He cannot be made to see, the rector went on, and he is making others suffer, hideously, while he imagines himself a Christian. He is the church to that miserable, hopeless wretch we saw today, and to hundreds of the same kind, whom he has driven to desperation, and I, who am supposed to be the vicar of God, I am powerless. They have a contempt for me, a just contempt. They thrust me out of their doors, bid me to return and minister to their oppressors. You were right to leave, and I should have left long since. He had not spoken with violence or with a lack of control. He seemed rather to have regained a mastery of himself, and felt as a man from whom the shackles have been struck, proclaiming his freedom. Mr. Bentley's eyes lighted in involuntary response as he gazed at the figure and the face before him. He pressed his hands together. If you will forgive a curiosity, Mr. Hodder, that is somewhat due to my interest in a church with which I have many precious associations, may I ask if this is a sudden determination on your part? No, Hodder said. I have known ever since I came here that something was wrong, but at first I couldn't see it, and after that I wouldn't see it. This is about what happened, as I look back on it. But the farther in I went, Hodder continued, the more tangled and bewildered I became. I was hypnotized, I think, he added with a gesture. Hypnotized as a man is who never takes his eyes from a pattern. I wanted to get at this neighborhood, Dalton Street, I mean, and finally I agreed to the establishment of a settlement house over there, to be paid for largely by Eldon Parr and Francis Ferguson. I couldn't see the folly of such an undertaking, the supreme irony of it, until it was pointed out to me. He hesitated. The remembrance of Alison Parr ran through him, a thread of pain. And even then I tried to dodge the issue. I tried to make myself believe that good might flow out of evil, that the church, which is supposed to be founded on the highest ideal ever presented to man, might compromise and be practical, that she might accept money which had been wrung from a trusting public by extortion, by thinly disguised thievery such as this Consolidated Tractions Company fraud, and do good with it. And at last I made up my mind to go away, today, to a quiet place where I might be alone, and reflect, when by a singular circumstance I was brought into contact with this man, Garvin. I see now, clearly enough, that if I had gone, I should never have come back. And you still intend to go? Mr. Bentley asked. Hodder leaned his elbow against the mantel. The lamplight had a curious effect on Mr. Bentley's face. What can I do? He demanded. The question was not aimed directly at his host. It was in the nature of a renewed appeal to a tribunal which had been mute, but with which he now seemed vaguely aware of a certain contact. Even supposing I could bring myself to accept the compromise, now that I see it clearly, that the end justifies the means, what good could I accomplish? You saw what happened this afternoon. The man would have driven me out if it hadn't been for you. This whole conception of charity is a crime against civilization. I had to have that pointed out to me, too. This system of legalized or semi-legalized robbery and the distribution of largesse to the victims. The church is doing wrong, is stultifying herself in encouraging it. She should set her face rigidly against it, stand for morality and justice and Christianity in government, not for pauperizing. It is her mission to enlighten these people, all people, to make them self-respecting, to give them some notion of the dignity of their souls and their rights before God and man." "Aren't you yourself suggesting," said Mr. Bentley, "the course which will permit you to remain?" Hodder was silent. The thought struck him with tremendous force. Had he suggested it? And how? Why? Could it be done? Could he do it or begin it? "We have met at last in a singular way," he heard Mr. Bentley going on, "in a way that has brushed aside the conventions, in a way, I am happy to say, that has enabled you to give me your confidence. And I am an old man. That has made it easier. I saw this afternoon, Mr. Hodder, that you were troubled, although you tried to hide it." "I knew that you saw it," Hodder said. "Nor was it difficult for me to guess something of the cause of it. The same thing has troubled me." "You?" "Yes," Mr. Bentley answered. "I left St. John's, but the habits and affections of a lifetime are not easily severed. And some time before I left it, I began to have visions of a future for it. There was a question, many years ago, as to whether a new St. John's should not be built in the West End, on a site convenient to the parishioners, and this removal I opposed. Mr. Waring stood by me. We foresaw the day when this district would be, what it is now, the precarious refuge of the unfortunate in the battle of life, of just such unhappy families as the Garvins, of miserable women who sell themselves to keep alive. I thought of St. John's, as you did, as an oasis in a desert of misery and vice. At that time I, too, believed in the system of charities which you have so well characterized as pauperizing." "And now?" Mr. Bentley smiled, as at a reminiscence. "My eyes were opened," he replied, and in these simple words summed up and condemned it all. "They are craving bread, and we fling them atones. I came here. It was a house I owned, which I saved from the wrecks, and as I look back upon what the world would call a misfortune, sir, I can see that it was a propitious event for me. The street ran down, as the saying goes. I grew gradually to know these people, my new neighbors, largely through their children, and I perceived many things I had not dreamed of before then. I saw how the church was hampered, fettered. I saw why they disliked and distrusted it." "And yet you still believed that it had a mission?" Hodder interrupted. He had been listening with rapt attention. "I still believed it," said Mr. Bentley. "My conception of that mission changed, grew, and yet it seemed further and further from fulfillment. And then you came to St. John's." "I?" The cry was involuntary. "You," Mr. Bentley repeated. "Sometimes," he added whimsically, "I go there, as I have told you. I saw you. I heard you preach. I talked to my friend Waring about you. I saw that your eyes were not opened, but I think I had a certain presentiment, for which I do not pretend to account, that they would be opened." "You mean," said the rector, "that if I believe in the mission of the church, as I have partially stated it here tonight, I should stay and fight for it?" "Precisely," Mr. Bentley replied. There was a note of enthusiasm, almost of militancy in the old man's tone, that surprised and agitated Hodder. He took a turn up and down the room before he answered. "I ought to tell you that the view I expressed a moment ago is new to me. I had not thought of it before, and it is absolutely at variance with any previous ideas I have held. I can see that it must involve, if carried to its logical conclusion, a change in the conception of Christianity I have hitherto held." He was too intent upon following up the thought to notice Mr. Bentley's expression of assent. "And suppose," he asked, "I were unable to come to any conclusion? I will be frank, Mr. Bentley, and confess to you that at present I cannot see my way. You have heard me preach. You know what my beliefs have been. They are shattered, and while I feel that there is some definite connection between the view of the Church, which I mentioned, and her message to the individual, I do not perceive it clearly. I am not prepared at present to be the advocate of Christianity, because I do not know what Christianity is. I thought I knew. I shall have to begin all over again, as though I had never taken orders, submit to a thorough test, examine the evidence impartially. It is the only way. Of this much I am sure, that the Church as a whole has been engaged in a senseless conflict with science and progressive thought, that she has insisted upon the acceptance of facts which are in violation of reason and which have nothing to do with religion. She has taught them to me, made them, in fact, a part of me. I have clung to them as long as I can, and in throwing them over, I don't know where I shall land." His voice was measured, his words chosen, yet they expressed a withering indignation and contempt which were plainly the culmination of months of bewilderment, now replaced by a clear-cut determination. "I do not blame any individual," he continued, "but the system by which clergymen are educated. I intend to stay here, now, without conducting any services, and find out for myself what the conditions are here in Dalton Street. You know these people, Mr. Bentley. You understand them, and I am going to ask you to help me. You have evidently solved the problem." Bentley rose, and he laid a hand, which was not quite steady, on the rector's shoulder. "Believe me, sir," he replied, "I appreciate something of what such a course must mean to you, a clergyman." He paused, and a look came upon his face, a look that might scarce have been called a smile. Potter remembered it as a glow, reminiscent of many things. In it a life was summed up. In it understanding, beneficence, charity, sympathy were all expressed, yet seemingly blended into one. "I do not know what my testimony may be worth to you, my friend, but I give it freely. I sometimes think I have been peculiarly fortunate, but I have lived a great many years, and the older I get and the more I see of human nature, the firmer has grown my conviction of its essential nobility and goodness." Hodder marveled and was silent. "You will come here often, every day if you can. There are many men and women, friends of mine, whom I should like you to know, who would like to know you." "I will, and thank you," Hodder answered. Words were inadequate for the occasion. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 12. The Woman of the Song. On leaving Mr. Bentley, Hodder went slowly down Dalton Street, wondering that mere contact with another human being should have given him the resolution to turn his face once again toward the house whither he was bound. And this man had given him something more. It might hardly have been called faith, a new courage to fare forth across the unknown. That was it. Hope, faint but revived. Presently he stopped on the sidewalk, looked around him, and read a sign in glaring electric letters. Hotel Albert. Despite the heat, the place was ablaze with lights. Men and women were passing, pausing, going in. A motor with a liveried chauffeur, whom he remembered having seen before, was standing in front of the Rathskeller. The nightly carousal was beginning. Hodder retraced his steps, crossed the street diagonally, came to the dilapidated gate he remembered so well, and looked up through the dusk at the house. If death had entered it, there was no sign. Death must be a frequent visitor hereabouts. On the doorsteps he saw figures outlined, slatternly women and men in shirt sleeves, who rose in silence to make way for him, staring at him curiously. He plunged into the hot darkness of the hall, groped his way up the stairs and through the passage, and hesitated. A single gas jet burned low in the stagnant air, and after a moment he made out, by its dim light, a woman on her knees beside the couch, mechanically moving the tattered palm leaf over the motionless little figure. The child was still alive. He drew a deep breath and entered. At the sound of his step, Mrs. Garvin suddenly started up. "Richard," she cried, and then stood staring at the rector. "Have you seen my husband, sir? He went away soon after you left." Hodder, taken by surprise, replied that he had not. Her tone, her gesture of anxiety, he found vaguely disquieting. "The doctor has been here?" he asked. "Yes," she answered absently. "I don't know where he can be. Richard, he didn't even wait to see the doctor. And he thinks so much of Dickie, sir. He sits here of an evening." Hodder sat down beside her, and taking the palm leaf from her hand, began himself to fan the child. Something of her misgiving had communicated itself to him. "Don't worry," he said. "Remember that you have been through a great deal, and it is natural that you should be overwrought. Your husband feels strongly. I don't blame him, and the sight of me this afternoon upset him. He has gone out to walk." "Richard is proud," she answered simply. "He used to say he'd rather die than take charity, and now he's come to it. And it's that man, sir, who's got on his brain and changed him. He wasn't always like this, but now he can't seem to think of anything else. He wakes up in the night, and he used to have such a sweet nature. You wouldn't have known him, and came home so happy in the evenings in Alder Street, often with a little fruit, or something he had bought for us, and romp with Dickie in the yard, and I'd stand and laugh at them. Even after we had lost our money, when he was sick that time, he didn't feel this way. It grew on him when he couldn't get work, and then he began to cut things out of the papers about Mr. Parr, and I have sometimes thought that that's kept him from getting work. He talks about it, and people don't know what to make of him. They don't know how hard he'd try if they'd give him something." "We shall find something," said the rector, trying to throw into his voice confidence and calm. He did not dare to look at her, but continued to move the fan. The child stirred a little. Mrs. Garvin put out her hand. "Yes, the doctor was here. He was very kind. Oh, sir," she exclaimed, "I hope you won't think us ungrateful, and that Mr. Bentley won't. Dr. Jarvis has hopes, sir. He says, I forgot the name he called it, what Dickie has. It's something uncommon. He says it was brought on by the heat and want of food, good food. And he's coming himself in the morning to take him out to that hospital beyond the park, in an automobile, sir. I was just thinking what a pity it is Dickie wouldn't realize it. He's always wanted to ride in one." Suddenly her tears flowed, unheeded, and she clung to the little hand convulsively. "I don't know what I shall do without him, sir. I don't. I've always had him, and when he's sick, among strangers—" The rector rose to the occasion. "Now, Mrs. Garvin," he said firmly, "you must remember that there is only one way to save the boy's life. It will be easy to get you a room near the hospital, where you can see him constantly." I know, sir, but I couldn't leave his father. I couldn't leave Richard." She looked around distractedly. "Where is he?" "He will come back presently," said the rector. "If not, I will look for him." She did not reply, but continued to weep in silence. Suddenly, above the confused noises of the night, the loud notes of a piano broke, and the woman whose voice he had heard in the afternoon began once more with appalling vigor to sing. The child moaned. Mrs. Garvin started up hysterically. "I can't stand it. I can't stand her singing that now, she sobbed. 30 feet away, across the yard, Hodder saw the gleaming window from which the music came. He got to his feet. Another verse began, with more of the brazen emphasis of the concert hall singer than ever. He glanced at the woman beside him irresolutely. "I'll speak to her," he said. Mrs. Garvin did not appear to hear him, but flung herself down beside the lounge. As he seized his hat and left the room, he had the idea of telephoning for a nurse, when he almost ran into someone in the upper hall, and recognized the stout German woman, Mrs. Brightman. "Mrs. Garvin," he said, "she ought not to be left." "I am just now going," said Mrs. Brightman. "I stay with her until her husband come." Such was the confidence with which, for some reason, she inspired him, that he left with an easier mind. It was not until the rector had arrived at the vestibule of the apartment house next door that something of the difficulty and delicacy of the errand he had undertaken came home to him. Impulse had brought him thus far, but now he stood staring helplessly at a row of bells, speaking tubes, and cards, which, for example, belonged to the lady whose soprano voice pervaded the neighborhood. He looked up and down the street in the vain hope of finding a messenger. The song continued. He had promised to stop it. Hodder accused himself of cowardice. To his horror, Hodder felt stealing over him, incredible though it seemed after the depths through which he had passed, a faint sense of fascination in the adventure. It was this that appalled him, this tenacity of the flesh, which no terror seemed adequate to drive out. The sensation, faint as it was, unmanned him. There were still many unexplored corners in his soul. He turned, once more contemplated the bells, and it was not until then he noticed that the door was ajar. He pushed it open, climbed the staircase, and stood in the doorway of what might be called a sitting room, his eyes fixed on a swaying back before an upright piano against the wall. His heart seemed to throb with the boisterous beat of the music. The woman's hair, in 2 long and heavy plaits falling below her waist, suddenly fascinated him. It was of the rarest of russet reds. She came abruptly to the end of the song. "I beg your pardon," he began. She swung about with a start, her music dropping to the floor, and stared at him. Her tattered blue kimono fell away at her elbows. Her full throat was bare, and a slipper she had kicked off lay on the floor beside her. He recoiled a little, breathing deeply. She stared at him. "My God, how you scared me!" she exclaimed. Evidently a second glance brought to her a realization of his clerical costume. "Say, how did you get in here?" "I beg your pardon," he said again, "but there is a very sick child in the house next door, and I came to ask you if you would mind not playing any more tonight." She did not reply at once, and her expression he found unsolvable. Much of it might be traced to a life which had contracted the habit of taking nothing on trust, a life which betrayed itself in unmistakable traces about the eyes, and Hodder perceived that the face, if the stamp of this expression could have been removed, was not unpleasing, although indulgence and recklessness were beginning to remold it. "Quit stringing me," she said. For a moment he was at a loss. He gathered that she did not believe him, and crossed to the open window. "If you will come here," he said, "I will show you the room where he lies. We hope to be able to take him to the hospital tomorrow." He paused a moment, and added, "He enjoyed your music very much when he was better." The comment proved a touchstone. "Say," she remarked, with a smile that revealed a set of surprisingly good teeth, "I can make the box talk when I get a-going. There's no stopping me this side of grand opera. That's no fable. I'm not so bad for an ingenue, am I?" Thus directly appealed to, in common courtesy, he assented. "No, indeed," he said. "That's right," she declared. "But the managers won't have it at any price. Those jays don't know anything, do they? They've only got a dream of what the public wants. You wouldn't believe it, but I've sung for 'em, and they threw me out. You wouldn't believe it, would you?" "I must own," said the rector, "that I have never had any experience with managers." She sat still, considering him from the piano stool, her knees apart, her hands folded in her lap. Mockery came into her eyes. "Say, what did you come in here for, honest Injun?" she demanded. He was aware of trying to speak sternly and of failing. To save his life he could not, then, bring up before himself the scene in the little back room across the yard in its full terror and reality, reproduce his own feelings of only a few minutes ago, which had impelled him hither. A month, a year might have elapsed. Every faculty was now centered on the woman in front of him, and on her life. "Why do you doubt me?" he asked. She continued to contemplate him. Her eyes were strange, baffling, smoldering, yellow-brown, shifting, yet not shifty. Eyes with a history. Her laugh proclaimed both effrontery and uneasiness. "Don't get huffy," she said. "The kid's sick. That's on the level, is it? You didn't come round to see me." The insinuation was in her voice as well as in her words. He did not resent it, but felt an odd thrill of commingled pity and fear. "I came for the reason I have given you," he replied, and added more gently, "I know it is a good deal to ask, but you will be doing a great kindness. The mother is distracted. The child, as I told you, will be taken to the hospital in the morning." She reached out a hand and closed the piano softly. "I guess I can hold off for tonight," she said. "Sometimes things get kind of dull, when there's nothing doing, and this keeps me lively. How old is the kid?" "About 9, he estimated. "Say, I'm sorry." She spoke with a genuineness of feeling that surprised him. He went slowly, almost apologetically, toward the door. "Good night," he said, "and thank you." Her look halted him. "What's your hurry?" she demanded. "I'm sorry," he said hastily, "but I must be going." He was, in truth, in a panic to leave. "You're a minister, ain't you?" "Yes," he said. "I guess you don't think much of me, do you?" she demanded. He halted abruptly, struck by the challenge, and he saw that this woman had spoken not for herself, but for an entire outlawed and desperate class. The fact that the words were mocking and brazen made no difference. It would have been odd had they not been so. With a shock of surprise, he suddenly remembered that his inability to reach this class had been one of the causes of his despair. And now, with the realization, reaction set in, an overpowering feeling of weariness, a desire for rest, for sleep. The electric light beside the piano danced before his eyes, yet he heard within him a voice crying out to him to stay. Desperately tired though he was, he must not leave now. He walked slowly to the table, put his hat on it, and sat in a chair beside it. "Why do you say that?" he asked. "Oh, cut it out," said the woman. "I'm on to you church folks." She laughed. "One of 'em came in here once and wanted to pray. I made a monkey of him." "I hope," said the rector, smiling a little, "that is not the reason why you wish me to stay." She regarded him doubtfully. "You're not the same sort," she announced at length. What sort was he? "He was easy, old enough to know better. Most of the easy ones are. He marched in sanctimonious as you please, with his mouth full of salvation and Bible verses." She laughed again at the recollection. "And after that," said the rector, "you felt that ministers were a lot of hypocrites." "I never had much opinion of 'em," she admitted. "Nor of church people, either," she added with emphasis. "There's Ferguson, who has the department store. He's way up in church circles. I saw him a couple of months ago, one Sunday morning, driving to that church on Burton Street, where all the rich folks go. I forget the name." "St. John's," he supplied. He had got beyond surprise. "St. John's, that's it. They tell me he gives a lot of money to it, Money that he steals from the girls he hires. Oh, yes, he'll get to heaven. I don't think.
How do you mean that he steals money from the girls?
Say, you are innocent, ain't you? Did you ever go down to that store? Do you know what a floor walker is? Did you ever see the cheap guys hanging around and the young swells waiting to get a chance at the girls behind the counters? Why do you suppose so many of them take to the easy life? I'll put you next, because Ferguson don't pay 'em enough to live on. That's why. He makes 'em sign a paper, when he hires 'em, that they live at home, that they've got some place to eat and sleep, and they sign it all right. That's to square up Ferguson's conscience. But say, if you think a girl can support herself in this city and dress on what he pays, you've got another guess coming.
There rose up before him, unsummoned, the image of Nan Ferguson, in all her freshness and innocence, as she had stood beside him on the porch in Park Street. He was somewhat astonished to find himself defending his parishioner. May it not be true, in order to compete with other department stores, that Mr. Ferguson has to pay the same wages? He said.
Forget it. I guess you know what Galt House is. That's where women like me can go when we get all played out and there's nothing left in the game. It's on River Street. Maybe you've been there.
Hodder nodded.
Well, she continued, Ferguson pays a lot of money to keep that going and gets his name in the papers. He hands over to the hospitals where some of us die, and it's all advertised. He forks out to the church. Now, I put it to you, why don't he sink some of that money where it belongs, in living wages? Because there's nothing in it for him. That's why.
The rector looked at her in silence. He had not suspected her of so much intellect. He glanced about the apartment, at the cheap portiere flung over the sofa, at the gaudy sofa cushions, 2 of which bore the names and colors of certain colleges. The gas log was almost hidden by dried palm leaves. A cigarette stump lay on the fender. On the mantel above were several photographs of men, and at the other side an open door revealed a bedroom.
This is a nice place, ain't it? She observed. I furnished it when I was on velvet. Nothing was too good for me. Money's like champagne when you take the cork out. It won't keep. I was rich once. It was lively while it lasted, she added with a sigh. I've struck the down trail. I oughtn't, by rights, to be here fooling with you. There's nothing in it.
She glanced at the clock.
I ought to get busy.
As the realization of her meaning came to him, he quivered. Is there no way but that? He asked in a low voice.
Say, you're not a-going to preach, are you?
No, he answered. God forbid. I was not asking the question of you. She stared at him.
Of who, then?
He was silent.
You've left me at the station, but on the level, you don't seem to know much. That's a fact. You don't think the man who owns these flats is in it for charity, do you? Single ladies, like me, have to give up. And then there are other little grafts that wouldn't interest you. What church do you come from, anyway?
You mentioned it a little while ago.
St. John's?
She leaned back against the piano and laughed unrestrainedly.
That's a good one. To think how straight I've been talking to you.
I'm much obliged to you, he said. Again she gazed at him, now plainly perplexed.
What are you giving me?
I mean what I say, he answered. I'm obliged to you for telling me things I didn't know, and I appreciate your asking me to stay. She was sitting upright now. Her expression changed. Her breath came more rapidly. Her lips parted as she gazed at him.
Do you know, she said, I haven't had anybody speak to me like that for 4 years.
Her voice betrayed excitement and differed in tone, and she had cast off unconsciously the vulgarity of speech. At that moment she seemed reminiscent of what she must once have been,
and he found himself going through an effort at reconstruction. "Like what?" he asked. "Like a woman," she answered vehemently. "My name is John Hodder," he said, "and I live in the parish house, next door to the church. I should like to be your friend, if you will let me. If I can be of any help to you now, or at any other time, I shall feel happy. I promise not to preach," he added. She got up abruptly and went to the window, and when she turned to him again, it was with something of the old bravado. "You'd better leave me alone. I'm no good," she said. "I'm much obliged to you, but I don't want any charity or probation houses in mine. And honest work's a thing of the past for me. Even if I could get a job, nobody would have me. But if they would, I couldn't work any more. I've got out of the hang of it." With a swift and decisive movement, she crossed the room, opened a cabinet on the wall, revealing a bottle and glasses. "So you're bent upon going downhill?" he said. "What can you do to stop it?" she retorted defiantly. "Give me religion? I guess you'd tell me. Religion's all right for those on top, but say, it would be a joke if I got it. There ain't any danger, but if I did, it wouldn't pay room rent and board." He sat mute. Once more the truth overwhelmed. The folly of his former optimism arose to mock him. What he beheld now, in its true aspect, was a disease of that civilization he had championed. She took the bottle from the cupboard and laid it on the table. "What's the difference?" she demanded. "It's all over in a little while, anyway. I guess you'd tell me there was a hell, but if that's so, some of your church folks'll broil, too. I'll take my chance on it, if they will." She looked at him, half in defiance, half in friendliness, across the table. "Say, you mean all right, but you're only wasting time here. You can't do me any good, I tell you, and I've got to get busy." "May we not at least remain friends?" he asked after a moment. Her laugh was a little harsh. "What kind of friendship would that be? You, a minister, and me, a woman on the town." "If I can stand it, I should think you might." "Well, I can't stand it," she answered. He got up and held out his hand. She stood seemingly irresolute, and then took it. "Good night," he said. "Good night," she repeated nonchalantly. As he went out of the door, she called after him, "Don't be afraid I'll worry the kid." The stale odor of cigarette smoke with which the dim corridor was charged, intoxicated, threatened to overpower him. It seemed to be the reek of evil itself. A closing door had a sinister meaning. He hurried. Obscurity reigned below. The light in the lower hall being out, fumbled for the doorknob, and once in the street took a deep breath and mopped his brow. But he had not proceeded half a block before he hesitated, retraced his steps, re-entered the vestibule, and stooped to peer at the cards under the speaking tubes. Cheaply printed in large script was the name of the tenant on the second-floor rear, Miss Kate Marcy. In crossing Tower Street, he was frightened by the sharp clanging of a great electric car that roared past him, aflame with light. His brain had seemingly ceased to work, and he stumbled at the curb, for he was very tired. The events of the day no longer differentiated themselves in his mind, but lay, a composite weight, upon his heart. At length he reached the silent parish house, climbed the stairs, and searched in his pocket for the key of his rooms. The lock yielded, but while feeling for the switch, he tripped and almost fell over an obstruction on the floor. The flooding light revealed his traveling bags, as he had piled them, packed and ready to go to the station. End of section 13.